rest on a small YouTube channel, hosted by the wickedest lords of hell. Here is the first internet clip show to offer to the daring a look into the final maddening space between life and death. A case of the Mondays. To avoid fainting, keep repeating. It is only a live stream. Only a live stream. Only a live stream. Videos and songs far beyond anything you've tested. A case of the Mondays.
Stop you hammering, I'm gonna hit them all. Cause every day's the anniversary of the year before. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. Random tangents, that's like a tree. Diverse inevitability. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. I said band, over the band. I can't believe it's Monday again. Part of the problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like holes in a drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day going by, then it's 365. 365. That's right. Problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like holes in a drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day, if it's a day, if it's a day gone by, 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 if it's a day gone by. Day gone by. It's 365.
Welcome everyone to Case of the Mondays. I'm your host, Gene Skinner. Hope you're all having a good night tonight, wherever you are, whenever you are. Tonight's beer I have for me is called Naked Lollipop. It is a sour ale with pineapple and guava, a 7.2%. A stronger side for a sour is made by Froth Brewing Company out of Buffalo, New York. So not too far from where I live. Not super far, but still like 2 hours away. Western New York. Let's pour that. Looks like juice. It looks like literal juice. Alright. Pour it in my goblet glass. Let us get right on with the show. A lot of stuff submitted by you guys tonight. Let's get right into it, shall we? Here we go. Obviously stuff I put into. Like this. The detective. He's going after Waldo. Find him all. Where is he? And I'll post the artwork if I can in the Brawlhalla section. It's at Gene's Black Market. There's Waldo. There he is. Ooh, wow. Oh shit, he's gonna kill him? Oh shit, it's the season finale, by the way. That's what we're watching. I am not the Waldo that killed your wife. Oh. I'll take you to them. Oh, damn. Not even the real Waldo. Anyway. The Kaban Machine, Part 3 of Warhammer 40k. I True Master Bob sent us the other two parts of this before, so let's watch the third part now. Everything's going on Mars.
What did you do? Sweet, blessed mother of invention, what did you do?
They were going to kill you.
You killed them.
Yes,
You killed them
yes,
all.
the machine did.
Yes. They were going to kill my friend, and that made them my enemies. I took
Wow.
action to neutralize them.
Neutralize them?
They're dead.
That's a bit of an understatement. You obliterated them.
Like, for
Rendering
real.
them neutralized.
Is a pretty sour beer. I taste the pineapple for sure. And the guava not so much. The pineapple's really prevalent.
Palace? What are you doing?
I have to get out of here. It won't be long before Crom realizes that the Protectors haven't brought me in, and he sends others after me.
You are leaving.
I have to.
Where will you go?
I'm not sure. But I know I have to get away from this
Uh-oh.
temple. Perhaps
more of
I
them.
can claim sanctuary in another Master Adept's temple. One of my master's rivals, perhaps.
Palace. My motor functions are not yet active. I will not be able to protect you beyond this chamber.
I know, but I have these battle servitors, so I should be safe, at least for a
Are
time.
you sure about that?
Will I see you again?
I hope so, but I just don't know. Things have just become complicated.
Very
I
complicated.
hope I will see you again. You are my friend.
You are my friend.
Servitors, follow me.
Well, maybe I make them up. Well. Oh, Mechanicus everywhere. Well, he is on Mars, so it makes sense. Hey, True Master Bob. Just in time as we're watching what you sent in. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 5. The binary is 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, and the random 2 every now and again. That's binary. Zeros, ones, and there are 2s. 2s are rare in binary. Usually zeros and ones. But not always. It could be a 2. It's just rare to see it. All I'm saying.
This is a situation and no mistake.
You don't have your face out the window there. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, the others that came to look for him. It's a woman. Metal woman with flesh. A janitor. Oh,
Obstruction.
oh yeah. Oh god, look at her.
Obstruction. 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 Obstruction.
Sway, sway, sway.
The machine did this.
So it will appear, Remiara.
And
Hermione.
you would employ such a machine. One that kills without orders. To eliminate without purpose or design is wasteful.
Indeed, but there was purpose here. You are my most lethal Mechanicum assassin, which
Mechanicum
run
assassin.
blind to the emotions involved.
Emotions are an impediment to the truth of killing.
The truth of killing.
But it was emotions that killed these protectors. I believe the carbon machine formed some kind of bond with the mutinous Rabbitron
The meat one.
in the preceding weeks. It is truly a wondrous thing we've done here. A mind from mindlessness. Thoughts from chaos. To create a being that lives and thinks for itself. What is that if not the power of a god?
It is arrogance.
We come from different perspectives, Remiare. Your genius is with ending lives. Mine, well, mine is in creating them.
Then give me an order.
Very well. I charge you with the elimination of Adept Palace Rabbitron.
Oh boy, she's all for it. Femboy Mechanicus. That's a woman. That was an actual woman model. Which they actually have before. Unlike, you know, Space Custodes. That guy's dead, yep. That dead.
Obstruction.
Oh, never mind, he's not dead. Obstruction.
Are its weapons offline?
Yes, Lord Crown. The machine's weapons are no longer
Lord
active.
Kroll.
Then reconnect its communication arrays. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Where is Adept Ravachol?
Do not concern yourself with Adept Ravachol, machine. You should be more concerned with your own fate. You killed soldiers of the Mechanicum.
They were going to hurt my friend.
Your friend? No. Adept Ravachol is not your friend. Did you know he came to me with grave concerns regarding your very existence?
I do not believe you.
I already know you do. And in moments, I can know every detail of what you and he talked about
Oh boy.
when he returned from my forge. Your memories can be extracted from your synthetic cortex. Of course, there is a danger that this may damage your synaptic network, but that is a risk I am willing to take.
Now I know that you are lying, Adept Crom. I am too valuable to you for you to risk damaging me.
Got him.
Yes, you are right.
Wow, he's like, oh, whoops.
To me. But there are some truths you must hear if we are to converse with no pretense between us.
What? Truth?
That Adept Ravachol would see you destroyed. Surely he must have told you of his belief that you are a dangerous creation.
Tell me, what did you and Adept Ravachol spoke of?
Of course.
Oh boy. It's a little bit more naive than he thought. He was right about the fact that he knew he was lying, though. But he had to use deception. comes. Let's come get him. To be continued. Ah, what a cliffhanger. Thank you for that, True Master Bob. Moving on. Ramen sent this in. This is for you, Strog. He said you would like this. There's subtitles. No. So it's all in Russian. Here you go. Boom, 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 boom. That's right, Strog. Old animations. Hey, Strog, you want to do a dungeon?
В одно далекое время,
Okay.
настолько далекое, что невозможно
This last one we
понять,
needed. Well, not the last one.
было ли это в далеком
Oh, am I not
прошлом,
in area? Oh, am I not in
или
area?
будет
Nine?
в далеком
One second.
будущем. Миром владели змеи.
Okay. Are you not in area 9, Strog? Oh, you weren't. Okay. It's you. Step. Come on, now. Step. Oh, it did have copyright music, the other one you wanted to show. That's a shame. Chrome people. Excuse me. Not bad. Could be better, but not bad. It's a Russian cartoon, Jenny, okay? From the 80s, I think. A woman. And a man of chrome. No, Strog didn't send this. Ramen sent. He said Strog would probably like this, is what he said. Is that making a pizza? Oh, I'm just making coffee, never mind. Thank God they have the mechanical lives they live. She did dress like a poodle. Also the all-seeing eye to watch you at all times. You know. In Soviet Russia, we film you. Are you having emotions? Can't be having that. Not in Russia. Or was it just a prank, bro? Are they gonna just be doing something else now? I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's a fashion show. Wow. Is he dressed like a fucking scarecrow? Yes, cut the string. Clap, please. More fashion. She dressed like the fuck. She's dressed in an octopus. Is it somebody watching them? It's them. Oh, it's them watching them. Oh. Oh, sorry, Ramen. I guess after all, we've detected some copyrighted stuff in the stream anyways. Sorry, that was interesting. I did enjoy it. It was interesting, but we can't watch anymore. Sorry, bud. Gonna have to move on. Alright, here we go. Strog something listen about the Haitians.
The dogs, they're eating the cats.
Yes.
Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, eat the cat. Eat the cat, eat the cat. Eat the cat, eat the cat.
That beat.
Eat the cat.
There have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused.
Eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
Yes, they have been.
Eat the cat, they're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, 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 eat the cat.
The Springfield, Ohio Police Department has debunked this very bizarre and very hateful.
Oh wow, it got blocked. It wasn't that one. Stream dipped. Yep. It was a hold over from the Russian bid. Give it a minute. It was. Give it a minute. There we go. Hey everybody, I should be back now. Yeah, it's just the fact it was still, I don't know, it took weirder, like it was shorter, the actual wait for that. It's not the song. I know that. Here we go. Back to this.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats.
We rate this on the CBS Confirmed TV.
They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat, eat the cat.
Eat the cat. They say eat the cat. The dogs, they're eating the cats. They're eating the gooses too. Don't forget the gooses.
They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs.
Right at that time. Bidden. He has no idea where he is. Oh, there it is.
Dog, you cat.
There it is, the trumpet. You just put that on.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for exclusive cartoons.
Alright, next video. Ron put this in, here we go.
Binko's convenience store is an odd, tricky place, and somewhere I wish I had a guide for the first time I went. Well, fear not, guys. I will provide. This is my guide to Binko's. All characters,
I think
items,
Robin put this
and
one in. I'm
places.
pretty sure he did.
So if you're planning a trip to Binko's, this
Maybe
will
the
help you
Stream
get
Master
through
Bob.
it.
I don't remember one of you
And
did.
if
You're both
not,
putting in
there's
videos
some
that are
cool
very
information
similar, so
here
it's
about
hard
some
for me to
interesting
remember who did
characters.
what.
You can thank me later. So here's how this is going to work.
That
We're
is
gonna
from
go through
the
various
channel, by the
stages
way,
of
of
the store. The outside,
I
the
see it.
inside,
It's not doing
and
the
the
thing where I usually
fabled
hover and tells me the
manager's
channel
office.
name.
We're going to talk about everything and everybody you might encounter in between there. And
Oh,
this will be
Nobi won.
using all
Yeah,
of my
there we
personal
go.
experiences at Binko's, including some anecdotes and some little tidbits for you. On top of that, we've got an objective. We're going to break into the manager's office.
Oh, I know. It's one
I'll
thing
show
you
you
just tattoo. Yeah, don't worry about
And
that.
as for the categorization,
I know who did what.
all the people
for
and
some
things we
things.
talk about fit into one of three categories. Placid is peaceful. These guys just
You
want
may
to
have seen
mind
this
their own
video before, I
business
don't
and maybe
remember.
even be your friend. Indifferent is neutral. They're chill. They're chillin'. If you provoke them, though, you may get a bad reaction. But you can win them over with some
Yeah, you did.
silver-tongued words or a nice gift. Malicious, these guys are hostile. Malicious means they have bad intentions and they will hurt you.
Malicious.
Be careful. All right, now the first area I want to talk about is the parking lot / outside of Binko's. You wouldn't think it, but this
Also,
place
because
is
I
just
feel like
about
we
as
have watched
important
this
as the
before, I'm
inside.
just going to speed it up a little bit. That's okay.
So we're going to go over everything
Not much,
you can
just
encounter
1.25 speed.
outside of Binko's.
We're not skipping it. We're just going to speed
This
it up a
is
little
the
bit.
wet rat. The wet
wet
rat
rat.
is a small, chubby rat with a gun. A water gun, don't worry. Despite his mostly
now.
harmless methods, he's still classified as a malicious class. He wants your money, or your cheese. Regular handguns are far too heavy for them to use. For now.
For
Who
now.
knows what happens
Oh,
when they start
God.
working out.
Like squirrel
These
with a
little
gun.
guys are oddly malicious, but can't do much to you, honestly. But if you're wearing a nice t-shirt, you don't want to get wet, then you want to avoid them. If you can't avoid them and you get forced into a confrontation with a wet rat, the best thing to do is to offer them some peace cheese. If you don't have any peace cheese, carry some. Upon receiving a piece of peace cheese, these little guys will usually leave you alone and go harass somebody else. Something else you're likely to encounter in the parking lot / outside the store is the odd dog. The odd dog usually parks itself near the entrance and begs for scraps. The odd dog is infamous for its giant, rosy cheeks and its oddly human expressions. There's been rumors that the odd dog knows a few words. Nothing has been confirmed and I've never seen it myself, but looking at it, I wouldn't be surprised. The odd dog is the definition of indifferent class. It won't mess with you if you don't mess with it. You can give it some food, and you might make a friend. Maybe stay back. I can never tell if it knows what I'm thinking or not. You might also have a run-in with Pained Chip. He's a sentient bag
Pained
of chips
Chip.
with his top opened up and he's in great pain. His expression is excruciating and his screams are even worse. I mean, let's be honest, we'd probably all feel pretty bad if our insides were coming out of the tops of our heads. You gotta watch out for this guy. As a malicious class, he's taking his rage out on everybody else. Unless you brought eye protection, you might get chip dust in your eyes.
Damn.
That stuff
Imagine getting
hurts.
tip dust in
Gonna
your
sting.
eyeballs.
If assaulted by a pained chip, tell him it's gonna be okay.
Earthbound looking at
that everything's
SMEs,
gonna
yeah.
be alright. And give him a hug. This may calm him down, and then, when you're close, you can steal a chip.
Steal a chip.
Commonly seen loitering outside the store, the Mullet Kid is a pretty okay dude, just wanting to mind his own business and do tech deck tricks. He's the
Tech
definition
deck.
of a placid class. Be aware though, nice as he may be, that mullet is greasy for a reason. This guy does not believe in showering.
Oh, like
There's a
Cobra.
pretty repulsive aura surrounding him pretty much all the time.
Yeah, it's Cobra.
I like to avoid, but if you like smelly people, go make friends. Now here's the area's big cheese, the Chemical Wizard. This guy runs the outside of Binko's. This guy's got lots of syringes. They're all full of weird, mysterious brown liquids. The Chemical Wizard wants everybody to have a taste of his product, whether you like it or not. He's got two goons with him, the Needlers.
The Needlers.
As a whole, these guys are a threat that can't be beat with words. You can't make him go away or pay him to leave you alone. This nut job is motivated entirely by ideals. He wants everybody to feel as good as he does, unless you use the magic phrase. What magic phrase? I'll tell you. You have to say, just say no. And I'm not telling you to just say no. I'm saying you have to say the phrase, just say no. It's a magic combination of words that is held in runes. This will usually teleport him to a different convenience store, letting you shop peacefully. If you forget the magic phrase, you could just wait a few minutes until he passes out. It's known to do that. Alright, at this point, we've gotten inside. We're past the Chemical Wizard. We haven't gotten mugged, hopefully.
Chew. We
Might
made
get
it,
down some
chat.
pocket
We made
cheese,
it
that's
into the
okay.
damn store.
Maybe you made a friend with the odd dog. Maybe he's following you around.
Maybe.
Anyway, if you made it this far, you're in.
We're in,
Welcome
chat.
to the
Time to get
wide
some
world
food.
of
Never mind, we
Binko's.
got enemies to fight.
Now, the first thing that we're going to want to do now that we're inside is pick up a slushy cup. This will be useful later, so just hang on to it.
Oh boy.
Immediately upon entering, we can typically
Items.
encounter the kind store employee. They like fidgeting with stuff and kind of standing around. Now,
Yeah, to look
they're
like he's
probably gonna
busy.
open a line
That's
of
why.
dialogue with you, such as, "Hello, sir. Are we having a good day?" Now, I know this is intimidating, but don't panic. Here are a few things you can say. If you'd like to make friends with them, you can say, "It's going good. How about you?" and continue the conversation from there. If you'd like to brush him off, just say, "I'm okay," and walk on. He'll usually smile and nod, and that'll be it. But if you're looking to start a fight, bring up your distaste of the Binko's signature bratwurst burgers. Those will send him into an uncontrollable rage, of which your only escape is violence. This guy's pretty large, so we're gonna chalk it up to you losing. Something else you'll see strolling around is the Mullet Kid, Flame variant. This Mullet Kid's a bad boy. He's got
Cobra.
the Guy Fieri flame shirt thing going on. A bit of a goatee and definitely a worse attitude. This guy's a bit of a fire starter. He likes to start fires and burn things.
No, really?
Typically, he won't do it inside of the store, so you should be safe. But if you see him with a lighter and some kerosene, get out. Although, there's a decent chance to pacify if you just play some Linkin Park or Limp Bizkit from your phone.
Wow.
The Energy Rat is another rat from the Rat Kingdom. Despite the grumpy and tired looks, he's not much of a threat. He just wants to sip on his energy drink and stare off into space.
Don't we
You can
all?
feel his heart bouncing against his ribcage. His teeth chatter every time it pumps. He can't stop drinking the energy drinks, though. They power him. Without them, he's nothing. Pumpkin is a sweetheart who just wants to make friends. He's always in a good mood. He's got a can-do attitude. He's a real winner. He's got no arms or legs, though, and he is useless to society as a whole.
No, he's a
He'll be
pumpkin.
decomposed by November.
Yep. Just like our
Cool Ranch
pumpkins.
Painted Chip is one of the coolest guys you'll ever meet. He doesn't give a damn, and that becomes pretty obvious the more you get to know him. He'll forget your birthday. You can't stay mad at him, though, because he's just so rad. But under this facade of coolness, there lies a deep yearning to return to the dirt. Green Jack is one of the Scamps, a traveling
scamp.
mischief gang, known for taking things like cold milk and turning it warm with their legs.
That's
or
right, the
painting ducks
mischief
in the
gang.
park blue. These sickos will do anything for a laugh. You'll encounter Green Jack at the milk freezers, and he'll likely make a rude comment about your shoes. You can defeat him by being rude back to him about his life choices. The Rat King. The Rat King may be slightly imposing to encounter at first. After all, he is the king of all the rats. The problem with the Rat King is he thinks he owns the Binkos.
Oh, no.
In fact, he claims he annexed it into his territory back in 1992. He even has papers to prove it.
Really?
The papers he has to prove it with are receipts that he found on the ground.
Oh, of
But
course.
don't tell him that, he can't read. The Rat
No,
King
no.
doesn't seem to do much kingly stuff. He's not commanding around peasants or building things or doing much of anything, to be honest. He likes standing around and looking important. So, maybe
You know,
bow your
as you
head a little
do.
bit towards him and acknowledge his presence. That'll probably keep him content to leave you alone. That is, unless it's tariff collecting season. Then, you better have some more cheese in your pocket. The elated employee is one of the employees at the counter, and they're a little too happy.
A little too inhuman. She looks uncanny as
hard
fuck.
evidence for that. They may just really, really enjoy their job at Binko's, although that is unlikely. As the definition of a placid class, they're happy to see you. Maybe too happy. It gets a little creepy. Spicy Painted Chip is pretty much what the name implies. It's
crying.
painted chip with a nice, spicy flair to it. It has the ability to cry, and it does so constantly, as it's always in horrible agony. Sometimes its tears will pool up and make the floor slippery, so watch out. He may take a tumble. You won't find
Wow.
the pale facade very often, usually when there's a thunderstorm or the lights are flickering. You can see him for a brief moment in those shadows in between the lights coming on and off, wearing a mask with an almost indistinguishable emotion. The pale facade prefers to watch. He doesn't like to interact. The low humming frequency that accompanies his arrival has been known to disrupt cameras and audio recorders, so it's a common game amongst people in the area to try and take a video of him before he disappears again.
Oh,
so
boy.
far, nobody's gotten it, but, there's always next time. He typically only shows himself to the 3 closest people in the room, so if you're trying to see him, you gotta get lucky. Pewter Cat is an adorable little
Aw.
guy. He typically spends his time in the fabled manager's office, watching the security camera footage.
The
But if you catch the little
managers.
guy out and about, go give him a pet. Provided your search history is clean, he knows these things. Alright, and the big cheese of the main part of the store is Dispenser. A cruel and vindictive slushy machine. Dispenser loves to fill your cup up, but not to the top. He stops midway through the clear containing top. He's a zealot, too. You can't
Wow.
bribe him, can't convince him, he's never gonna change. Trust me, I've tried. But this is where that slushy cup comes in handy now. Get him to fill it up midway through the clear top. Even though it could be all the way, he'll do it midway, get it filled up, and now you have the item midway through clear top filled slushy. So, if you want to stop here, this is where you exit. You have a cool slushy, you've experienced some good times, you've met some cool people, and you can go back home. But if you seek a greater prize, if you want to truly explore the Binkos, we're going to go over how to get into the manager's office.
Oh boy.
Now let's use this and go back to the kind store employee. Typically, if you trade him a slushie, he'll give you access to the Ferb key for at least 5 minutes. Now what you gotta do is ignore how creepy the Ferb key is and go up to the manager's office. Upon entering, you're gonna come face to face with the manager, known in human tongues as the Wandering Eye. There's nothing we can really say about the Wandering Eye that can't be better expressed by screaming, so we're gonna move on to how you'll actually deal with the Wandering Eye. This uses an ancient anti-demon trick. Simply say, "Whoa, what's that over there?" and look behind your
What's over
shoulder.
there?
If done properly, it'll look, and then you can retort with, "Made you look." Upon receiving a "made you look," the wondering eye will slumber for 30 seconds to rinse itself of its shame. If you quickly open its nearest desk drawer and pull out what's inside, you can get away in time. If you're able to get out of there alive, you can pocket yourself a new Mr. Lips figure. Wow, just look at him.
Look at him.
Mr. Lips is a very valuable toy that came out around the same time as the original Transformers toys.
Really?
For some reason, Mr. Lips never really took off, so this little guy is worth a lot of money.
Ooh.
So that's the breakdown on Binkos. All the characters, items, and things you're going to need to know. If I missed anything or you have any suggestions or ideas for a next breakdown, leave it in the comments. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Yeah. Alrighty. We've seen this one too before, I believe. Blood for Blood. We've started the Soria series. I don't think we saw the second one. I forget who. I think Mr. Bob's in this originally. Whoops. So I'm going to speed this up a little bit too. So I think we have seen this before.
Our greatest war chieftain.
Captain Rodriguez too, just in case you want to see those. Playback speed 1.525.
Was finally defeated.
Oops, he bleeding. Ah, red versus blue, prehistoric times. Verb. With antlers.
The wild lands of Soria.
Soria.
Are at war. On one side, the Blue Song, ever seeking to expand their ravenous empire. And on the other, the children of the very wilds they attempt to tame. Chief of this resistance, the kindred of the Tusk. A frail and decadent thing sits atop the Blue Song throne. Not but our strongest become war chieftains, and none are stronger than the great Torox.
Torox, huh? Very close to saying Torok
The
there.
Blue Song Chancellor has a rival. It is Torox.
I'll be right back, Chip.
Chieftain Torox, we have come to free you. More await outside. Chieftain. The Chancellor should leave me to starve. But she keeps me fed, keeps me strong. I must die there.
scalped him. It's true.
This is not your prison. This is your vengeance.
A bit strong, yeah. So that's episode 1. We have 2 more to watch tonight, too. We'll get to them in time. Here we go. Moving on. You sent this in strong.
Did you seriously fuck my dad? So what if I did, bitch? Critics are calling Tony and Stacy the family comedy of the year.
Oh, boy.
You're just a gold-digging whore.
You make me fucking sick! You pathetic!
Relatable.
Relatable.
Heartwarming. And downright hilarious.
Never loved you.
You ruined my whole family! Tony and Stacy.
It's great. It's wacky. Whatever. Thank you, Shrug. Moving on.
I live my life a quarter
2 Master
mile
Bubs
at
in
a
the
time. Always have, always will. And when you're living life in the fast lane like me, you need fuel that not
Literally, I mean,
only
fuel.
powers your ride, but fuels your very soul.
Oh, God.
You need something that's not just strong, but family strong.
Family strong.
That's why I'm here to introduce you to the 2024 edition of Vin Diesel Fuel.
Vin Diesel fuel.
It's more than just a drink. It's a high-octane boost that keeps you and
my
your
God.
family going mile after mile. With every sip, you'll
Oh my
feel
God,
the
he's
raw
failing at it.
horsepower coursing through your veins. The same power that drives the engines I've been tinkering with for years.
God.
Vin Diesel Fuel is now
Vin
supercharged for
Diesel
2024, infused with the essence of unstoppable momentum.
Of course.
It's not just about pushing the limits, it's about breaking them. You'll taste the intensity, feel the power, and just like family,
Just
it'll
like
never
family.
let you down.
The
In a world
Rock! The
where
Rock!
There's no room for half measures, where family is the fuel that drives us all. This drink is your perfect partner. It's for those who live on the edge.
Who are those people?
Who don't just follow the
I saw The
road,
Rock. Who the
they
hell are
make
those
it.
people? Oh
So
my
if
God.
you're ready to unleash the beast within, to feel the surge of power with every sip,
Oh
grab
my
a
God.
can of Vin
It's
Diesel
leaking.
Fuel. Because when it comes to passion, drive, and family, there's
Oh my God.
only one
There's
way
The
to
Rock.
live,
Like,
full
what the
throttle.
fuck? You guys in the car.
With Vin Diesel Fuel, you're not just sipping on a drink.
Where's Letty?
You're igniting your
Good
drive,
question. Put the rocks
fueling
here,
your
don't worry.
passion, and pushing beyond every limit. So, crack open a can,
Oh my God.
hit the gas.
Oh
and
my
let Vin
God, he's
Diesel
bleeding
Fuel
literal
take
oil.
you where you belong, right at the front, leading the pack.
Oh my God.
Because in the end, it's all about family, and family means never running out of fuel.
Totally. Oh my God. He went into space. Then transformed his vehicle for real. Strog, you sent this in. I know this song. It's very catchy. Greatest American Hero. Been to me. Top of the world. Should have been somebody else. Okay. So you want to know why I remember this song, Strug? Because it was parodied in Seinfeld, where George has his cell phone. It's not a cell phone. His home phone message system is, "Believe it or not, George isn't at home. Where possibly could he be? Believe it or not, he's still not at home." Well, parody with that. That's why I remember the song. God, I never saw this show. Robert Clump. Like dog food. Oh, he has powers, right? Like he's an alien or something. I forget what it actually is. I think he's a fucking alien. Maybe. We're just visited by aliens. I don't remember. I don't remember.
There
Alright,
seems to
Tetsu,
be
you
an
said listen.
unspoken rule in nature, where
Push
life
me
in
this
the
one up a
ocean
little
and
bit.
seas
It's extinct
must
soon.
always be far
Good channel, by the way.
scarier than life on land.
Yeah.
This is largely seen today,
1.25.
and is also
Feels
seen
like
throughout
22
history,
minutes.
with even the age of dinosaurs having had aquatic nightmares that would have given you more heebie-jeebies than the likes of the T-Rex or Dromaeosaurs, for example. In fact, it's actually quite hard to find a moment in Earth's history where your best chances were in the water rather than on land. However, there was a short window of time, a very long time ago, as in before the dinosaurs existed, where your chances at survival were actually better in the oceans and seas, since nearly everything above water, including Mother Nature, seemed to be designed for maximum
Oh,
milkness.
the suit's alien,
This
but
was
he
the
lost the
Lopingian.
fucking manual. What a
This
dummy.
name most likely means nothing to you, but it represents the last epoch of the Permian period, and played out between 259 and 251.9 million years ago, which
Okay.
means that it bordered the Triassic period, and led to people nicknaming it the Late Permian. This was
Permian
one of those
period.
periods in history where Earth was unrecognizable in nearly every sense, including when it came to time itself, as during those days, the moon had a closer orbit with Earth, causing the days to be shorter than they are currently, at around 22 hours.
Wow.
To add on to the confusion, geography was nothing like it is today either, since most of Earth's landmass was tied up into the supercontinent Pangaea, leading to Africa, the Americas, Antarctica, India, Australia, and parts of Europe all being connected.
Yep,
Only to the
supercontinent.
east could you find decently sized landmasses that were free of Pangaea's clutches, with the largest quote-unquote island consisting of present-day Siberia, Kazakhstan, and North China. While to
Wow.
the south, you would have swam into another island composed of South China and various regions of Southeast Asia. Additionally, Turkey, Iran, and Tibet were also islands at this point, being surrounded by the Tethys Ocean on one side and the Paleotethys on the other. Combined, these two bodies of water were undeniably large, but they were still nothing compared to the superocean that lay just west of Pangaea, Panthalassa. This prehistoric
look how
ocean
big
was
that
unlike
is.
anything before it or after it, and it occupied well over 60% of the Earth's surface, outsizing the current Pacific Ocean by 2 times. Just imagining an ocean that is double the size of the Pacific is nerve-wracking, and probably meant that you should have avoided it like the plague. But, despite its grand size, Panthalassa, and the other oceans for that matter, were all actually fairly tame when it came to what was in them. There were of course sharks, who had evolved 200 million years earlier, and if you're something of a Permian enthusiast, then you might
So
be picturing the
Ish-Slash was about to
Chupacabra,
be, see.
an 8-meter or 26-foot long shark that has become something of the poster child for the Permian marine megafauna,
Or that's
and
the one with the
possessed
saw
one of
teeth.
the strangest and most unsettling mouths of all time, that consisted of a cluster of large teeth
Yeah,
on the
that.
bottom jaw, which were arranged into whorls. Yet, while this giant shark was indeed from the Permian, it had already died out by the Lopingian, leaving the oceans rather empty of giant life. That being said, there were still relatives of this shark swimming about, though none that got that big, as the biggest, Helicampidus, was only 2 meters or 6.5 feet long, similar to the length of a leopard shark. So definitely not an immense threat.
No,
especially
not
since
scary.
its teeth were designed for soft animals like squids. not bony
Squids!
food. Meanwhile, other sharks, like the sphenacanthids and
hell?
hybodonts, while diverse, were even smaller, typically growing no more than 1 meter or 3.3 feet. The
Small.
Eurypterids, or sea scorpions, a group of now extinct arthropods, were also present, but were not doing so well, because while they used to be highly diverse and giant during the Devonian period, they were now on the brink of extinction, having never fully
Small.
recovered from the Devonian extinction event, with only
Oh,
2
shit.
genera
Well,
being
they
known
lived
from this
past
point,
it, though.
and neither
I mean-
were large nor apex predators.
At least there's that.
And for the most part, pretty much every marine group wasn't doing well, partly due to the Capitanian mass extinction event that had taken place 2 million years prior. It's a relatively obscure event, but it was actually more deadly than both the KT extinction and the
Really?
Triassic-Jurassic extinction.
Is it the Great Dying?
Its effects have been bad everywhere, yet marine life got the brunt of it. And thus, during the Lopingian, you could see some trilobites, ammonoids, and cephalopods lurking about, but not in any great numbers or size.
Okay.
And things would only get worse for marine life. But we'll get to that later. At this moment, the waters of the late Permian should sound quite boring. But this is a key fact to take solace in, as on land, you would have gotten no breaks.
Oh, so before
Like
the Great
in the
Dying?
water,
Okay.
the Capitanian extinction had brought devastation
it's-
to terrestrial
okay.
life. However, life on land recovered more swiftly, and was actually made arguably more dangerous than before, since the extinction took out the old rulers of the Earth, the Dinocephalians,
Oh, yeah.
and therefore leaving the door open for new rulers to arise. The Dinocephalians was a group that consisted of large-bodied therapsids,
Look at
who were
them.
extremely diverse and plentiful throughout most of the early and mid-Permian. Yet despite their success, they failed to make it to the late Permian. This absence allowed multiple groups to get ahead, But there was one group in particular who benefited the most, unfortunately for others, and that was the Gorgonopsids. These prehistoric animals were first discovered by paleontologists all the way back in 1876.
Yes.
And their remains were so horrifying that the researchers decided that the Gorgons from Greek mythology were the perfect monsters to name them after. While diverse, Gorgonopsids still generally shared the same characteristics, which included deep-set teeth, parasagittal gaits, long narrow skulls, and razor-sharp elongated incisors and canines, making them among the first saber-toothed predators to evolve. This presence of saber teeth made them look a bit like saber-toothed cats, such as the Smilodon, and their bodies were superficially similar too. But these killers were neither cat nor feline. They weren't even mammals, as a matter of fact. Instead, they appear to have been therapsids, like the Dinocephalians before them, who were more closely related to mammals than reptiles, but still were not mammals. And like the Dinocephalians, Gorgonopsids had been around during a good chunk of the Permian. First appeared 265 million years ago, during the Middle Stage. In those times, these saber-toothed predators were very small, being no larger than a person's foot, making them one of the smaller creatures at that time, and forcing them to hunt small therapsids and reptiles. However, as time passed and each new genus evolved, they got bigger and bigger, a trend that exploded during the late Permian after the eradication of the Dinocephalians, which ultimately led to the emergence of the largest Gorgonopsid of all time, Inostrancevia.
Oh my god,
this
look at
predator
it.
wasn't just the biggest of its kind, but also the largest terrestrial predator from the late Permian, with exceptional remains suggesting that adults could have been over 11 feet or 3.5 meters long, while weighing over 1,000 pounds or 453 kilos, equivalent to the size of a large bear, though on average, individuals are more comparable to tigers. In addition to being much larger than most Gorgonopsids, the Inostrancevia was also built different, as it possessed extremely sturdy long limbs, which made it both durable and surprisingly fast, allowing it to outpace a myriad of medium to large-bodied herbivores, which once caught were in for an absolutely terrible time, as the Inostrancevia possessed elongated post-canines and supersized upper canines that were 15 centimeters or 6 inches long, making them among the largest teeth seen in non-mammalian therapsids. In addition to being lengthy, the weapons were curved and finely serrated, allowing them to easily slice through flesh.
But if it didn't bother you like the
causing
stream,
catastrophic
because I
damage to
always
vital
appreciate
organs.
it.
But despite clearly being lethal, it's not 100% sure how the Inostrancevia hunted, with the two schools of thought being that it either used tactics similar to what is seen in Smilodons, i.e. taking out the necks, or it would do something similar to a bite and run, letting accumulated blood loss and
just
shock
let
take a
bleed
toll over
out?
time.
That's fucked.
Regardless, neither are fun ways to go. So you definitely do not want to run into this apex predator, which was also a very hard challenge for animals back then, as Inostrancevia achieved a widespread range that included now parts of Africa, Asia, and European Russia.
Yeah, good job.
This
Good luck
saber-tooth
running.
also appears to have been very adaptive, as it routinely popped up in a multitude of very different biomes, such as warm floodplains in South Africa, or cold, arid deserts in Russia, where relief was only found in the occasional shallow lake and thin forests, which consisted of Peltis spermaceae, the dominant flora of the late Permian. It's because it lived in these cold deserts that some paleontologists think that it may have had fur as well, yet this idea is still unconfirmed. Now, having one giant Gorgonopsid prowling both hemispheres of the Earth would have been bad enough, but the late Permian was home to many more than just the Inostrancevia, with dozens of other species of Gorgonopsids being known of, many of which lived in the European part of Russia as well, including the smaller Pravoslavlevia and the medium-sized Suchogorgon, resulting in Gorgonopsids having a complete dominance over many ecosystems where herbivores, no matter their size, had a Gorgonopsid as their main predator, and also making Permian Russia one of the last places you'd want to visit.
Yeah.
Although, it was actually much worse down in South Africa, where a whole subfamily of giant Gorgonopsids had independently evolved alongside the Inostrancevia, and they were the Rubiginae. While the Inostrancevia was the largest single Gorgonopsid
Hey, look, it's our
of all
ancestor.
time, the Rubiginae were on
You see
average
him
the
there?
largest family, and were distinguished
sail?
by robust skulls, the lack of a parasphenoid
He's closer
bone,
to mammals
frequent
than he
tooth
is to any
replacement,
reptiles.
and the
He looks like a
possession of
reptile,
deeply
he
serrated
ain't.
teeth that were likely even better for cutting than those of the Inostrancevia.
That was a
They were fairly
mammal.
stocky too, with some coming very close in size to the Inostrancevia, as
Don't let
demonstrated
them
by
know your-
Rubigia
your
atrox,
history.
a species of Gorgonopsid who resided within what is today South Africa and Tanzania, where it sometimes grew to
Don't
be
let them
10
know the
feet or
truth.
3 meters long. This body size alone made it an apex predator, but what was really impressive and menacing was its skull, as it took up over 15% of an individual's total body length.
Damn,
And not to
son.
mention that recovered skulls were also extremely thick and had signs of skull bossing, which are bony protuberances that indicate that
He's
this
a
predator was
protuber.
made to bite and grapple with powerful large prey. Yet coincidentally, like the Smilodon 250 million years after it, the Rubigia did not have a very strong bite, with reconstructions indicating a bite force of around 715 newtons, only 20% more powerful than the bite of a wolf, which really just shows how well designed its teeth were for piercing effortlessly through flesh and tough hide. Like the Inostrancevia, the Rubigia would have been able to alter entire ecosystems by its lonesome. Yet sadly for all, it was almost never alone, as indirect evidence suggests that it routinely coexisted with other members of its subfamily, that consisted of 9 genera, all ranging in size from medium to large. And if this wasn't bad enough, it's now thought that it coexisted with Inostrancevia too, since both had a presence in late Permian South Africa. Given their similar size and fairly similar builds, the two most likely shared the same predatorial niche, likely leading to frequent conflict. And that all goes to say that this truly was the planet of the Gorgonopsids, and their dominating presence on land made water a definite safer choice. But just to really prove the point, I should also mention that the late Permian was home to many other predators too, that were nightmarish within their own right, with the most notable examples being the Therocephalians. In an emerging trend, this clade was once again Therapsids and originated during the Middle Permian, although unlike the Gorgonopsids, they had not achieved such large sizes in this time. Although they were equally widespread, and actually more diverse, with species being found across Russia, Antarctica, Africa, and China. A small handful were even herbivores, but the vast majority were predators, who actually could have been confused for Gorgonopsids to the untrained eye, as they too had relatively large skulls and similar body plans. But there were key differences, with Therocephalians tending to have broader, deep skulls, smaller, straight teeth, shorter bodies, and more compacted builds.
No worries.
And as mentioned, they were more diverse, resulting in many developing hunting techniques not seen in Gorgonopsids. And there were even a chance that a couple, namely the dog-sized Ichibengops
60 degrees
and Eucymbersia, were venomous,
it hasn't been warm today.
which, if
My
accurate,
room is just
would
like
make them the
hot
first
as hell for
tetrapods
some
to have
reason.
evolved venom.
I don't get that.
You also had ones
Maybe they
that
have
are
venom,
often
that's right, I
interpreted
forgot
as
about
being
that.
semi-aquatic creatures, like the Ictiosuchids, while others were fully terrestrial, hunting large animals using unusual saber teeth, as showcased by the Skylacosaurids. But of all the Therocephalians, the one who stood out the most was the Mascarinus, a jaguar-sized predator with a lion-sized head that was equipped with numerous very sharp conical teeth. Its disproportionately large head suggested a fairly strong bite, and paleontologists think that it hunted prey by pinning them down with its powerful forelimbs, before dealing out damage with its razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws. And to further its legacy, fossil records show that Mascarinus was among the most abundant Therocephalian during the late Permian, and one of the only non-Gorgonopsids to have achieved apex predator status, perhaps even replacing Gorgonopsids in certain environments. But interestingly enough, while not as successful as Mascarinus, there were bigger Therocephalians, including the Megaweitzia, a 3-meter or 9-foot long distant relative of the Mascarinus, who prowled European Russia during the first half of the Lopingian. To date, it is the largest known Therocephalian, and based on coprolites, aka fossilized feces, we know that it likely fed upon large Dicynodonts, which it might have killed by using venom. Specifically, some studies on its skull seems to suggest that in life it had a venom gland, and possibly multiple venom ducts, that would have delivered fatal amounts into prey while biting them. However, because remains from its prey tend to be in poor condition, this claim is not fully accepted by the paleontology community. By this point, the late Permian should come across as a hectic place, with Therocephalians and Gorgonopsids running about. But even they were not the entire iceberg, since there were still a bunch of other carnivores, all very distinct and unusual in appearance. For starters, you had the superficially croc-like Proterosuchids, who were slender but could still be rather large, and were equipped with giant needle-like teeth. Unlike the previously mentioned carnivores, this group were reptiles, and were either terrestrial or semi-aquatic hunters who were found on every continent besides Antarctica and North America. Then there was the Croniosuchia, who were again superficially croc-like, but had extensive armor along their backs as well, perhaps to help protect against attacks from large Therapsids. Members of this group could be quite different, and were sometimes fully terrestrial, and other times semi-aquatic. And while they were usually no larger than a monitor lizard, some genera,
look at that lizard move,
could get quite sizable, specifically in European Russia, where specimens grew to be the same size as female American alligators.
Okay.
Amphibians, or rather amphibians, were also present and
demons, I see,
and were honestly the biggest reason why an animal should be wary around fresh water, as many evolved to be specialized ambush hunters that opportunistically fed on anything they could catch in the water, or anything that ventured too close to the water's edge. Of the numerous families that existed, arguably the most lethal to human-sized prey were the Rhynsuchidae, a family of tetrapods from which living amphibians likely descended from. Each species had 4 limbs, a fairly long tail, and body shapes akin to that of giant salamanders or crocodilians. The largest member you could find in a body of fresh water was the Uranocentrodon, a 13-foot or 4-meter that resided in South Africa, along with our friends the Gorgonopsids and Therocephalians. Talk about a bad place to live. And then in European Russia, that also had its fair share of terrestrial hunters, there were the Archagosauridae, to make up for the missing Uranocentrodon. This was yet another tetrapodal family, but they were more slender and narrow than the Rhynsuchids, but could still get pretty big, with certain genera, like the Melosaurus, reaching 10 feet or 3 meters from head to tail. With so much going on, it's hard to believe that herbivores even managed to survive, but they sure did, and across large swathes of Pangaea, you would have stumbled into an array of Dicynodonts, Cynodonts, Captorhinids, and parareptiles. Compared to the carnivores, herbivores were actually more diverse, and had developed many tools to survive. One of the more famous herbivores was the Lystrosaurus, a badger to pig-sized Dicynodont that was one of the most abundant animals around. It had a rather odd build, but it was not to be underestimated, as it sported powerful forelimbs and tusks that it may have used to dig deep burrows that granted much-needed protection. And interestingly enough, the art of digging seems to have been relatively common, as totally separate groups, like the Cystophalids, also learned to burrow, using their broad skulls to displace large amounts of dirt. Then on the opposite side of the spectrum, you had the Parasaurs that took a different route and became armored tanks, kind of similar to Ankylosaurs, minus the clubbed tails. Specifically, species in this clade often had large bony scutes that were set into their skin, and had highly ossified, dense, heavy bones that provided additional protection. They were also among the largest, if not the largest, late Permian animals to have lived, with the most famous member, Scutosaurus, having weighed over 1.2 tons and being similar in length to large gorgonopsids. At this weight, and given its frame, Scutosaurus was a slow-moving animal that relied on its armor to survive. And in its case, its defensive capabilities were further boosted by spikes that adorned its skull, and muscles that were so dense that they were basically impenetrable. This specific genus was only found within European Russia, but as a family, the Parasaurs had a global distribution. Additional herbivorous groups worth mentioning include the Kingoridae, Emidopidae, Bidentalia, and Divinidae. As wild as the late Permian was, it did have one silver lining.
That is,
which was
a
that
Divinidae
it
is actually a mammal.
Unlike the Mesozoic, which was home to giant
yeah, still a
pterosaurs
mammal,
capable of
technically.
eating literal dinosaurs, the Permian did not really have any dangerous giants patrolling the sky. There were the griffin flies and Paleodictyoptera, which
Big
could have given
bugs.
you quite the scare, but they were harmless to large animals, and weren't very abundant nor diverse, thanks to the Carboniferous rainforest collapse. Of all the things flying around, the largest animals were probably the Vigeltosauridae, a family of gliding reptiles that grew no larger than a big bat. And while having one in your hair would suck, these guys were only dangerous to insects, and spent most of their days on solid ground, or rather, in the trees, as their morphology was highly developed for arboreal movement.
That's right, it was.
To make up, though, for the lackluster skies, the late Permian had one more trick up its sleeve, so to speak, and that was Mother Nature itself. If you've been following along, you may have noticed that life seemed to be mostly concentrated in a handful of places, mainly European Russia and Africa. This was because large chunks of land were borderline uninhabitable, with estimates suggesting an average temperature of 35 Celsius or 95 degrees Fahrenheit, making it twice as hot as the present. This oppressive heat contributed to severe aridity that plagued the supercontinent, and resulted in absolutely massive deserts near the equator where life was fairly devoid. To make matters worse, to the north you had the Central Pangaean Mountains, an extensive mountain range that spanned across the entire horizontal length of the continent, and creating areas that were prone to severe droughts. To put this into perspective, if such conditions popped up in the present, life would take a serious downturn. And the crazy part is that this nightmarish climate was rather tame for the late Permian. Because if you stick around long enough, until approximately 252 million years ago, you would have witnessed the Earth turn into an apocalyptic wasteland, thanks to the late Permian extinction, otherwise known as the Great Dying, which is a fitting name considering it was Earth's worst extinction event of all time. It is commonly believed that this doomsday event started from the eruption of the Siberian Traps, or rather, it was caused by the eruptions that created the Siberian Traps, a large region of volcanic rock in Siberia. It's about the same size as Western Europe. These eruptions are unlike anything ever seen by humanity, and decimated the entire planet, causing lava flows a kilometer or 0.6 miles
Imagine we saw that, that'd
thick,
be
and spewing out
terrifying.
enough carbon dioxide and sulfur
I mean,
to
we'd
heat
be
up the
dead.
surface even more. In some places, it's thought that the average temperature year-round would have risen to be the same as the average temperature of Death Valley during its hottest month.
Jesus.
And if you somehow had supernatural heat resistance, you still likely die from choking on the constant spewing of different gases that led to a drastic drop in oxygen, leading to numerous hypoxia events. And just in case you
Not
knew that any
global
more
warming
evidence
with
at this
that.
time was seriously messed up, then also know that some studies report that these volcanic eruptions caused significant damage to the ozone layer, which may have increased ultraviolet radiation by over 5,000% in some parts. Debates linger on how long these effects lasted, but we do know that by the end of them, the Earth was a very different place,
Almost
with
dead.
57% of all biological families
That's the Great
and
Dying.
83% of genera having gone extinct. For comparison, while more abrupt, the KT extinction, which killed the dinosaurs, only killed off about 17% of biological families. And despite how bad things got on land, life in the water actually suffered even more, due to increased water temperatures and acidification. But if you took a dip, you wouldn't have burned to a crisp, and you may have actually enjoyed it, considering the sea temperatures during this event were likely that of a jacuzzi, giving you just one more reason why you'd rather be in the water during this time than on land. Thanks for watching, and until next time on Extinct Zoo.
Alrighty. Now we move on to Winter Weather, excuse me. We have not watched this one. So this will be at normal speed. Speaking of dinosaurs, there they are. A deer thing.
Forgive me, Maya, for this needed sin.
Oh. There's another part of the planet, obviously.
I take all I must. No more, no less.
And oh, ice raptors. Nope. Just gonna let it have it. It's giving like cat eyes. Okay, we'll take it then. Excuse me. You gonna kill anything, my guy?
Healing well, I see.
Oh.
Good.
Healing well or hardly healing? The other bow's still there? Something missing though? The mammoth.
No. He's gone.
Oh. He died? Yep, he did. Maybe that's his son?
There was no body.
There was no body?
Nothing but an empty sheath. Soaked in blood. I tracked the beast down for weeks.
Okay.
Months.
Uh-huh. Sorry. That's a good sneeze. I think I still am. Shit.
Wasted time.
Oh, ew. Ugh.
I don't blame them. Just animals.
Mm-hmm.
But now the cold has come. And I'm not prepared. Could leave. Somewhat easier. But the wilds of Sonia are very different now.
Oh, yeah.
Nah.
No.
This is easier.
Yeah.
I don't know why I keep trying. I don't even feel hungry anymore.
No
I
hunger.
don't really feel anything.
I feel nothing. Wom, wom. mind me. Good art, by the way. Damn. Sniff. Uh-oh. It's the beast. That's the beast that killed him. Sabretooth. Sabretooth cat. Nope.
Come on. Come on.
You don't want to die.
Come on.
Yep. Up. So much to live. He still has the instinct to survive, even though he doesn't. He wants to go to the other side with his family. He had to survive, as is nature. Got him. Oh, did he kill it? Is it not dead? Or did you remove the? Did you remove the blade? He's not gonna kill it. No.
No, no. Please, I'm sorry. I don't blame you. I don't. No, I don't blame you. Please, please, no, no. Please, please. No.
Is it gonna die?
No.
I think I wounded back to. It's almost like he wanted vengeance, but then when he got it, he didn't want it. It's an animal. He understands that. I didn't mean to kill his family. Just trying to survive. And the snow is gone. Is the snow going to be coming back? It's a migration season. It's all that. Interesting. Big kit. Big kitar. I don't know if it's dead. I don't know. He may be tending to it. We're gonna find out.
Forgive me, Maya. For this needed sin. I take all I must. No more. No less.
Oh, the cat's with him now. Oh, they became allies.
Pray that this child of yours may see you once again.
Oh. Yep. The cat's with him now. They share food. Wow. I did not see that coming. Oh, he healed it too. There's a wound. There's a thing around where it healed. Huh. Interesting.
Life and death. The everlasting helix. All as one.
What a twist. Yeah, for real. I didn't see that coming.
Forgive me, brother, for this unneeded sin.
Oh.
Forgive me.
No, the kid. Oh, it did die. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, he raised the kitten. Oh. Maybe, or maybe he didn't. We'll see. Oh, kitty.
I swear, I'll take care of him. He'll be fine. I swear. I swear.
Oh. Looks like that did die. Oh, yep. Wow. Oh. Wow. 2 burial sites. Very interesting. I like that one.
Hey, this is David, and thank you so much for watching my film. This one meant a lot to me. If you'd like to know more about how I created this animation, please check out the accompanying making-of video.
Nice.
In the meantime, super special thanks to all my top Patreon supporters.
Strogs on this Nightmare Healing. The Deep by AI. I mean, hey, stuff in the ocean almost looks that scary in real life. Or is it? I can't tell. I think a lot of that was AI, though. Robin said this, and here we go. I think this was made for Madness Day forever and a half ago. Probably. Madness Combat. I have seen this one before. There she goes, she's skipping. And she had a gun. There, he has a pipe. Oh, you say what's Madness Day? Yeah. Oh god, the spin. Ow. Ow. Yeah. Dead. Also, you can see she's wearing tourniquet gloves. Total sign you're a badass. Wow. She hit herself in the face with the gun spinning. Good shotgun. Right here. That guy is looking to be alive. Now he's dead. Ah, a taser. Well, that was a taser knife. Weird. Oh. That's a drone. Oh shit, a drone with a gun. Fuck. Murder. 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 Guns on ammo. That guy didn't do anything wrong. Oh, whoops. We're all dead. Oh, that guy had a... Wow. Powers. Magic powers. Yes, a mallet. Great. Damn. That was the guy with the pipe. Little pipe noise. More drones. Oh. Psychic camera. Okay. Oh god. Fucking rainbow. Wow. Ah, she's surfing. Wow. Oh god. Moped. Oh, wow, my guy. There you go. Thanks for that, Ramen. Drugs and listen. Next thing we have up here to watch.
There is a world just beyond now where reality rides a razor-thin seam between fact and possibility.
The Highwayman.
Where the laws of the present collide with the crimes of tomorrow.
You know, as you do.
Patrolling these vast outlands is a new breed of lawman, guarding the fringes of society's frontiers. They are known simply as highwaymen. And this is their story.
I've never heard of this show before, by the way. Highwayman. The Highwayman. What the hell is that? Starring Sam Jones. Who else? Jacko is Jet? What? His name is Jacko. A woman. Oh no, how terrifying. A black man.
The Highwayman.
There we go. Next. Dakota sent this in. Here we go.
We here at Sony are
Sony.
always thinking about new and exciting ways to fuck over our fan base. We heard your cries for new games. And we decided to ignore them.
We decided to ignore them.
What we decided
Play
to
has
focus
limits.
on was getting in our own way. We wish to design the world's first quadruple A gaming console. Why did we call it that? Because that's the sound you'll make when you see the price. Fuck all of you, you'll buy it anyway. This is the PS5 Pro.
There it is.
The future of mediocre gaming.
Please clap.
The first thing you'll notice is the lack of features. For instance, you are all probably saying, holy fucking shit, where the fuck is the disk drive? We don't know. But you might also notice these lines right here. What are these? Well, these were meticulously designed to replicate the lines of coke that we were doing in the back when we designed this thing. I did several lines of a hooker's clunge that day. It was fucking awesome. But unfortunately, we didn't stop there. Look here. This is a 3D composite render of an NPC on the PS5 Pro.
Alex Jones.
And here is that same model on the PS5 Pro.
Amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. Oh god.
Yes, the only thing higher than our pixel count is Lizzo's cholesterol. But how do the games look in motion? Well, look here. Here is a game pushing our PS5 console to the limit. And now here it is on the PS5 Pro. Look at that.
Oh god.
And also, here is some gameplay of PlayStation 4 games that are more than 3 years old at this point for our brand new system. No, we don't see the irony in this. The future of Sony is going places. Not far, but places.
But places.
So please stay tuned as we continue to create things nobody asked for. The PS5 Pro, $2,000 from your local scalper.
From your local scalper.
Now, is there any questions?
Hi, yes, I'm kind of confused. Who is this for? Like, anyone who's a fan of the games already owns a PS5, and if you cared that much about graphics, you could just buy a high-end PC for cheaper, and it will probably run better.
There you go.
I'm here for the games, so, where is Parappa the Rapper free?
Games? Oh, shit. Did
Where are the
somebody
games?
say The Last of Us 2? I said, did somebody say...
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Why would we pay $700 to play games that work perfectly fine already?
Hey, you don't understand. Our engineers worked really hard to ensure that every pore on Abby can be seen while she's getting raw dogged.
Aren't these upgrades pointless if the games aren't even optimized for them? You do realize that your audience is in a cost of living crisis, and you're trying to sell them a $700 discless console that comes with nothing but a controller and a stand. What do you mean it doesn't come with a fucking stand? The original comes with a stand, a disc drive, and it's half the price. Your Pro version can't even stand up.
Fuck you! Our sweatshop workers produce top quality plastic stands.
So, what you're selling to us is a console that your audience already owns a version of, that most developers will not optimize their games for, and whose biggest selling point is how it can make a 4-year-old game look a bit better.
Exactly.
Exactly.
What part of this aren't you getting?
All of it?
All of it.
Will you say that? Now do you see our biggest announcement?
Oh god, there's more?
Here is Forza Horizon 7.
That's Gran Turismo.
That's
Looking
Gran
like
Turismo.
fucking dog shit on the PS5. And here it is on the PS5 Pro.
It looks the same. Beautiful. PS5 Pro bigger than Jesus.
Our plan is working perfectly, just as you predicted, CEO of Sony.
CEO of Sony. It's Cobra Commander.
Sell them a console with no stand. Tomorrow, we sell them a console with no games.
Cobra. Beautiful. Alright, I found this. Here we go. Hootie.
Come for the fight,
stripping ring girl.
That's
Classy.
He was just looking at the butt. Well, the butt came out. What is that, a megaphone this girl has?
A megaphone.
Jimmy Hart over there. The butt's got a hype man. Hey, poor kebab guy's getting upshowed by the dumper. Jesus, Jimmy in the mouth of the South over there with the megaphone. That was great. There was some fucking... And by the way, I'm in like society mode. I saw someone slap her on the ass. I'm like, oh shit, that's trouble. No, it just got her to start dancing. No, we're just in Providence. By the way, you're in society mode. You just saw a butt on screen. You're like, put that butt on the screen.
Put that butt away.
Who's putting this butt in my face? All kebab guy wanted was Dave to look at it. Dave's looking at the dumper.
Yeah. Look at the dumper.
Oh, here's the dumper. Here's the dumper.
Here's the dumper.
It's a professional technique to wear the sweats. Yeah, right underneath it. How are the sweats staying up, guys? It's like an action shot. Yeah, it's a professional technique. Shay Laren. This is kind of how RA wears his pants. Shay Laren.
That's how RA wears his pants.
No, she pulled up the jeans. It's like an I know who you're talking about. Oh, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Robbie Fox here,
Alright, there was that.
and ringside correspondent.
Alright. Bob, you put this in. Here we go. League of Legends.
Hey people,
being
Seth
reviewed by
here.
Seth.
What is a League of Legends? That's a very good question. On the surface, it's a MOBA, which is still
It's a
popular
MOBA.
despite most games ending after top or mid feeds free kills. A snowball of mistakes which start the moment you begin queuing. Win or lose, the only victory is choosing not to play. Each day, I leave a dirty dish on the counter. Each day I come back, and the ants establish a new Silk Road to carry my table scraps. League players are much the same. They're conditioned for abuse and return to their abuser without fail, because they're going to change for real this time. Door dashing, a bottom-friendly diet, prepares the League player for a lifetime of incontinence as they
This is
get
4K
shafted daily
edition,
by
too.
Riot Games. Cum clot going up my brain. I'm gonna die, are the last words of each individual that subjugates their white matter to League. Their lifeless body is found at the computer, and their parents cry as they explain to the coroner that the purple-skinned midget dwarves their son was fapping to was in fact popular
Yeah, he did
characters.
play this. He
Lulu
played
and
the
Tristana
ARAM
from
version.
League of Legends, and this will be your fate should you ignore my warnings.
I played it
the
too.
Big question on everyone's mind
In the
is
past.
Dota 2 better than? Yes, it is. Then
Yes.
again, this is a comparison between playing with emotionally unstable Germans and whoever hasn't been conscripted to the front lines. They're not playing to win, they're playing to forget, because this is their last solo queue before getting deployed to Donbass. Additionally, every dollar spent on League is a dollar spent on the 2027
Yep, China,
reunification of Chinese Taipei.
Yep.
Every dollar spent on Dota is another calorie consumed by Gabe Newell.
Yes.
But you'll never play that because all the female bot lane characters are in League, and you'll continue in the hopes of finding a mentally unstable e-girl with borderline personality disorder so her insane demonic genes may combine with your autism. You will flood the earth with your autistic nonverbal offspring. The meek
Nonverbal.
shall inherit bronze free, which by that point will be even lower, and the average rank will be Driftwood 5. Son,
Driftwood
I have a
5.
confession to make. I invested your entire trust fund into based Groy per coin, and unfortunately, I lost everything. Luckily, I still had $500 to buy the new Faker Ari skin. Please,
The Faker
don't
Ari
rope
skin.
yourself. Think of how much rope I'm going to be shooting when
Wow.
your diabetic mother cosplays her at PAX East. Unfortunately, we're in debt, and I'm forced to sell you off to a wealthy,
Sheldon.
charismatic homosexual. Please.
An over
forgive me
charismatic
in the
homosexual.
same way that I've already
Please.
forgiven myself.
It's
You
Jeffrey
can
Epstein.
understand the philosophy of his company by seeing which champions they release. After all, they know their audience. Women for the porn-sick gooners, women for the e-kittens dating them, and children for Jax players. Why even spend money on gifting your e-girl skins when you can save 80% by lacing her drinking water with fluoxetine for the same effect? I have a theory about League, and it pertains to all mainstream multiplayer games. Chat filters and moderation don't fix the problem. They only serve to stifle the Aryan spirit. Now, everyone's become a little tattletale, skirting around the rules, trying to infuriate you so they can send their epic report to Daddy Riot. You know what this makes you? You're the same as that one kid who cries to the principal, snitches, get stitches, and if it were up to me, we'd take you to Birmingham and stone you to death in Sharia court. You cannot suppress the human condition. We are the sons of the retards you could not lobotomize. Similarly, Vanguard doesn't prevent cheating. The only purpose of it is for Shishu Hongxue, intern at Riot Games, to push a bad update and destroy my computer. You know how you cheat in this game? You make a smurf, and then you're at a level playing field because everyone else made one before you. At this point, there's no such thing as a new player, only a Yasuo main who can't leave silver. Despite this, Riot will never do anything, which is probably for the best, as any decision they've ever taken is always the worst. Come back in a few years when surrender votes start at 10 minutes and simply thinking of a racial slur activates Vanguard. League is an ontological anchor in time. We represent our lives not in years.
I've been playing that since season 3, or had been playing it.
Tyler
I stopped.
Run got permabanned.
Like 2,
now he's a
3
father.
years ago.
Video Game Donkey banned himself.
Or was it 5? I
Now
don't even
he's
remember
pregnant.
this point
I got
anymore.
30-day chat restricted. Now I take subcutaneous clitoral injections of
'Cause I had
5cc
played League. I had most of the
Trenbolone, and I've
champions,
never felt
actually.
better. League is the demiurge. To break out
Just
of
by
this
grinding,
asylum,
I had
you
all the
must
champions.
realize there is no lock or key, and we may simply walk away.
But it's only
Despite
owned
my
by
critique,
China. It was
there
made
is
in
a
America
purpose to
originally,
League.
by the
It's
way.
best
And the people that
psychological
were people that had
evaluation out
left
there. Forget
Dota.
the MBTI or
So
whatever.
that's why
We
it
need
looks
to
very
conduct
similar.
job interviews
And
by
all those
making
people
the
came from the
applicant
same
play League of
thing too.
Legends.
They were all people who
Everything
made
you need
Warcraft
to know about
3.
a person's character, you'll learn from watching
But
ranked
they sold that
solo
to China
queue. And make
long
sure he's
time
playing
ago, I think
support.
maybe
If your
during
friendship can
season
withstand League, it's already tested, and we stand as brothers. I rendered this in
I don't know.
4K on my MacBook Pro. Hopefully, the
'Cause
extra
Tencent
effort comes
technically
through.
owns them,
The
that's
personal
why.
computer is a modern manifestation of Solomon's Temple. Leaving a pulmonary embolism on Google servers is the least I can do. Initially, I thought
James
a lot
played
of people
Warframe too, I
complaining about
believe.
audio were audiophiles. These are people who molest music instead of children. It is my unfortunate discovery that after 5 years of doing this full time, that I have been recording audio with an XLR microphone without installing any drivers.
Wow.
However, like a mama bird vomiting my regurgitated food into your mouth, I know what you truly need. So, it has been unfortunate for the listener that I must inform you I've uninstalled them and have no intention of getting better. In fact, I'll make it worse. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. A
The
warm
deep
thanks
fakes of
to the
himself.
many members of the Merchants Guild, gang stalking my enemies until they die. You're all truly wonderful. I have no idea who these men are, and I'm not complicit in any crimes. Your Honor, have a good one.
Your Honor, have a good one. Beautiful. Now it's time to suffer. Strong sent this in. Look, it's Jack Black, everybody. There he is.
Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. You probably know that a game like Borderlands doesn't just make itself. As a matter of fact, it's the combined effort of many talented individuals. Oh, hey, Steve. How are the kids? As you've no doubt seen, we're doing something very different than your average action shooter here with... Seriously? Your arm's tired? I played the Duke of Buckingham and Richard III with Ian McKellen, ass. This is Bush League. As you've no doubt seen, we're... What the
Yeah, he did.
What is your name? Tell me your name. Are you eating a sandwich? You're the sound guy. We can hear that. Really? You want me to do it again? Again? Fine. No, I'll do it again. No, seriously, no, right now. We'll do it. No, right now.
We do it live.
As you've no doubt seen. I can't believe this. Really? Oh my God! Did your mom burn you with cigarettes as a child? What the hell's going on? Seriously, Steve, do something with this guy, please. I'm sure you've all heard that our game has, like, 1 million bazillion guns. But what people probably don't know is that we generate our creatures the same way. I mean, there must be 20 different types of...
Oh my God.
unprofessional. Unprofessional here.
At least that wasn't long, thank God.
I like you and all, but this is the last time that we are going to work together. I don't care who you are.
Moving on from that.
Disclaimer, if you know the 40K
Leak
lore,
time.
this video will probably give you an aneurysm. Spider-Man 2 is really just a fantastic game with an incredible story about friendship, what it means to clean up your house. And Space Marine 2 is gonna fill you up with so much testosterone, you're gonna grow a third nut. That's spare tire, baby. You know what I'm talking about, Pimp. This game's gonna get you going to the gym on a Sunday. This will get your peaches looking like a forest before the McDonaldtorium comes in to add a 400th location. See MJ's jawline? That jaw's folded 1,000 times. I could cut through a cinder block. And you know how she got that? By playing Space Marine 2 for 100 hours. And also probably about 100 hours of Jaws-er-size. Somebody get a sword and use that thing as a whetstone. Space Marine 2 is the antidote to loneliness, the suppression of depressants, the cure for the common man that craves just one moment of absolute victory. So if you're complaining that this game isn't hard enough, fuck off on back to Dark Souls and every other Souls-like that comes out every time Miyazaki takes a shit. Space Marine 2 is for the dudes that don't have a humiliation kink and need to get their balls stomped on at night because life fucks them enough during the day. They want a fire extinguisher for their pain, not a reward for taking on more. Space Marine 2 is for the dudes that don't care about a 40-hour story about Thad gods learning how to live, laugh, and love again. They want to serve a god and extend the endangered species list in his name. Space Marine 2 is for those that know
There he is. The voice mod.
Good morning, Imperium!
Shooting star leaving to the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity.
Spin the wheel.
Where are the traitors? They are everywhere. Lead me to the slaughter. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. Brother, I am.
First up, let's talk about the story and lore. The story in this game is incredible. I was locked into it just as much as the first game. And that is to say, I was not paying attention at all. Listen, I don't need to know all the details. I don't care why we do what we do.
I care when.
I sweat loyalty and I shit service. The Emperor calls, I answer. That being said, the game has the pacing of a booger sugar binge, the length of a Colombian marching powder rail, the lines go harder than ever, and never miss an opportunity to butcher lore. Quick, strap down the lore goblin before he can get away. We play as the Ultramarines, patron saints of loving what they do and hating who they do it to. And in this game, we are part of a roided up pest extermination squad.
The Purgathon is on, and we're killing bugs, and the occasional disgruntled former employee.
Because in 40K, HR is HK. Got a problem with how the Emperor's running things?
Well, I have a problem with you running. Let me take a look at those legs.
Can you dig it? Good, then dig this. I'll answer 2 more questions. First, you may be wondering, why are we killing all these bugs? Look around. Every game out there nowadays is cats or dogs or something you can pet, but notice how this game has none? That's because the Xenos are eating our dogs. Under no good Leondros' rule, Bubbles is now barbecue. Barbecue Bubbles, that's what we call them. Second, many people ask, what the fuck's a Space Marine in the first place? A Space Marine is what happens when you force a man through hundreds of years of TRT, then make him take an oath of no bitches. They also have way too much testosterone and crippling ED, making them the newest entry to the literally me genre. They are hatred, they are love, they are the militaristic middle ground between human wave tactics and fuck it, let's nuke the entire planet. And this middle ground is often required because when guardsmen are deployed, their life expectancy can be tracked on an hourglass. Some people get 15 minutes of fame. Imperial Guardsmen get 15 minutes of life.
You're real heroes. Oh shit, there goes another one.
How's the lore goblin do? Oh, he's dead. Let's talk about gameplay. The combat has gotten even better than the first one. As soon as you boot up this game and get that first chainsword takedown, that third nut's gonna drop like Ubisoft stock. Beat the game and you might just collect all the Dragon Balls. Space Marine 2 plays like a dopamine-fired soul train. You boot it up and it's hard to hop off because it has so much momentum and the core combat is so much fun. And you keep wanting just one more takedown, just one more mission.
Just one more heritage.
Fuck eating, fuck sleeping. You know what you can't do while you're eating? Calling the soul train to run over 100 bugs. You know what you can't do while you're sleeping? Evaporate your enemies by running through them. Who needs dreams when your reality is a power fantasy? REM sleep? Bitch, I got a Remington.
The Emperor needs you, brother. Are you man enough to answer the call? Please note, rejection of this call will result in death. Immediate death.
Immediate
also,
death.
this is not a toll-free call. You're gonna have to pay that too.
A big reason for why this combat feels so good is because Space Marines are the embodiment of impact. Space Marines are big, chunky, 600-pound, muscle-bound Bible thumpers. They run slow, hit hard, and they leverage roid rage to hit even harder. You see a horde, you feel bad for the horde. Yes, you're incapable of taking cover because you are the cover. It still plays like the bastard child of God of War and Gears of War, but now you get even more toys like parrying, yoinking, counter shots, and dodging to help set up even more takedowns. Which takes us into the next thing that puts Space Marine 2 above the ever-increasing amount of bug-killing games, takedowns. Is that one bug keep annoying you? The difference between Helldivers and Space Marines is that Helldivers will kill that bug, Space Marines will annihilate.
Yes, it will.
Look at that takedown. That's what annihilating takedown.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Ashley. New Fleek's talking now. Current Fleek's talking now. Rip it in half.
Shut up, Pest League. New Fleek's talking now.
Systematically disassemble every last cell in that thing's body. If you're not gonna tingle just looking at this, uninstall them. Double it and give them to the next guy. Sure, there's a joy in killing it, but there's an absolute climax in annihilation. Especially with all this Ministry of Love. Please, look away for a second. Especially with all this gore. This is like one of Quentin Tarantino's wet dreams. Without the feet. Without the feet.
Without the feet.
Keep looking that way.
Why the need for so much gruesome, graphic violence? Why not let us...
Because it's so much fun, Jan. Get it, yoink.
As for the weapons, starting with the melee, you got the power sword, you got your power fist, you got your power hammer. But you know why they don't have to call it a power chain sword? Because they don't need to convince you. They don't have to subliminally program you just to take a spin, catch one of these Xenos on your blade, and you'll see the power. It's reliable, it's brutal, and when your gore system looks like this, it's the only way to go. Guns-wise, surprisingly, the plasma weapons in this game are pretty good. But they are still plasma weapons, so fuck every last one of them. I don't wait in line, I don't wait for my turn to speak, and I don't wait for marriage. If I go to the airport and my plane isn't there, I leave. I won't be disrespected like that. Henceforth, why would I wait for my gun to charge up? Because it does good damage? Because it's better than every other pistol? I refuse on principle. And that's why the Melt-A-Gun and the Heavy Melt-A-Gun are the only guns I recognize now that the Storm Bolter didn't make a return. See a horde coming your way? What horde? Cute damage numbers. I am God.
I am God.
The gun's broken in a very helpful way that I'm not gonna say because the haters will sabotage me. But I'm
haters will sabotage
on the screen right now. And Saber, if you fix this shit after my elite high-tier commendation of it, I swear to God. Another fantastic thing about this game is the set pieces. Now, I hate to get all Hollywood on you. You get all flaccid, start talking like someone who yanks it to master classes. But the set pieces in this game are awesome. There's armies fighting, tanks rolling, bombs dropping, bodies burning. You have to do an escort mission, but you're not escorting some damsel in distress. You're escorting a damsel causing distress. A big old mechanized beauty. I think I feel fourth nut coming in. With how many bad open world games we get these days, I forgot just how alive a nice custom tailored linear action game can feel. But what isn't alive are these AI teammates. And I'm just gonna ever so diplomatically say, what the fuck, and then submit to you the following evidence. Yeah, get him, Bulwark, get him, Bulwark. Now get that takedown. Where are you going?
Where are you going?
Right about now, let's say you've bought Space Marine 2, ensured the continuance of your bloodline, but the game finished before you did. What now? Let me introduce you to the PvP mode. Just kidding, never mind. This mode's actually pretty fucking shit. Let me introduce you to the wow, what a bad mode. One of the worst. So bad. Let me introduce you to the PvE mode known as Operations. This is my shit, Asterix. Not only do you get more missions, but you get more customization.
Hell
it's
yeah.
like Barbie, but for big, strong, manly, tough guys like you and I.
Does this red make my space my cheeks look big?
But I'll warn you in advance, customization comes with a risk. You may choose yellow because it shows off your cheery personality, but welcome to Warhammer 40k, where that means you gun down civilians for fun. You may choose black because you want to look cool, but that actually means you have no dick and no balls. That's right, the Black Templars engage in Dick Chopicus Offitorium. Now, do I know that for a fact? Hell no. But if enough people repeat it, it'll become a fact. Think you can get around the accusations by going dark gray? Well, now you're in the most racist Space Marine chapter in the universe. I chose purple because I wanted to be a pimp Marine, but then someone told me that means I'm a turncoat that betrayed the Emperor to get some Slanussy.
Slanussy. No way, I'm so shocked. I guess I'll just wait here for the Slanesh to come pick me up then.
And if you really want to have a good time, mix and match the colors, using each one to represent a different heinous crime you like to commit. Better yet, maybe you like to commit them all, and in that case, put the whole whole rainbow on your armor. Show that you're open to anything. Now, as fair warning, the PvE does introduce leveling and class systems, and this does change the dynamic a bit because you have to constantly up the difficulty to upgrade your gear, and that's gonna throw off the power fantasy until you can get that gear. So whereas the campaign's entirely this, that was too fucking easy. Run that back, I wanna kill that boss again. Operations mode is more like this.
One bullet left. Thank you for dying. I'm here to give you a big old hug. Thank you for dying when you did. Thank you for dying when you did. I appreciate you. I appreciate everything that you've done for me.
But the takeaway here shouldn't be don't play this mode. It should be don't play this class in this mode because Assault is ass. It's in the name. His special ability is dying. You know what? Let me splooge some wisdom on you. Here's your definitive guide to classes. You ready? Vanguard's like playing as an overweight cloaker, but at least you get all your weapons. Bulwark's the class you play when Vanguard's taken. Tactical's like playing as Titus minus all the good secondaries in Rage mode. Assault and Sniper's like playing as the Make-A-Wish Marines. Your teammates are just happy if you're alive. And Heavy is a class you don't think about at all until you see him at the top of the leaderboard for most kills and most damage done. Alright, maybe not definitive, but I got the shit on Assault one last time, so it was worth it. And if you disagree with me,
then I disagree with you, your bloodline, and your entire homeworld being alive. Exterminate!
Beautiful, you love to see it.
Loser Leandros loves this mode because he can lose even more. That loser, what a loser. We could have been so good together.
Slanesh.
Could have lived this bad forever. Let's go on the dance with me. Please stay.
Buy the game, motherfucker. I double dog dare you.
Double dog dare you.
Thanks to the Imperium
Beautiful.
of Pimps for funding
You
this
love
video,
to see
and
it,
another
chat.
huge
Pimpin'
thanks
time.
to all the pimpers for expanding the Exterminatus Fund. I will see you all for another video very soon.
Damn, that's a lot.
All right, goodbye. All right, goodbye. All right, goodbye. All right, goodbye. All right, goodbye.
All right, goodbye. All right, time for our first spooky for the night. More things going on with the King in Yellow. Here we go.
For the
If you like
following
the
year,
spooky stream, you
in
know exactly what to do.
1977,
Be sure
nearly
to subscribe to
40%
Heretic
of the
Network for
permanent
the
population of the
Wednesday
town
show
of
to Wednesday
Akhmeda
at
had,
9.
in one way or another,
If you're
fallen
not, for
under the
whatever reason,
spell
I don't
of
know
the
why you wouldn't
figure
be.
in yellow.
But, you know,
In a
sometimes I gotta
society
repeat
that,
it.
despite Soviet imposition, had rejected Catholicism, there still existed in certain rural areas an unquestionable loyalty to the Orthodox Church.
Okay.
However, in this town, beliefs slowly began to shift drastically. With such a profound change in the townspeople, several internal conflicts arose. Some argued about the false god and the false messiah that were being worshipped. For nearly 5 months, there was an effort to dismantle the town's only church. During that time, they even had to combat an attempted arson, which resulted in significant structural damage and the deaths of 3 priests. Some men, particularly those who were the first to come into contact with the figure in yellow, began to frequent the church's exterior and patrol the town's streets. The intimidation tactics had some positive effects on their cause, while others tried to convince those who had never seen the figure in yellow to take a trip to the administrative office, where it was still being kept. It was during the summer of that year that the parish priest was kidnapped and forced to kneel before the figure in yellow. From that day on, all religious centers began to be stripped of any Catholic imagery. And although the conversion of the main ecclesiastical authorities led more people to fall under the spell of the strange figure, the church itself was not used as a place of worship for the figure in yellow. Its followers believed that such places should be burned and wiped off the map. And just as they had planned, they dismantled the entire church and burned its foundations.
Well,
In
did
its
they now?
place, residential buildings were constructed, erasing all traces of what had once stood there. Meanwhile, the figure in yellow was moved to the outskirts of the town, to the home of one of the individuals who had initiated the downfall of this strange sect that was beginning to take shape. When analyzing everything that had transpired up to that point, certain questions arise, particularly regarding daily life in Akhmeda. Despite the deep psychological impact the figure had on people, they were still able to live relatively normal lives. They continued working regularly, studying, cooking, and interacting with one another. But in all these activities, there was always some reference to the wonders the figure revealed in their minds. Medea Chenkali, a teacher from a school in Akhmeda who managed to escape before the catastrophe that began the following year, gave a particularly intriguing testimony about the influence the figure in yellow had on the townspeople.
Do tell.
In my work, I could hear my youngest students constantly talking about the figure in yellow. At first, I thought it might be some sort of game, though it already struck me as odd. During recess, these kids would gather around a drawing in the dirt and either stay silent or mumble to themselves as if they were performing a ritual. When I had to speak with some of the parents, I noticed they no longer used the typical religious expressions the older generation would often say. Now, they seemed to put their faith in the color yellow. Literally, they would talk about how that color could solve any problem. I also noticed that some appeared to have self-inflicted bruises on their arms and legs, which they covered with some sort of yellow paint. Over time, I began to see a growing aggressiveness in many of the parents. At the same time, their speech and mannerisms became more erratic. It seemed that the deeper they dove into the belief in this yellow being, the more foolish they became, to the point where they resembled animals more than humans. Lavan, as he called himself, though his real name was never known, became one of the most prominent figures in Akhmeda's society. Almost like a political leader, this man, presumed to be around 50 years old and always dressed in a yellow tunic with a hood covering his head, moved the figure in yellow to his own home. There, he began delivering long lectures about the revelations the figure had bestowed upon him.
As you do.
While one might assume Lavan was just a charlatan, the few who remember him can attest that every one of his predictions came true with a somewhat terrifying accuracy. In fact, it was this precision that initially led many of Akhmeda's residents to shift their belief more toward this man than toward the figure in yellow. And thus the unraveling of this strange phenomenon began.
1978.
Lavan, a rather peculiar man, went from being somewhat of a pariah, wandering through streets and parks, gathering branches and wood to heat his small house in Akhmeda, to becoming as significant as the figure in yellow itself.
Wow.
It is said that the first time this man encountered the figure, he felt as though it spoke to him, revealing secrets right before his eyes that no one else knew. He even claimed to see the fate of those who passed by him. Rumor has it Lavan touched the figure in yellow and stole a small golden pebble, taking with him a piece of its mystical power. Shrewdly, Lavan turned this newfound power into an unexpected source of income. People, eager to learn the future of their plans, decisions, and businesses, showered him with gifts, and in no time, he became the wealthiest and most influential man in town. By 1978, there was no one who didn't know his name or hadn't heard his words. In the midst of the fervor, a large number of townspeople decided to bring the figure to Lavan's house.
That's
There,
not creepy.
always fearful that someday things might stop going so well for him, Lavan chose to dig a massive hole in the middle of his living room.
As you do.
With the help of a pulley system, he lowered the figure in yellow to a depth of about 3 meters. At the same time, he commissioned the construction of a replica of the figure with artistic touches, which he hung from the ceiling of the living room to
Not
symbolize the ever-watchful eyes of the figure in yellow. Throughout that year, no one found Lavan's decision strange or controversial. On the contrary, they saw in him the very choice of the mystical force itself, viewing him as its messenger. Curiously enough, the figure in yellow began to fade into the background, though this might be debated by those who consider the following events to be the perfect will of the golden face carved in stone. By the end of 1978, during one of the harshest winters ever recorded in Georgia, a figure as mysterious as Lavan himself emerged from among his own followers to challenge a number of things. This man, who called himself Orion, claimed to have been a coal miner since childhood. In his speeches, he accused Lavan of desecrating the true message of the figure in yellow and bringing nothing but chaos to the town.
Did he now? He said that? He said that shit?
At this point, it's worth noting some important details. According to available information, Oriane's complaints centered on the terrible state the town had fallen into.
Oops.
By then, the population had reverted to a primitive way of life. Something in the influence of the figure in yellow had altered the cognitive abilities of men, women, and children, turning them into almost savage beings in the way they acted and made decisions.
They
Many
reverted
of
to
the
monk.
houses were in serious danger of collapsing. Some people were even destroying their own homes to bring the materials as offerings to the grand sculpture at Lavan's house. Most had abandoned personal hygiene, and the effects of paranoid states were evident in the frequent street brawls over worthless objects. Oriane seemed to be one of the few, if not the only one, who, while maintaining blind faith in the figure in yellow, kept his sanity relatively intact. He claimed to have been the first to truly encounter the deity in the depths of the mines. About 10 years earlier, while patrolling the tunnels, the face of the deity had appeared to him on one of the walls, assigning him the mission to eliminate the great man who would come to destroy the lands of the Caucasus.
1979.
Naturally, this account was taken as a serious threat to the Great Order led by Lavan. During what is known as the January 79 massacre, Oriane was judged at the sculpture's residence, and, as a symbolic punishment, thrown into the well where the figure in yellow lay. Following this, what some scholars of the case have termed the final phase of the conversion occurred, during which each inhabitant turned against the others, resulting in the deaths of approximately 715 people around the house, including Lavan himself.
Oh, he died too.
Considering that the figure in yellow may have been part of the relic with which King David IV of Georgia liberated his lands in the Middle Ages, it makes sense to think that the great catastrophe in Akhmeda might have resulted from the inability to manage such power. Since information about the king's scepter is quite scarce, it remains unclear how it could have concentrated all that power into a single object without causing certain effects of madness. Although little is said about the Akhmeda event, and due to its strange characteristics, it has even been relegated to the status of a creepypasta. Evidence does exist and has been recovered by notable Georgian institutions. In the years following the January 1979 events, visitors to Lavan's house found no trace of the figure in yellow, except for the hole in the living room and the sculpture. It is likely that one of the survivors took the figure with them and hid it somewhere, waiting to be discovered at some point in history.
Again. Okay, there we go. Next, we got Garfield talking. It's a meme.
Huh? Oh, you want to know what these signs mean? Well, this one means no smoking. This one means no food. And this one means...
Wonder who that sign is for.
Your reign of terror ends today,
villain.
I think not, hero. My blade will destroy you in a single strike. My blade was made from ore, found in the furthest, most forsaken realms. It was then bathed in hot lava for millennia, and forged under a full moon, hammered into perfection by dwarven blacksmiths with autism.
My blade with
So
autism?
it's good. My blade was blessed by dark elf priests, high on DMT. It is
High on
imbued
DMT.
with every enchantment known to man. Every single one. My blade smells of lilacs. My
Oh my God.
blade possesses a 100% chance of decapitating its foes. It has been struck by lightning 1,000 times. Statistically impossible. Much like your chances of surviving this encounter, which to
breathing in
clarify
deeply.
is zero.
Zero.
My
My blade.
blade has been greased in
My
gnome
blade.
semen, so
Gnome
you know
semen?
it's good.
So you know it's
Once,
good.
My blade merely grazed the skin of a mighty dragon. The beast perished instantly, much like your mother when she first saw your face. Do you hear me, you f***ing cretin? My blade will tear you asunder. You will respect my blade.
With my blade. No, no.
What? But my blade,
my enchantments. See, the problem with blades like yours is they finish the job too quick.
Yeah.
My blade will rend you to a fine paste in 1 million strikes. Wait, is that
Toothpick.
a fucking toothpick?
Oh, yep. What, is that a fucking toothpick? Yes, it is. Alright, thank you, True Master Bob. You sent this in, Roman, here we go.
Hello and welcome to Bingo's convenience store. How can I convenience you?
Y'all got any Threes Burgers up in here?
Well, we remember him.
I don't, I've never heard of that in my life.
Mike.
This scroll says y'all got Threes Burgers right here.
3 burgers.
It says it right here.
Right here.
Can I get one of them?
We got hot dogs on the machine over there, and slushies.
And slushies.
I don't want a hot dog. If I wanted one, I would have grabbed it with my hands.
Okay, I'm new here. You gotta cut me a little bit of slack.
A little bit of slack.
Let me go ask around about the Threes Burger. I'll be right back. I don't know, man. I thought she was joking, but then she pulled out a scroll that said we did have Threes Burgers, and I just don't know anymore about it.
Pulled out a freaking scroll on you? Yeah, I don't think this place has used scrolls since like the 80s, so even if we did have whatever the hell that is, it's probably gone by now. I'd say just tell her the deal's expired, the scroll is old. Did you tell her about the hot dogs? We're really supposed to push those hot dogs.
Yeah, she freaked out on me about the hot dogs, man. Okay, I'll go figure it out. Look, ma'am, I don't know what a Threes Burger is, and we don't have them here right now.
I knew you were all savages.
I knew you were all savages.
You backwards idiots haven't even invented the Threes Burgers yet.
Oh, she's from the future.
I heard the rumors about you above grounders. I had to come see if it was true.
Oh, never mind.
Well, I'm going back to America too. The underground America.
Underground
where the
America.
mole people are.
We're mole people, huh?
Turns out she was a mole person. Dude, she stressed me the hell out.
Dude, she stressed me the hell out, dog. Alright, Strog sent this in. Here we go.
As a golden age of superheroes on television drew to a close, a new standard of realism emerged. Space and science fiction heroes grounded by their relatability, depicted as flawed and complex individuals burdened with power and responsibility, as opposed to just capes and clever gadgets.
I know it's quiet.
But this
I don't know why. That video itself is quieter.
It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Ralph.
Let me speed that up.
Hi, I'm Dan
It's
Lesser, and this is
not
the
Ralph.
history
Speed up.
of the greatest American hero.
Here, let's get that a little louder. Well, now it's loud. That was without me even doing anything. It got louder. We'll see if he's still talking loud or not when we get back to him. I did turn up a smidge. Little smidge. Little nudge. Max Headroom.
Thank you to Curiosity.
Hot dogs are temporary, but Threes Burgers are immortal. Hey, when you go and live in America too, you'll know, right?
Curiosity Stream is a subscription streaming service that offers
Don't act
thousands
like you
of
know.
non-fiction movies and shows from some of the world's best filmmakers.
It's gonna rain tomorrow, apparently.
Curiosity
8%
Stream
rain.
has millions of subscribers and new shows every week on history, science, tech, military history, and more. It's also extremely affordable at under $20 a year.
Great.
Curiosity Stream is about being curious. It's in the name, and they cover the entire spectrum of things that you might want to know more about. Check out First Man, a title that makes a bold claim on the internet. It's not about men who say first in the comments section on YouTube, but it does follow the trail of the great primates of 25 million years ago as they journey around the world, developing into Homo erectus and into Homo sapiens, eventually evolving to the point
I gotta go
where
Homo africanus or whatever its name is. Just Homo erectus.
many platforms. It's the world's
I mean,
first
Homo
streaming service
africanus
addressing our
is related
lifelong
to us
quest to
too.
learn, to explore, and more
Very
importantly,
distantly related, but still related to us.
click the link below or go to
I'm just saying, dog.
Galaxy Media and save 25% right now. That's only $14.99 for the whole year. Again, that's
It's Homo erectus to Homo
and thank you
sapiens.
again to
What?
Curiosity Stream for sponsoring this video.
I mean,
The Greatest American Hero is a live-action television superhero drama / comedy that aired 45
Homo
episodes over 3
sapiens,
seasons on
quote
the
unquote,
ABC network
us are
in
the
the
ones
US
that are
from
left.
1981 to 1983. Part Green Lantern, part Welcome Back Kotter, Ralph Hinckley is your friendly neighborhood reluctant hero. Ralph Hinckley is a mild-mannered high school teacher taking on the challenge of dealing with some of the toughest, most delinquent kids the city has to offer. Abandoned by every other educator and administrator that has crossed their paths, Hinckley believes he's the one who can make a difference in their lives. Meanwhile, on the verge of divorce, fighting for custody of his son, he is thrust into a world of fantastic adventure and incredible power. One night after taking his students on a field trip into the desert, he and Bill Maxwell, the FBI agent he recently met at a diner, are confronted by actual aliens from beyond the stars. Communicating through the radio in Bill's car, the aliens tell Ralph and Bill that they have been chosen to be protectors of the planet Earth. The aliens present them with a suit of extraordinary power, the instructions
we didn't mention him either.
And the organizational structure to carry out the mission. Ralph will be the one wearing the suit. Bill will provide information and intelligence assessment, helping guide Ralph as to where and when to use the suit's powers for the benefit of every living creature on Earth.
Every living
Bill
creature.
Aren't the best of partners. Bill is a federal agent dedicated to doing things by the book. Ralph literally lost the instruction booklet given to him by the aliens to operate the suit.
Good job.
It is their opposite nature that makes them perfect partners as they learn by doing. The duo is made a trio by the inclusion of Pam Davidson, Ralph's divorce attorney turned girlfriend, who is the only other person who knows Ralph's superheroic secret, and the secret alien origin of the supersuit itself, providing a third objective voice in the use of the incredible powers of the suit. Flight, super strength, invisibility, X-ray vision, speed, and a whole lot more that Ralph will have to figure out along the way. His hero's journey is going to be riddled with mistakes, failures, and experimentation, just trying to be a better hero, if not the greatest. The Greatest American Hero was created and produced by Stephen J. Cannell, fresh off a run of television production for Universal that included shows like The Rockford Files and Beretta, success that allowed him to establish his own company in 1979 called Stephen J. Cannell Productions.
Great.
The first series from Cannell Productions was 10 Speed and Brown Shoe, a detective/comedy series for ABC that inherited
writers. I thought that was okay.
Emmy-winning, recently canceled NBC series, The Rockford Files. After just one season of 14 episodes, ABC went back to Cannell looking for a more family-friendly series. ABC wanted a show with superheroes, with powers. CBS still had the Hulk and previous success with Wonder Woman. Superman had just been in theaters for a second time, and a new era of science fiction was booming after the success of movies like Star Wars, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and television
Damn
shows
aliens,
like
get out of here.
And Buck Rogers. ABC wanted a show that would air at 8 o'clock, which meant that it had to be suitable for a younger audience than Cannell's shows normally appealed to. Cannell said the only way he would do a superhero show is if he could have some fun with it. Perhaps he could do with superheroes what he had done with detectives in The Rockford Files. Take all of the cliches of the genre
and make them zany.
All over them. The Greatest American Hero was a different kind of superhero show. Unlike the Hulk or Wonder Woman or Superman, the powers came from the suit. Crafted by aliens, only wearable by Ralph Hinckley, those powers were non-transferable, so they were still bound to that individual. The character's character is what truly made him special. Cannell wanted to pursue stories motivated by the people, by the core characters of Ralph Hinckley, his girlfriend/attorney Pam Davidson, and FBI agent Bill Maxwell. He wanted to introduce superpowers into normal people's lives and see how that affected them, their relationships, their hopes and dreams, and what kind of people they could be. That's also
why are so many people dead? Damn you!
To control the suit because he lost.
Damn you, Ralph!
He's not Batman. He's not Captain America. He doesn't have mastery of all these abilities. He's usually just discovering them in the moment, under duress, and reacting the way a normal person might. Hilarity ensues. William Catt plays Ralph Hinckley, a character name that went through phases during the run of the series. Initially Hinckley, then changed to Hanley to avoid any association with the real-life John Hinckley Jr. He tried to kill President Ronald Reagan.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, that's right.
Hinckley after things cooled down a bit. Catt wasn't initially excited about playing a superhero. He was concerned about being typecast. Cannell met with him personally and convinced him to take the role, but he couldn't convince him to like the suit. According to Catt, he felt hideous. Which works for the performance because Ralph hates it too. That suit, like the character, is an original design for the series, complete with a chest emblem that stands for something. According to Cannell, it was created in a moment of mundane inspiration. When the costume designer asked him what the chest emblem was going to look like, Cannell confessed that he hadn't thought about it. The designer looked around the room, saw a pair of scissors sitting on the desk, held them upside down, and said, "There you go. Its visual resemblance to the Chinese kanji character Center resulted in the show being translated for Hong Kong as Flying Red Center Hero.
Flying Red Center Hero?
Wow. Recycle flying footage of Ralph given its symmetrical design, a problem that has plagued Superman film productions for decades. Comparisons to Superman couldn't be avoided. Some casual, like having a cape and being a superhero. Some were more specific, and that concerned Superman's parent company, Warner Brothers. Ralph's ability to fly, his speed, and the similarities of the costume were enough for them to take ABC to court in a lawsuit that was ultimately dismissed. Pam Davidson was played by Connie Selica. Bill Maxwell was played by veteran actor Robert Culp. Early on-screen tension between Ralph Hinckley and FBI agent Bill Maxwell was real. Initially, Culp and Kat weren't that fond of each other, and the production used it to their advantage.
That's right. These two guys don't like each other. Just use it.
I don't know how it happened or why I was chosen, but every time I...
This guy's a putz.
Suit. Something happened. And nobody understands. Not my friends.
Good God, Ralph. Superpowers.
Not my son.
Dad, what is that?
Daddy, you murdered so many people.
Agent that I know. Kid, you really are hopeless.
Yeah, you really are hopeless.
The greatest American hero.
Illegal aliens.
The greatest legacy of The Greatest American Hero is the theme song titled Theme from the Greatest American Hero, Believe It or Not.
Believe it or not,
Written by Mike Post and Stephen Geyer, performed by Joey Scarberry. The lyrics are inspired by the story of Ralph's unexpected entrance into the world of being a superhero, heavy emphasis on the reluctant part.
Yeah. Backtracking.
Look at what's happened to me. I can't believe it myself. Suddenly I'm on top of the world. It should have been somebody else.
That's right.
Flying away on a wing in a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me.
It's just me,
The song itself hit #2 on the Billboard Hot 100 in August of 1981 and still gets regular radio play today. It was Scarberry's biggest hit, although he would go on to write and record other songs. He teamed up with Mike Post again in 1983 to record the theme for another Cannell production, Hardcastle and McCormick. Stephen J. Cannell's hope for The Greatest American Hero was to avoid the tropes and cliches of...
But it happened anyways, so deal with it.
His plan was to focus on the relationships between the characters and the world they live in, while avoiding the churn of weekly plots that centered on the next calamity to be solved using the powers of the suit. ABC initially supported Cannell's approach to the series, but things changed in 1982.
But then the Fire Nation attacked.
Tom Werner left to form their own production company called Carsey Warner Productions. The new management at ABC pressed Cannell to shift the tone of the show for an even younger audience. Despite its positioning as a kids show, there wasn't a lot of licensed merchandise to go along with it.
Nope, no toys, huh?
Comprehensive assortment of action figures, vehicles, and playsets, and perhaps that was part of the problem for ABC. Mego was well versed in the licensing of television properties and superheroes, shows like Dukes of Hazzard, Chips, and Happy Days, and since 1972 they had been producing figures for their World's Greatest Superheroes line. Everyone from Superman to Shazam, Spider-Man, Captain America, and the Hulk. As they had done with shows like Buck Rogers and Dukes of Hazzard, Mego released a 3 3/4-inch scale version of Pam's convertible Volkswagen Bug with Ralph in the supersuit and Bill Maxwell.
Super suit.
It is a unique level of disrespect to produce Pam's car, but no Pam figure to go with it. While there may have been other ideas in mind for the 3 3/4-inch line, nothing else was ever produced. Similarly, according to Brian Heiler of the Mego Museum, the 8-inch figures were never produced for the mass market, even though samples of Ralph and Bill have surfaced in the years following. Years later, in the early 2000s, Dr. Mego and the FX Toy Show produced an extremely limited run of new Ralph Hinckley figures, an entirely new sculpt that had a much better likeness of William Cat, on a blister card reminiscent of the ones that would have been released in the early 80s, complete with card art by Jack Davis. The Greatest American Hero was a mid-season replacement when it first aired, meaning that it started in March instead of November and only had an abbreviated 8 episodes. But the response was positive, and the series was picked up for a full season of 22 episodes from November of 1981 to April of 1982. Unfortunately, the changes that came with the new ABC management weren't limited to the content of the show. It also affected scheduling. Greatest American Hero was a Wednesday night show for the first 2 seasons, but moved to Friday night to be paired with Stephen J. Cannell's new show, The Quest.
Oh,
Friday night
did
was
it now?
notoriously
We just
a
let
death
that
slot
happen?
where shows were sent to live out their last days on their way to cancellation. The Quest itself only lasted 5 episodes before it was canceled.
It was
Ratings
murdered in
slipped, and
cold
The Greatest
blood.
American Hero was ushered out before airing its last 4 episodes. 4 years later, a new Greatest American Hero pilot episode was put together that included 3 original core cast members, William Cat, Robert Culp, and Connie Selica. Intended to set up a new series, it tasked Ralph Hinckley with finding a replacement after his secret identity was revealed, and he became a celebrity because of it. Mary Ellen Stewart played Holly Hathaway, a teacher, environmentalist, and animal lover. Tonally, it picks up right where the original series left off, and in 1986,
And they just let that happen.
who passed on the series, choosing not to even air the pilot episode. The episode would be re-edited to a normal-length episode and added to the syndication package for the series, along with the 4 episodes of the original series that had never aired. All 5 episodes included in future releases on home video, a capstone to the story of Ralph Hinckley as a superhero.
And there you
The
go.
Greatest American Hero would resurface in the early 2000s, just as another age of superhero entertainment was beginning to set its roots. Following the success of X-Men in 2000 and Spider-Man
no.
in 2002,
Oh,
Disney
no.
was looking to adapt the series. as
Oh,
a TV
no.
Paul Hernandez, who had already written the screenplay for Disney's upcoming 2005 release Sky High, was going to write it after convincing Stephen J. Cannell himself
Sky High.
it was the right time
That
to
series.
Hernandez
Sorry,
was able
that
to
series.
track down
That
the original
movie.
costumes
Excuse
of
me,
the
I
original
almost said
costume
fucking
designer
series.
to show Cannell how serious he was. That said, nothing ever became.
Thank God.
In 2008, William Cat himself got in on the action with his own attempt to revive the franchise. His publishing company, Catastrophic Comics and Arcana Studios,
Catastrophic
published
Comics.
a 3-issue limited series that Cat himself wrote, reestablishing the origin and mythology of Ralph Hinckley in the alien suit with the events occurring in modern day as opposed to the early 80s.
Oh.
In 2009, another reboot was in the early
No,
70s.
stop it.
Eric Christian Olsen revealed that he had already been cast in a Greatest American Hero film that was supposed to be directed by Stephen Herrick.
But it didn't
The project
happen.
couldn't secure financing and was dead before it even had a chance to lose the instructions.
Thank
5
God.
years later, in 2014, Fox ordered a pilot
Stop
for
it.
a reboot. This time it was going to be produced by Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, the dynamic duo who had already produced a film adaptation of another Cannell TV series
What?
with 21 Jump Street and
Oh.
the sequel 22 Jump Street.
Oh,
In
yeah.
2018, ABC
Okay.
got back into the Greatest American Hero business with another attempted reboot, this time starring Hannah Simone. This pilot would have seen Simone as a 30-year-old tequila and karaoke enthusiast who has fruitlessly spent her life searching to find meaning, something that does not please her traditional Indian American family. But
Oh,
everything
boy.
changes when she is given
Traditional
a super suit to
Indian
be used
American
to protect
family?
the planet.
Oh,
Manachka
she's one
Khan
of
was
those.
attached as
Oh.
executive producer with Rock
Oh.
on writing, both of whom had worked on ABC's hit sitcom Fresh Off the Boat. Unfortunately, this pilot went the way of previous attempts as rumors suggested that Disney felt it was too off-brand for them.
No good. There it is, George.
Where could I be?
Yeah, there it is.
Believe it or not, I'm not home.
I'm not home.
Perhaps this world of ours isn't ready
Believe
for a
it or
superhero
not,
like
George
Ralph
isn't
Hinckley
at
or
home.
derivations
Please leave a
thereof.
message
Perhaps
at
this
the
world
beep.
oversaturated by superheroes
He
hasn't
must
quite
be
reached
out
the
or
point
he'd pick
where
up
we
the
can appreciate a
phone.
concept that
Where
subverts all
could
the
he
cliches of the
be?
genre the way the
Please
Greatest
leave a
American
message
Hero
at the
Perhaps the
beep.
series and the characters said
There it is,
everything they
that's
had
the whole
to say
thing.
about superheroes and the
I've
genre
totally
the
never
first
used that
time
for a
around,
voicemail
and there
message.
isn't
Never.
anything more that
With my
needs to
real
be
name.
said. For all
Never.
the heroic adventures that
I've
Ralph,
never done
Bill, and
that,
Pam
Jed. Why would I do
experienced
that?
together, it is the
You've
words
done
of
it.
Joey Scarberry
Don't
that
lie
have
to me. You've
persisted
done it.
over
All
the
of you.
years that speak to us today through our radios and streaming music services. Just like the light of a new day, it hit me from out of the blue, breaking me out of the spell I was in, making all of my wishes come true. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air I never thought I could feel so free, flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just Ralph Hinckley. I
Yeah.
faked that one. Thanks for watching. Please hit like,
Anyway,
hit
moving
subscribe
on.
if you're not already.
Parking lot wizard. Here we go.
We've got a wizard problem, gentlemen.
We have
Look
a
who's
wizard
outside again.
Whoa, dude, is that a real wizard?
He's outside selling dangerous mystical items to teenagers. Go stop
Wow.
him before he sells one of them up. Potion uploading or something.
I don't know,
What's up,
Pewter
boy?
Cat.
Bob
Why don't we
Simpson,
just
by
call
the
the
way.
cops now so we don't have to
Cops
go out there and
now.
talk to him? If he's a real wizard, he'll listen to our words of reason.
Willie?
I don't know, man. I mean, what's the point of a potion that makes you float anyway? I just think it sounds kind of stupid. What if it stops working when you're up in the sky and...
If you don't like that, I've got even more. In this jar are pickles that will make you feel tickles. And in this bag, I've got sand that can make you feel grand.
Alright, buddy. Let's cut out the pickles and tickles and stuff.
Hey, his name's
okay?
Gene. Look at
I'm
that.
not doing anything
Gene.
wrong. It's not like I'm selling rubber nips or a bong.
Rubber nips. Oh, kind.
Oh, it's Vinny?
Wise wizard. Could you please leave the premises?
It's Vinny.
Thank
Alright.
A
Here it is.
restful cue.
I hear it now. It took a minute. It's
Working
Vinny.
for the man. Such a rube.
Look, man. I work here to help pay for crashing at my bud's crib, yo.
Yeah, you can't really talk because you're the guy sitting here in a parking lot selling feel-good sand.
I've got magical powers, though.
Yeah? Well, I've got pepper spray.
I've got pepper
And
spray.
a phone with 911 already dialed.
Don't call the cops.
Don't call the cops.
Shit. I
Shit.
haven't paid child support in months. I don't need this kind of heat, man. Whatever, I'll go. There's always a market for my shit. I know my worth. I know how hot I am. Losers.
Losers.
You don't even have magical powers. You can't brew awesome potions. I got hoes, too. I get hoes with my potions.
Yeah, hoes.
They all love potions.
Hoes love potions.
I bet you fools haven't even seen a pixie or an elf. I see shit like that all the time.
Oh my god.
Leaving here doesn't bother me. I live in the Twisted Woods. Elves and pixies and shit 24/7. Green goblins, blue ghouls. Keep working for the man, dumbasses.
Dumbasses.
Keep it up. I've had at least 12 people tell me how dope my spells are and how cool my magic is. So yeah.
So yeah.
I don't think I really like wizards anymore.
No. Alright, Strogs and listen, here we go. Acting.
With
Arthur's
me,
acting
Arthur
tape.
Van Welt. My acting tape is designed
that's
to transform
creepy.
you into a one-of-a-kind performer. Isn't that right, buddy? Buddy. Oh, no, buddy. Buddy.
Oh shit! Did he kill him?
Arthur has
Understanding
such a
nuance
deep
performances.
understanding of nuance better than any other actor I've ever seen.
God. Nuance? No, that's nuanced. Perform any
Simply
character imaginable.
He's a modern-day Shakespeare.
Oh god.
Little baby boy, little baby.
Oh no. Ah. The Asian music. Create authentic characters. My wife. Order now. Acting with Arthur. Only $20? What a steal. For that kind of talent? Damn. Ramen, you sent this in. It's a stone, Luigi. Bleakers. Here we go. I've definitely seen stuff for this channel before, by the way.
Luigi, look.
Look. Oh boy. Yes. Oh. Time's going. Luigi, look. Are they remembering something? That's a dread. Phew! Ah, sorry. That's a loud ass sneeze. It's a stone, Luigi. It always was a stone. Brother, the princess, the castle, it's all real. We're still in the creepy Turtle Street. Domain, let's creepy turtles domain. Why you out here sipping, chibi? Creeping on the Louis, who say this? Everybody knows. Just Luigi just breaks down singing that. Don't save her. There's some deep dread going on here. Excuse me. We gotta get rid of these mushrooms, yeah. For real. There's no going back, Luigi. God. Oh my god, the eyeballs. It's a stone, Luigi. Terminal 7 in progress, yeah. He never knew. And Mario never knew either. They can't make it in the world they thought they could. They thought they were from. They just weren't ready for it. 'Cause it's in the pipes! It's a stone, by the way, I love the name of this video. It's a stone in focus, Luigi. Yeah, they're not there anymore. Oh, there they are. Oh, they're just listening to the music. They're literally just listening to the music.
Oh boy, my stuff.
No, it's Link.
Wow, thanks.
They're just listening to Link's music. No wonder they got fucked up. Ooh. That's why they're all fucked up. They're listening to the stuff Link would listen to. Beautiful. Anyway, moving on from that. Here we go. Strugs in the
You
sun.
said you'd clean the toilet. You said you'd clean the. You said you'd clean your search history, but I found it. It's so sticky. Wonder why? Listen up, bitches. Oh, yeah, you
Bitches.
like that? Yo, Jay Delio here with the pineapple popper. It's a handy grenade that can blow up any mess. Here
Oh,
we
boy.
are at a 1-star rated Taco Bell, and you know the toilet's backed up.
Ew.
Stay away from that new Chalupa Gina Supremo taco thing.
Chalupa
Trust me.
Gina.
Let's see if the pineapple popper can get this bell ringing again. All you gotta do is set your preferred explosion size, pull the pin, give it a squeeze, and say goodbye to those stings. Now hold the lid down and brace for impact. Did you hear what I said? Everybody back up. This thing's gonna fucking
It's gonna blow up. Yep. Ooh.
Wow, look at all that foam. And it smells so good. Watch as it dries and cleans in seconds.
Wow.
Yeah, damn. It's bussin'.
It's bussin'.
Pineapple popper works just like any grenade. But the secret is in my thick foamy PP formula, which is a pineapple-infused all-purpose cleaner that's non-toxic.
That's
and
not
you know
toxic.
what that means. Enough talk. Ugh.
Oh shit. He drank it.
Oh, shucks. I must have trashed my place last night in some sort of psychotic rage.
You know, as you do.
See, well, I was doing my own independent research on that ayahuasca stuff.
And the ayahuasca?
And man, did it upset my tummy. I was vomiting all over the place. And then I was surrounded by these awful creatures.
Oh,
not
the
from this
Greys.
world. And they just wouldn't stop laughing at me and teasing me and calling me gamer words. And I
Gamer
just couldn't
words?
stop crying and... Oh, how am I supposed to get these stains out? Don't worry, my friend. One toss of the pineapple popper ought to clean this up. Let's send those demons and those stains right back to hell.
Oh, okay. Stand down, Delio. This looks like a job for Big Corporate Clean.
Big corporate clean. Oh boy.
It's those over-sexualized name brand cleaning mascots.
Over-sexualized
And me and my
clean.
boys here are gonna
Mr. Clean,
fucking
Brawny Man, and
spread our soapy, sudsy
Oh my
loads
God.
all over this dirty butt fucking mess.
Fuck yeah. And here I am, the president of the Mr. Clean online community. I even have all of his limited edition merchandise and action figures.
and action figures, Mr. Clean.
Clean, I need you to clean my
Oh
whole
no!
house and every
Oh
room
no!
that's in it.
Oh no! I didn't even know that.
God, just look at him. He's like the white Michael Jordan of cleaning.
Michael Jordan.
Fuck off, you bald asshole.
Oh, is he gonna clean everything?
Needs Mr. Clean. I'm a dirty little boy. I'm a dirty little boy.
Oh, yep. He's dead.
Son of a bleach! What the scrub was that?
Mr. Clean, I think I'm dying. Can you save me?
This
No.
is so unclean. Let's mop up out of here, boys.
And just like that, the pineapple foam lifts the tough stains out.
Wait, is
Well,
he
it
not?
looks
Is
like
he
we
not
missed a
dead?
spot. Good thing I keep them things on me.
Them thing on me. Wait, he died?
Pineapple popper
I
is
can't
an
tell if he
officially
died or
licensed
not.
Concealed carry cleaner. Take it with you on the road.
I can't tell if that man died. Or if they just cleaned his soul.
What's that smell?
No smell.
I'm pretty sure this Uber guy shit himself. Good thing the pineapple popper has smoke grenade mode, which is gonna...
Oh God, what have you done? My eyes are they burn, I cannot see.
Yeah. No. Time to die.
Ooh, hot doggy. Looks like that J. Delio done got himself in a
KFC?
But I'm sure he'll figure it out. In the
Colonel.
meantime, I'd like to use this commercial opportunity to tell you all about my latest addition to the KFC menu. Introducing my double dick down booty hole brown meal. 2 delicious long dicks wrapped in a fried chicken bun with a booty hole chocolate brownie on top. Let's check in with the reviews live and see how folks are enjoying this brand new delicious dick stuffed meal.
Yo, it's your girl,
Oh, God.
Monster 69.
Sea-Monster
Now,
69,
Before we
it's
talk about
Ursula.
all the delicious drama and do our daily crab boil, I just gotta try this new dick meal from KFC. Oh my God, that's
Oh
so
my
good.
God.
I cannot wait to turn that into ink later. Now make sure you
Wow.
use my link for gamer supplements, guys.
Gamer
Check out
supplement-
our
gamer
sponsor,
subs?
Under the Sea Algae Supplements.
Under-
All right, now let's see
Gamer
what this
subs.
dicks are all about.
This is disgusting. Who the hell's watching this crap? Avast, you foul beast of the deep!
Oh, she ate it.
Oh my God, what the hell was that?
Oh.
Now that's what I call a mukbang.
You already know.
Hey,
I'm rolling
hey,
out
Guy
with the
Fieri.
most wicked wild jumps, brother. One time my guts were rocking and rolling.
Always good to
after
see Guy.
karaoke, and I
He's one of my
gobbled up a
favorites.
6-pack of slutty sirloin sliders.
Destroyer of toilets.
Oh fuck! I'm just thinking about it. My throat's starting to lubricate itself. Ugh. Anyways, I didn't even make it to the porcelain throne. I shotgun sharded up the walls.
Shard up the
Whoa.
walls.
Thank God I had a pineapple popper on me to clean that shit up.
As a mom with teenage boys,
Karen
you wouldn't
mothers.
believe the stains and glue-like messes I come across on a day-to-day basis. But with the simple toss of a popper into the wash, the laundry is done instantly. It saves me time and instills fear into my children.
Instills
It's like
fear
a
'cause it
weapon.
blows
I love
up?
it so much. Every red, white, and blue blood
Tom
Americans
Hickson.
don't love throwing these little damn things around. And to all you fucking haters that are
Them
trying to
there
get
haters.
it banned because you think it's not safe, fuck you.
Fuck
I
you.
bet you love getting on your knees and scrubbing the floor with a sponge, pussy. I'll fucking light one up right now. I ain't afraid of fucking shit.
Yo. Up.
I love the plopper.
But wait!
Wait.
There's more.
More.
I'll even throw in my pineapple launcher.
Oh,
It's
boy.
great for taking out big messes. Oh no, look out! Homeless people! Time to clean up these streets!
Oh my god.
There you go! One for you! Watch your face!
Watch your face.
Oh, sorry! This is fun!
This is fun. Beautiful. You'll love to see it. Alright. Here we go. Next. You said this in ramen. Fifi Madness. There. Finish off the beer. Oh, Fifi. Oh god. Mama in quotations. I'm gonna guess on that.
I'm reporter Yuria, reporting live at the scene of yet another mass killing, this time at a small Nexus Core base near Nevada Center. Around 34.
Yep. Fifi Madness. I'm ready for an animal. Just attacking. Good job, guy. Here we go. Fifi's going. Kill them all. Damn, Fifi. That's crazy. And violent. What the fuck? Up. Yeah, they're killing each other. Trying to kill Fifi. Damn. Happy birthday, Madness Day. Damn, this guy's fucked. Oh, Willow's her name, apparently. Oh, Hank, a fucking Hank Pinata. Maybe it was a woman, but she's a pansexual. I'm gonna guess if that's what that was. It's gay. That's what it is. Just gayness. Puppy. Good dog grunt. That's right. The gamer chair. Help. Playing Doom. Doom Eternal. He is. Drinking gamer subs. G Fuel. He's drinking G Fuel. Good job. Fuck your computer. That's the big bad of the series. There he is. Look at his eyeballs.
Ladies, gentlemen, corpses, and everything in between. Welcome to tonight's Wister 6 in the morning show. To recap our last episode, our brave and fucking stupid victims, I mean contestants, run through the... Hold on, what's this called? Let me see. The Cave of Crushed Dreams. Who keeps writing that shit?
Keeps writing that shit.
Mihai. Well, Mihai is gonna kick in the nuts after this show. Anyways, my favorite little numbers to keep my show afloat. In today's episode, our lovely contestant.
Right, moving on. Hard time on planet Earth. Drugs on the sudden. Here we go. Here's the intro for Hard Time on Planet Earth.
The council is termination.
Oh boy.
Because of your heroic services as a warrior, you are exiled to the primitive planet Earth.
No, that primitive world, Earth, awful.
You restrain your hostility. This
You can
control
do that?
unit will monitor you.
Hostility? Not good.
Not good, dog.
The sentence is passed.
We're turning you into a human. A GQ model. The worst punishment of all. Ow. Hard time on planet Earth. That's a hippopotamus. I don't know if that was a real hippopotamus or not, but that was a hippopotamus. CGI. Quirky. Oh, it's Martin Cove! Oh, look at that. I didn't realize that was Martin Cove. Took me a minute. Oh, yeah, it's the bad guy from Karate Kid. Martin Cove. Yeah, okay. Rise of the Decayed. This is from Saria. More of this. Here we go. I've not seen this one. I'm interested. The second one being really good. The third one should be even better. Here we go. It's the blue guys again. But they're green guys now. And the red guys are back. Oh shit. Oh, got him. Ooh. I'm saluting. We're going to the ice part where we saw last time. Oh, we're going somewhere else. Some swampy swamp. I wonder if the decay would be here. Something tells me it will be. Oh, Stegosauruses. I think I saw a Quetzal. Pretty sure I saw flying ones. Oh, eyeballs. Alligator?
What is it, Captain?
There's a sickness here. Do you sense it?
I do.
I do.
It is something I'd heard whispers about before, but never did I.
He almost looks like LeVar Burton.
Put it down.
No, that's not what I was thinking of. Am I?
Turn it over.
It's almost like it was Jax. Oh. A symbol, an eye. No. Oh,
Show
I can
me
see.
your hands. Your hands. Okay. Leave the kill. Mutilate the body. Make it seem like an animal attack. We must leave no trace that we were here.
Captain.
Do as I say. We should never have taken this path.
Uh-oh, there they are. Uh-oh. Oh, they're getting killed. By the decayed. Oh, they are decayed. Look at their bodies. They're all red. Like they're zombies. Ooh. Okay, so there's another faction. The Decayed. We have the red and blue guys versus each other. Now we've got green joining the team, and they're probably zombies. Witch zombies or something. They're alive. For now. Ooh.
Careful. They bite. Calm yourselves. I have a plan. You know what they are. The truth of these creatures. It is the Blue Song's only secret.
Oh, they know something. The Blue Song's only a secret. They never talked about the Decayed.
These abhorrent things were once like us.
Oh.
Tamers of the wilds, beholders of a grand civilization. The Blue
Like
Song
the Flood?
Empire was built upon their foundations. Now look at them. Twisted, unnatural, detestable things.
Oh, they're the original ones.
We've all heard of them. In hearsay and in fairy tales. Creatures skulking in the night. The dark ones. The decayed.
2 moons.
The fell.
The Fell, oh.
Our Chancellor forbids the study of any sort of sorcery. And the tragedy of our fallen forefathers is why.
Oh boy. Eyes opening. Or possessed by it. Oh, sacrificing. Something more alive. Yep. Oof. Is he possessed now too? Uh-oh.
I know of the gods they call upon now. Many of the transcended ones are indifferent to our existence.
Oh, but one's not.
But not this one. No. This one finds our little lives ever so fascinating.
Uh-oh. He had a mark the whole time. Damn.
It took but moments for the thing to break my mind. I screamed. I pleaded. And it takes a great effort for the thing to project what is left of me to communicate with you now. This is not out of pity, kindness, final farewell. No.
No. It's evil.
This is its game. And after what I have seen, I am truly sorry.
Oh, God. Are they gonna take them now? There's what's going on? Is it coming? It's coming out of the pit. 100% it's coming out of the pit. Oh my God! Look at it. Cthulhu dinosaur. Cthulhu dinosaur. Oh yeah, Cthulhian dinosaur. Oh, his brain's breaking. That guy's just running. Yeah, gotta try to dodge that. Keep fucking running. Oh, got him. Oof. Got by a Spinosaur. Damn. No eyes. Ooh. Yeah, now if we're talking about evil so far, this seems to be the most evil faction in this whole thing. God. There's its eyes. Oh, God. The deadlights. Oh, he's gone. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Damn. Rise of the Decayed. That was terrifying. Thanks for that, Nathan. Moving on. Here we go.
This video was sponsored by Skillshare. Them in a bit. Remember Star Trek? You had Picard, Kirk. Good times. Good times. Then they ruined it.
Yes, they did.
Mass Effect, Terminator, Pirates of the Caribbean,
Knowledge
and
Husk.
so on and so forth. No franchise is immune from death.
Nope.
From falling into irrelevance.
Yep.
Nothing is too big to fail. And neither was Star Wars.
That's
I know
what
for
they
like the
thought.
past decade or so,
Speed.
one of the most
We're gonna
common
do
talking points on the
1.25.
internet
Here we
is
go.
how Disney killed Star Wars. You know, Disney, they killed Star Wars. They stabbed him right in the face. But nobody seems to agree exactly how they killed Star Wars. I assume everyone can agree, though, that it's dead. Recently, the Disney
It's
Plus
dead.
streaming show The
That's
Acolyte was not renewed for a second season. Now, this is interesting because, one, the show explicitly set up for a second season, and two, it's a Star Wars show. The fact that a Star Wars TV show could even underperform so badly that it doesn't get a conclusion to its plotline is astounding. Yet, here we are.
Yeah, here we
It
are.
wasn't a huge surprise to most. We knew that the viewership was low. We knew that the numbers were down.
Oh, yeah.
And we knew this thing cost a lot of money to make.
Oh, yeah.
This whole situation is more than just a little bit embarrassing. But this alone isn't what killed Star Wars. And it wasn't the stupid Ubisoft game either. No, Star Wars was dead way before this point. And I kind of want to just figure out how this happened. Skillshare has the largest online learning community for creatives, with thousands of classes in countless categories, from music production, marketing, illustration, game design, graphic design, and so much more. So I've been doing YouTube for like 8 years now, and making thumbnails has always been a complicated process. Because I don't have Photoshop, I gotta make the whole thing inside Final Cut Pro. To get a good quality picture, I gotta play this in full screen, pause it several frames after it starts, you gotta press Command-Shift-3, and sometimes this weird watermark gets in the way. It's a whole process. Not fun. And yeah, a lesson, automate your Final Cut Pro screenshots, batch export stills from video, taught me I can just save any frame to a PNG and make a thumbnail that way, which is significantly easier. This is a part of a learning path, a series of lessons about Final Cut Pro on Skillshare. And new updates to Skillshare make it easier to find classes based on specific software that you want to learn. And by the end of this course, you'll be able to make your own videos in Final Cut Pro. The first 500 people to use my link in the description will receive a 1-month free trial for Skillshare. Get started today. Star Wars. Star Wars is a big series, very popular. Lots of people really seem to like it. If you look at the top grossing media franchises of all time, not just movies, Star Wars is not at the top, actually. It's Pokemon. But right beneath that is also not Star Wars. Keep going. There we are. But here's the thing. A vast majority of Pokemon and Mickey Mouse and Winnie the Pooh's value comes from the merchandise.
Yes.
Just the merchandise. The toys, the plushes, the puppets, the toothbrushes. Star Wars is different. Its value is more spread out between movies, shows, books, games, and merch. Far more so than any of these other top franchises. Honestly, you could make a really good argument that Star Wars is the single most valuable media franchise in the world. Or at least it was. Until Disney killed it. Look, Star Wars has seen its fair shares of ups and downs well before Disney got its greedy little paws on it. So yeah, they really didn't do that bad at the box office, all things considered. But even still, Disney stopped making Star Wars movies. They moved the franchise from the silver screen to Disney Plus, and this was likely because of 2 films. One was, Solo was Star Wars.
Solo was bad.
Turns out audiences did not have much interest in seeing a Han Solo movie that did not star the guy that made, that was Han Solo. Yeah. Who would have guessed? The other film was Episode 9, The Rise of Skywalker, the conclusion to Disney's sequel trilogy. Now, on paper, those numbers seem pretty decent. Episode 9 didn't do that bad, but it also didn't do that well. It made less money than Episode 8, which made less money than Episode 7, which means people were just losing interest.
Yes,
domestically, in the US, adjusted for inflation, it actually did worse than Rogue One. The conclusion to all of Star Wars, the end of Star Wars, did worse than Rogue One. And then the franchise just moves over to streaming. The first Disney Plus Star Wars show was The Mandalorian. You might remember him. The show started off really strong in terms of viewership, cultural relevance, and critical reviews. Season 1 was a big deal. People liked it. And it showed something kind of unique about Star Wars that before this point was just speculation. You could have a show that had almost nothing to do with Jedi or Sith or lightsabers. You have this unknown character disconnected from the larger world, and it still worked. People tuned in. It proved that Disney did not need to keep bringing back nostalgia bait characters to keep the general public's interest. If you had a good story, good writing, an overall good TV show, people were going to tune in. Quality was the secret ingredient. And Disney just could not figure this out. No, they took all the wrong lessons away from this. Kathleen Kennedy is genuinely awful at her job. I don't know how she's still employed here at Disney. I don't know if she has something on Bob Iger, some embarrassing photos from a Christmas party, but seeing her single-handedly destroy what was at one point the most valuable franchise in the world is impressive, actually. It's impressive. Rather than take away the lesson that a good show would gain more viewers, Disney just hijacked The Mandalorian and turned it into a jumping off point for countless new Star Wars spin-offs. After all, if audiences could warm up to Mando, then they could warm up to anybody else. And after this, it started to fall apart. There's often this saying online that nobody hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. And I agree, because that's just common sense. That's how things work. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's apathy. And that's also how franchises die, but when the audience becomes apathetic, when they stop complaining. And look, I think this is exactly what happened to a lot of people.
Which they should have done with Star Wars a long time
ago.
ago.
Who were invested in this universe and got angry when it started to fall apart, but I think a lot of people just started to become apathetic as it continued to get worse. Yeah, you might see people online complaining about The Acolyte or the new Star Wars video game or all that stuff, but I'm sure the general public just doesn't
care, no.
Because to them, Star Wars already died a long, long
Oh, yeah.
time ago. Disney just doesn't understand what
Hey,
Star Wars
Sasha.
fans like. They also don't understand common sense.
No, they
I
do
get that
not.
they like money. That's kind of their whole thing.
Hi, Sasha.
But sometimes the best way
You
to make
stepping
that
something,
money
Emily?
is to respect the fans
What?
and respect your brand. So we've learned a few things over all these years. At one point, it was kind of assumed that you could just
Like, she stepped,
slap
like,
the Star
right in
Wars
front of the
name on
computer and,
anything,
like, pulled
and
her
it would
hand away
sell.
twice. I'm like,
But
what's that
clearly,
about?
that's not the
Is there,
case.
like, water from
the
the
Han
bottle
Solo
or
movie.
something
Yeah,
that
it
was
was
over there?
probably a flop in large part to it being, again, a Han Solo movie without Harrison Ford. But I have to imagine if this had released before The Last Jedi, as opposed to like 6 months after, it probably would have performed a lot better. With the power of hindsight, I think it's pretty clear that that film, Episode 8, The Last Jedi, that was the point where the fan base kind of fractured.
Yep.
I think a lot of people forget that before this point, a lot of people, even Star Wars fans, were actually pretty happy with Disney owning the franchise. Yes, there were some debates, there was some backlash due to some decisions, but overall, people seemed optimistic. It wasn't until Episode 8 where things just fell apart. Right here, Episode 8 seems to be where Disney lost its core fan base. Core fans, they're important. You know, the hardcore fans, the people that will go out and consistently buy your stuff, that will tell people about your stuff. Yes, they're not a majority of the consumers, but they are always going to be your most important customers. See,
Yes.
most people that like Star Wars don't love Star Wars. They just kind of like Star Wars. They're aware of Star Wars. You know, they
That's
think
right.
that Dark Vader is kind of cool. Big fan of the little green dude.
little
They felt that
green
the death
dude.
of Spock was handled tastefully. I guarantee you that most people that watch Star Wars Episode 7 have no idea what an Ahsoka is.
No.
But here's the thing, even if most people are casual fans, you still need to get the core
You do.
fans on board to get the casuals interested. But if you push away this core fan base for long enough, if you just keep telling them, yeah, we don't really need you anymore, eventually they're gonna leave.
Yep.
And they're not gonna come back. And they're not gonna tell the non-fans, the casuals, the general audience
Nope.
to watch your stuff.
They will not.
Star Wars not only couldn't sustain itself, you know, in movie theaters, in the box office, but it can't even sustain itself with Disney Plus
No, it
streaming
cannot.
shows at this point. They've pissed off the original fans, they've failed to get new ones, and at this point, who's left? People hate
Nobody.
watching The Acolyte to see what wacky stuff Harvey Weinstein's assistant comes up with this week.
for
So
real.
how would you fix this? Well, honestly, it would not be that hard. Like, you could probably grab a random
in
Star
there?
Wars fan. No, a random
She's
person
right in front of my
off
computer.
the street,
She's
put
shaking
them in
her
charge
head.
of this franchise, and they would do
Okay.
a better job than Kathleen
Okay.
Kennedy. You could get somebody who doesn't
Alright.
know or care about Star Wars to tell you why creating a movie that is a
Scratch behind her
continuation
ears.
of a TV show with plummeting ratings is a bad financial move. Or take
Shaking
something
her head
like,
'cause of
I
that.
don't know, the video games. Disney doesn't develop Star Wars games themselves. They license out the property to big publishers.
Yes, they
But
do.
even in the case of Respawn's games that were received pretty well, that only came about because Disney made the initial terrible decision to give the license to EA. EA voted worst company in America twice. By
Yes.
doing this, Disney kind of ended up doing more harm than good to the Star Wars brand because Disney just picked the highest bidder. I have to imagine they did the same thing when it came to Ubisoft.
Yep.
Yeah, the new game, Star Wars Outlaws by Ubisoft, has
Awful.
received pretty mixed reviews. It has not sold
Awful.
well, it has done terribly. Ubisoft is like dying over there, and everybody's asking why. Well, I mean, for one, doesn't seem like that good of a game. That's
No.
probably a big part of it. But also, there's just, you know, common sense stuff. If Star Wars Outlaws starred Han Solo or Boba Fett, it probably would have brought more people in than this standard fare Ubislop. But instead, the publisher
Ubislop,
had to
that's
leave
for
their own
sure.
mark on the Star Wars universe, which resulted in an utterly forgettable game that nobody will mention in a year from now,
No.
except for when people do retrospectives on how Ubisoft went bankrupt. Yeah, the failure of Star Wars Outlaws is on Ubisoft. Disney did not make this game, but
Nope.
Disney should have known better than to pick Ubisoft as the
yeah.
publisher. Like, what happened to the days when LucasArts would handpick talented developers to make good Star Wars games? Remember that? Remember
Yep.
those days? In recent years,
Long
I think
gone.
Disney just forgot what makes a brand valuable. Let's take something like the MCU. While initially there was a level of prestige with this, you know, this thing, when that was new, most films, almost every film, was at least decent, if not good. And the expectation was
more.
that if you went and seen the new MCU film, you were at least going to be entertained. You'd have an enjoyable time.
Nine
Of course,
more.
over the years, there was a few misses, but the good outweighed the negative. But then there was more misses, and then more bad movies, and then more bad movies than good movies. And all the prestige and the goodwill that was built up, that vanished.
Yes,
and
it
films
did.
started making a lot less money. The next Marvel MCU film could be good, or it could be a disaster, and nobody really knows because the Marvel name in film doesn't really mean anything anymore.
doesn't.
The brand has lost all its goodwill and all its prestige.
Oh, yeah.
And this is really what happened to Star Wars over the past decade. Yeah, before this point, Star Wars had misses. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that Episode 2 was actually a masterpiece. But there was a lot more good in the property than bad, whether it be shows or games or just anything. But now it's almost entirely bad, with extremely few exceptions.
Yep.
Too much of anything is annoying, but too much of a bad thing is really annoying.
Yes, it
when
is.
Disney starts pumping out streaming show after streaming show, project after project, it doesn't give you a chance to miss Star Wars.
No.
Instead, it makes it really easy to dislike Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
If I go into a
And
store and I
dislike
see
Marvel,
a Baby
too,
Yoda
by the
toy,
same note.
it actively annoys me. Something goes off in my brain neurons that tells me this thing bad.
This
It's
thing is
all
awful.
oversaturation. You know, it gets to a point where Star Wars, which was once kind of cool, has just become
I don't know if it was
lame,
ever cool.
generic
It was-
corporate
it was
garbage
just
slop,
this.
pumped out month after month, year after year, designed by committees and executives who think they know what will sell, but it's not selling. I do think Star Wars is dead, and I think the reason it's dead above all else is because it kind of got too big. Say what you want about George Lucas and his prequels, but at least it was the product of a man and a vision. But under Disney, under this corporation, it's just too enticing for Hollywood hacks, for corporate executives to sink their claws
God,
into.
Lizzie Helen.
This property starts attracting these kinds of vultures
Oh,
who
yeah,
just want to
culture
use it for their
vultures.
own personal gain rather than respect the fans and the source material.
They're never gonna do that.
I actually liked Porgs.
Why?
Again, huge thanks to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. I think it's a great service. I think you should check.
Anyway. Stupid Star Wars alien. Oh, I don't know why I just skipped that. 1 second, I'll go right back. We still have a few videos left. We're going a little late tonight, everybody. Probably be near 1, I guess, when we end. We'll see. I kind of hope we can try to end by 12:30, but
Well,
it's probably not
thanks
going
to
to be in the
Sean
card.
for setting the
So we got
table
some other
here as we
videos.
get things underway
Titties.
at LFC 41
Alright, I'm
Lingerie
gonna speed some
Fight
stuff
Club
up,
here
though.
at the FSW Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. It is a lingerie fighting championship.
I mean, once we
a
get
little
past
bit
the,
of MMA, a
you
little
know,
bit of
using some
wrestling,
video
a
stuff,
little
it'll should be
bit of
really
clothing.
quicker.
And this is Samiha,
I
the
can speed some of this
goddess
stuff up.
Glam, who recently made her return after a lengthy hiatus. Looking forward to seeing her back tonight.
And her opponent, representing Team
Booty. Let's see who she's fighting.
Her opponent tonight will be Coven, a boxer.
A boxer.
Hailing from right here in Las Vegas. You take a look at the tail of the tape right there, the big numbers that stand out.
5'4",
the experience
5'3".
for Glam, and of course a big weight differential as well.
Glam.
Yeah. Huge
Oh, she weighs
difference.
more, much
Huge
more.
difference, but
150,
Coven, she's
105,
tough. She wants to get back
105,
in there.
damn.
We had her debut last event, but she didn't get the win. But you see how she fails or performs tonight.
Those tits are so big.
The following round is scheduled for 3 rounds at 3 minutes per round. Introducing first, fighting out of the pink corner with a record of 6 wins with 4 losses. She's a wrestler standing 5 feet 4 inches tall. She weighed in at 150 pounds. Fighting out of New York, New York.
New York, New York. She's calling to.
And her opponent fighting out of the red corner with a record of 0 wins with 1 loss. She's a boxer standing 5 feet 3 inches tall, weighing in at 105 pounds. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Coven! Your referee, Tori Creedon, with instructions.
Alright, let's hear the instructions.
Good team fight. No stand-up strikes to the face.
No
Take
strikes to the
yourself out
face.
once, watch your fingers. Got it? All right, touch gloves if you want to.
All right, final instructions there from Tori Creedon. Our first bout of the night here at LFC 41. Samiha Glam and Coven, of course, who returns for the second time. I was going to say, really had a tough matchup the first time around. I mean,
Yeah,
you come
she
in
sure
right
did.
against Monica Garcia, a massive weight difference the first time around. Still similar this
Still a
time,
weight
but
difference,
not
yeah.
quite the experience and power level. And right away, Coven is in top position. A much different start for her here.
Yeah, unfortunately, she suffered a concussion in that last one at
Concussion.
the end of the fight a little bit early. So hopefully this fight doesn't end the same way for her, and looking pretty good, except for unfortunately gets reversed
I was
there.
going to
but-
say, as soon as you praise her, a little bit of reversal, but now she's back on top again, and they're just rolling through
They're
training
rolling,
positions
rolling,
here,
rolling,
trying
rolling.
to establish dominance here in the opening minute here at LFC 41. Getting a little close to the side there. Tori Creedon right on top of it. And we're going to get a restart on the feet, which you think would favor the boxer in Coven. See if Samiha Glam wants to go back to the takedown right away, although
Yeah, great job catching that kick.
Beautiful work there. A little bit of a slip maybe to the floor there. I thought she was going to be able to
Little slip
capitalize,
slide.
but instead, it's Samia Glam, the wrestler on top, and this is not where Coven wants to be.
Looks like she, I thought she was trying to set up for an armbar there. Good job for Coven to turn that over. Yeah, get a little payback.
Beautiful reversal, and now she's pounding away from top position, although just as I say that, once again, another reversal. These two just continuously trading dominant position.
Yeah, with that size difference, that is so tough, so tough. Got to give Coven all kinds of credit for being able to kind of put up with that difference. Such a strength difference.
Yeah, it
Look at
really
that.
has been. I mean, the two
Okay,
matchups
sneeze.
that she's had thus far
You
in
good?
her LSC career.
Oh, there it is. Oh, ow, that hurt.
Oh,
That
a
hurt my
shot
soul,
to the
shit.
face there. It appeared to me, Tori Creedon had
Wow, she
ducked
took down the
through
biggin.
a little bit, and you see Joel Kane. I think he's trying to protest as well.
She hit her in
It
the
looked
face.
to me like a clearly illegal shot.
Yeah. Let's see.
We'll take a look here at the replay. You see Tori Creedon there trying to separate the two.
Oh,
And,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, a big right hand.
Yeah,
Clearly,
right to
that
the
was a
face.
standing shot to the face. That is
Yeah, that was a shot to the
clearly
face.
illegal.
Clearly illegal, but she's
Tori
gonna get the win.
Creedon didn't see it. I wonder if Holly May saw it. The Prez is pulling double duty tonight. You take a look at there at the bottom of your screen. She's doing timekeeping as well.
Oh,
So
there
you
she
wonder
is, the
where
president. Got her tits out.
her
She's
attention
doing
was.
timekeeping. I can't do my job and do all this too. Booty.
Tough position to be in. The referee definitely, I think, was trying to separate him, pull him out of that corner. I don't know if maybe she was hooked on the ring and she was trying to get in there. Didn't make sense at first why she was trying to get in there and separate, but that's such an unfortunate finish.
50 seconds in round one by knockout.
Yeah, she got it.
Fighting out of the red corner,
Alrighty, there you go.
Coven is awarded the victory, so apparently no.
Robin, you sent this in.
So on this channel,
Change
I like
this one
horror
up.
games and I like games. So I've built up something resembling a
Good 20
collection over
minutes.
the years. But there are a handful of games that have proved too expensive and rare for me to possibly
1.25
obtain.
speed, here we go.
So I resorted to the dark side of emulation.
Emulation.
And gave them a try. What's more, I've sorted this video by ascending order of how
These
much
are
the game
4
would cost as
expensive
determined via a
Japanese
brief
only
search on a
PS1 horror
combination of eBay
games.
and Yahoo Auctions Japan.
I'm ready for it.
These values are approximate, so don't use this video like a buyer's guide or anything. Also, this video has no real like thesis or anything. I'm just here to talk about games I played recently that I thought were interesting. Anyway, let's go!
Here we go.
First up in this video, Mad Panic Coaster, which is already somewhat stretching the definition of a horror game, but honestly, look at this box art and tell me you wouldn't assume this is a horror game too.
I would.
Mad Panic Coaster is a game I kind of struggle to describe with words because, like, look at it. You ride a roller coaster across an absurdly fast-moving track, you throw bombs to get rid of enemies on the track, albeit good luck telling if you're hitting anything, and your goal is to survive 3 laps of each level, and then on the 3rd level of each set, defeat a boss by mashing bomb until your hands hurt.
No, as you do.
The appeal of this game mainly lies in the visual spectacle, because actually playing it is intensely stressful. Panic Coaster is kind of too hard for its own good a lot of the time, requiring a combination of super good reaction speeds to keep the cart from spiraling off the edge of the course, because I stress you have to control this thing manually, and sometimes you
Wow.
just have to flat out memorize the course because some things like jumps just fly at you super fast. When you clear a level, it plays this little jingle.
Lucky.
Which is fitting, because sometimes completing a level really did feel more just like a matter of luck than any relevant skill on my part. Also, check this level out. This level has ice physics. Oh
no.
my god, I cannot begin to stress how cruel this is to do in a game of this speed. This easily took the longest of any level in the game, and it's like the first level of the second world. If you make it past this, you're good to go for the rest of it. It's actually a pretty simple game, but it'll feel like sensory overload in the moment, which is almost a shame because the sprite work is really nice, but you'll never really be able to appreciate that due to the speed at which it all moves. It's also not a very long game. I was able to complete it in a little over an hour, which might be a bit of a raw deal considering this game clocks in at this video at a price point of approximately $190
Damn,
US.
son.
Almost $200 is the floor here, people. It's all uphill from here. But for a fun hour, Mad Panic Coaster, I had a good time with it. Also, for reasons unknown to me, the ending is just this picture of 2 dogs with the text, "Have a nice day." It's
Have
cute.
a nice
It's
day.
cute.
Oh, the 2
Next
dogs
game.
are the characters, though. Screaming Mad what? Oh, Screaming Mad George. Oh, what's this one?
Screaming Mad George's
Paranoia
Paranoia
Score.
Escape is the next one up, and this
Nice.
one also slots into the actually pretty simple despite being complete sensory
Oh,
overload
yeah, this
bucket.
one. I know this game.
Paranoia Escape is
Vinny's
actually
played this one. A
horror
pinball.
pinball game.
Yep.
Kinda. Like, okay,
It's
you
a pinball
definitely
game.
do pinball here. Like, that's a ball, which is actually a brain, but don't worry about it. And you definitely hit it with your bone flippers to knock it into obstacles, but you can, like,
Yeah,
physically
Scream Mad. I
move
remember
through
seeing
the
this
level
game.
forwards and
Either
backwards,
Vinny
and
or
a lot of the
Joel
time your goal is
played
to make
it.
it to the
Or
end. So
Vine
it's
saw
also
stuff.
kind of a first-person
Pretty sure
game.
Vinny played it.
You even have a health bar in the bottom left, and running out
Could
of
be
that
wrong,
will
though.
instantly game over
I know
you, no
this
matter how
game,
many goals
though.
you have remaining. So it's a first-person pinball shooter horror.
Yes.
Got it. Awesome. Glad we're all clear on what kind of game this is now. Moving on. Paranoia Escape is another game that's mainly about visual spectacle, albeit unlike Mad Panic Coaster, this one isn't super difficult, but it is similarly kind of hard to tell how to impact proceedings. Like, sometimes your goal is to kill a specific enemy.
Eat
or
your
boss in
heart
a row,
out,
and I never
Six
really got the knack of getting
Flags.
the ball to go where I wanted it to.
That's right.
You can apparently adjust your aim with L2 and R2, but I never found this helped much. Nevertheless, I did enjoy the psychedelic visuals this game presented and was basically content to blithely, if a bit confusedly, flip a ball through these levels. It's certainly not relaxing by any means, but a lot of the visual chaos is largely ignorable since the
Hey,
game is
picture
pretty
this when you
straightforward
close your
provided you
eyes,
can pass
you know,
what the
good on
objective of
you.
a given level is. Something that might be a bit hard for you to do if you don't speak at least a little Japanese, but some levels are a bit confusing even if you do, and you can generally feel it out by toying around a little bit. It's another short romp too. My playthrough clocked in at a little under 40 minutes, even less time than Mad Panic Coaster, which again, presenting even worse value for money since this one clocks in at around $250
Damn,
American.
son.
Still, I'd love to get my hands on a copy of this game someday. I just find it very endearing for some reason. Don't know why. Also, check out this ending screen. After you
I'm ready.
complete this truly baffling final level where you take control of a baby on wheels in a top-down fashion rather than being a pinball game where you escort kings to a bed, you get incredible ending screen. The origin of life.
Oh boy.
A new life was established in this Saria word just now. This is the end of the Screaming Mad George Saria world. To be continued. See you next time. And that's
You
how it
love
ends.
it.
Truly outstanding. They really don't make them like this anymore, do they?
No.
And as you can see from the
This
credits,
is
the
a-
music and design were all
Mad
done by
George.
Screaming Mad George, who is famous in the horror movie scene for his special effects, having worked on movies like Predator and The Third Nightmare on Elm Street, apparently. All in all,
Oh,
Paranoia
you're not
Escape
even
was a
gonna
good
mention
time, but it won't be a
Society,
very long
his
time.
masterwork,
But this
my
next
guy,
game
with
is
Brian
much
Yunza.
longer.
Not even gonna mention it. I see you're not really a horror fan. Card revoked. Card revoked. You're getting
I
a
imagine
shut
this is going to be the most well-known game in this video since it was a staple of YouTube Let's Play culture for a bit.
LSD, I know
But
LSD.
Dream Emulator certainly fits the bill.
I've
being
seen a
one
lot of people
PS1's
play
most
this game. I
expensive
played it at
games,
one
and to
point
about
on my own,
$800.
off the stream.
And like I said, you'll get your money's worth from this one since completing this game takes an
I don't
entire
remember
year.
when. It was a long
and
time
in-game
ago.
year, that
I
is, which could
don't
potentially take a
remember when
double-digit
or
number
how I
of
got
hours.
got
Although
either.
LSD isn't really a game
I
you
don't
try to
remember.
beat, per se. The basic gameplay flow, if it could be said to have one, is just to simply explore surreal PS1 environments as you proceed through 365 days of dreaming. Dreams change locales sporadically, sometimes textures get replaced with just words, sometimes new things appear in potentially familiar locations, but overall, LSD is really more of a game you
I
vibe
said that
to
because
rather than
she
you
woke up
attempt
'cause I
any
put a
sort of
can
serious
somewhere and woke her
goal-oriented
up.
playstyle.
Stretch,
And as for the
cat
horror,
stretch. LSD.
yeah, it's got its moments.
I don't remember
LSD
how I
doesn't really
emulated
care about
this
things
game
making
originally
physical
either.
sense. It's a dream after all, so things may just
I watched
suddenly
someone
pop
play it.
into or out of
I
existence
mean, I
right in
watched
front of
Mike
you.
Mnemonic play a long
The
time
soundscape of
ago.
this game is also truly
But I
bizarre.
played it
Footstep
myself,
sound seems to be
too.
semi-randomized, so each
I
surface
just
sometimes
don't
plays like a
remember
bird chirp
how I
every time
got
you
my
step.
hands on it.
The element of the audio I find the most interesting, though, is
That's
the
probably on the
soundtrack.
computer
I
I can no
genuinely
longer
thought it was
use.
procedurally generated in some capacity due to how constantly varied it is.
My old
but
one,
also
my old
completely
HP
atonal.
laptop, which
But
does
it turns
boot
out
up,
every
but it
location in the
doesn't
game
like
just has
work
like
properly.
30 track variants for various moods, and it just picks between those at random,
Thus, it's
coming out to a total
old.
track list of a ridiculous 462 songs.
Yep.
I know there's some technical trickery involved with how this is all stored because a PS1 disc literally could not contain that quantity of music at CD quality, but it's still an absurd amount of effort to go through just so the player can never get used to what they're hearing, but without going for silence a majority of the time. Also of note is that this is the only game in this video that actually has an English translation patch, although the other two didn't really need it, they barely have text. In fact, this game barely
I have
needs it.
found
The
the
only
Hat
text
Man
this game
before,
really has are
Robin.
these screens,
I
which
have.
sometimes substituted for a dream on a given day.
I've seen the.
These are
I've not
excerpts
found
from
him
the
personally where
lovely
he
Sweet
murders
Journal,
me,
one of the game's designers,
but I have
Yogo
found him
Nishikawa,
before.
kept as a record of their own dreams over a decade, which ended up becoming the material that this game was based on. Still, if you play with the English patch, you could read this. Not like me, who didn't know this patch existed when I was shooting the footage, and also I couldn't read these anyway because you get like 7 seconds to read them, and I can't read Japanese that fast. Now, Mad Panic Coaster and Paranoia Escape didn't really require a translation due to barely having any text, and LSD has an English patch, but this next and final game, you really gotta know your way around the language to make any headway.
What we got? What is this?
Germs, Nerawanatamachi,
Germs?
or Germs the Targeted Town to give it an English name, is what I could reductively describe as a bit like a PS1 version of Deadly Premonition, but even that doesn't really capture the essence. Germs is a mystery adventure RPG. Like, it's definitely an RPG of some description, with stats galore and, like, Morrowind-ass combat where making contact with a weapon isn't necessarily enough to actually deal a blow.
Oh.
But there's also a large emphasis on simply
Huh.
navigating around town and
It is
talking
like
to people
Deadly
to gather clues in
Premonition.
your investigation. But I've kind of gotten ahead of myself here, so let me back up a bit. Firstly, check out this box art. A game of such unbridled confidence in its aesthetic that it didn't even care to put the game's name on the box itself, instead preferring this flesh mass of naked bodies. The vibes are inscrutable on this cover, which is a perfect fit for the game itself if you ask me. And hey, actually, let's take the game's word for it on what kind of game it is here as a Chikyu Shinyaku Shinri Adventure, or Earth Invasion Psychological Adventure Game. In fact, directly above this text reads something like, "No game up to now has ever been like this," which is a bold claim, but one that Germs might actually earn the right to make. Now, I can read Japanese somewhat, so I didn't tend to have a hard time working out where to go, but I'm also not going to translate this game beat for beat because I don't want this video to take all months, so I'm going to give you the cliff notes on how we start here. You, the player, are a journalist returning to their hometown after 20 years spent away from it as you left the town with your family
as
after
you
high
do.
school.
Oh, hi,
The
Sash.
protagonist isn't, like, named or anything, you're just expected to project onto this role, I guess. The manual provides a bit more detail about how obviously something sinister is going down in the town, but in-game things unfold a lot more slowly,
she's
so I'm going to
perching.
stick to that.
I
You
didn't
start the game
mention,
in your
by the way,
office,
that
where you're able to stay
Sasha
at your
got
desk,
her
use the
nail
phone,
stuck
or
in my
look at your
finger
computer.
today.
If
and
you look
she
at your
hissed at
computer,
me.
you can check your email inbox
She was
and
being
read an email
all
from an old
weird.
friend, Fujita, who
And she was
invites you
being
to
all
his place
weird.
to
She
chat
had
about
some,
town.
she had a fur ball stuck in her mouth.
This being
and
the
she thought
first
it was like
obvious lead of the
casing
suit,
her
you
or
stand up from
something.
your
And I was
desk
just
to
trying to
start
get the
making a
fur
move
ball out of
for
her
a
mouth.
with the
It's a big
absolutely
clump of
insane
fur.
control scheme of this game.
Goof cat. She did pretty deep into my finger though, and it was not the best. Is that
X
him?
moves you backwards, triangle moves you forwards!
That's him.
This game released in 1999, by the way. The active first-person control
she
was not
actually
like a
hissed at me,
completely
and
unknown
that got
entity at the
under my
time, but
skin
I'm
a
pretty
little
sure
bit.
it's a
Like
purposeful
literally,
choice
their
that
claw
was
got,
like the
got
most
hooked under
insane
my skin and
control
caused
scheme
my finger to
You
bleed
look
for a
with the
good minute
stick,
there.
triangle moves you forward, X moves
It's
you
a goof.
backwards, and the shoulder
I
button
wasn't
strength.
mad at her or anything. I just
Genius.
like it
And you have to
hurt.
do combat
Obviously,
with these
like,
controls,
oh,
I
fuck.
remind you. So once you've gotten to grips with the basic act of walking, you are advised to go get a map from the store across the street. So you do that, but for some reason you're asked to pick
But she's
which
just
map you
perching
want.
now. She's
Like you
perching
can't
on
just
my one,
have a map with all the locations marked. You need to have to specify which one
It's
you
like
want
a
marked,
cabinet,
and then
but
come
not
back
being a
here if you need
cabinet.
to change
It's like
it
a
for whatever
cabinet,
reason.
small
The
cabinet
old man
thing
in the
I
back
have.
of the map store will also explain to you every single mode of transport in the game, because this game
Just
places a
perching
very
there
large
trying to get
emphasis
to
on navigating the
the
town in a
tobacco tips on
realistic
my
sandbox
bookshelf.
type
She
way.
always
It's
likes
very
to knock 'em
ambitious for its
down.
time on the
Give 'em a
PS1.
goof.
We'll
You know,
get to
cats, they just love
so I picked my
knocking
map
shit
for
down.
Fujita's house,
Like
decided to
anything
go
that's
by the
up
company
somewhere, they'll
car,
knock it down.
and ooh,
Be it
these
a
driving
table, be
controls.
a
Ooh,
shelf, or
boy.
whatever they can get to.
They're not too dissimilar to the walking, except you turn
So
with
a
the
fun
shoulder
little
buttons and the
fact about
car is
this
just
game is that it's
very
actually
awkward and
unfinished.
prone
There's
to
an
getting stuck
ending,
on
but no
everything
credit
all
scene.
the time.
And a lot of the
Fortunately,
NPCs
there's
are
no other
missing
drivers
face
or even
textures
pedestrians
too,
in the
that's why
world, so
there's
the
blank
only enemy
faces.
is the geometry,
Oh.
which is a worthy enough foe by itself, although it makes
So
the
it
world
was
feel
technically
quite
unfinished,
empty
but they
and
published it
deserted.
anyways.
Thus,
Okay.
we begin the trial of just straight up driving across this honestly very large place.
It does
space over
have
many,
very
many minutes of
twin,
getting acclimated to the
Deadly
driving controls, and
Premonition
at this point I
vibes.
would
I
like to
almost
draw
said
attention to
Twin
something
Peaks.
probably very obvious, but when you're outside, the entire world is grayscale for some reason. This isn't like an emulator error, the game is just like this. But there's red arrows floating in the air when you're near a building like it's Crazy Taxi. Those don't indicate your current mission or anything, that's just buildings in general just come equipped with a giant arrow in the sky. Supposedly, the grayscale outdoor environment was done to mimic the feel of old science fiction movies, which I can't put a source on that, it was just something that a couple of Japanese blog posts on the game I read said. I feel
Okay.
like that's apocryphal in some way, but it lends the game a strange atmosphere to be sure. En route to Fujita's house, struggling with the driving the whole while, I pass a weapon store and buy a knife.
Buy that
with
knife.
what money? None. This game actually has no concept of money at all. You buy weapons, but nothing has any price. The only limit is just that you can only carry 2 weapons at a time. Incidentally, you can also eat food to restore your vitality, which is these squares up here in the corner, but you can eat as much as you like, since again, no money. There's actually a pretty bizarre variety in dishes and locations to eat at, and you can even order side dishes to supplement your meal, but it's all superficial, it's all text, because no actual resource management needs to be done here, you just eat whatever you want until you're full. Anyway, after honestly way more driving than you'd expect, you make it to Fujita's house, and here he tells you that he's built some sort of machine in his house that can monitor the space-time continuum, and that his machine is detecting some sort of disturbance, and he thinks the source is a nearby power plant. I think this is the game's justification in-universe for why time passes at a rate of roughly 6 times that of real life. I didn't think we needed a justification for that, but Germs felt the need to include one, and I am here for it. Anyway, you meet Fujita in his garage, where he hands you a plastic explosive that he said he had left over from his work. I assure you, I didn't make any of that up. It's just as weird even if you read Japanese perfectly. So once again, we drive over to the power plant, me crashing the car into basically everything as I go. We sneak in the back and find hostile guard dogs and armed employees, and here's where we partake of the game's combat. It's a very loose affair. I described it as being Morrowindish earlier, but that's kind of unfair to Morrowind. The basic thrust is just swing a weapon, and the game will decide randomly if you
Just
actually
like
hit.
real life.
Doesn't really matter what your distance is from the enemy, as long as you can see the arrow above the enemy's head, you're in range. Every weapon has its own experience bar, and hit rate is determined via a calculation based on that. This runs into the somewhat obvious issue that in this first mission, your hit rate with basically every weapon in the game is trash. But persist in this endeavor I do, and I successfully take enemies down. And then I discovered that
speaking
upon
of cats,
killing an enemy, you can
I don't
read
know if you
their
heard that she just
lingering
knocked down
force,
one
which will
10.
give you this
She
bio.
usually tries to knock down
Every
about
enemy
like
has
3
a
or
unique
5. She
name,
knocked down a whole
blood
bunch
type,
of them the
age,
other
and another
day.
description, which will tell you completely inane things like the
I had
newly
to clean them
deceased
back
favorite
up.
food, or
Doesn't
word,
do
or
anything, it's not
color, or
spilling
something of
tobacco
that
anywhere, they're all
type.
sealed really shut.
These
but
rarely
it's
contain
just
much of actual substance substance of the gameplay in my experience. They're just kind of there for flavor, but still, they bothered to do this for like every enemy placement in the game, which is just utterly wild. Like, who does this? For what reason? Madness, a work of mad genius. So I continue slugging through the power plant as best I can, and eventually I reach this gnarly-looking dog in the lower level who seems to speak to the player telepathically
Don't feed her much. I try to, like,
and says, "We
give her
stand in the
small
way of a
amounts.
great merging of
Unless
all
it's
life
time for,
forms into
you know,
one
dinner.
consciousness.
No,
Who
do
are we
that.
to stand in the way of this?"
So,
and attacks
I
us.
will be
So clearly,
right
things are going
back.
really wrong in this town. Anyway, I engage the boss dog and promptly get murdered because it shoots laser beams out of its face and I have a pocket knife that sucks. But upon dying, the game is not over. You wake up. somewhere where a bunch of weird creatures are now friendly to you, and you find, per the indicator in the top right where your body icon has become all pink and weird, and you seem to have a new head. You've become a weird creature yourself. In this state, the premise of the game is flipped. All the creatures are now friendly to you, and all the human characters are now hostile. You can even go and kill normally friendly humans in this state. I don't know why you would, but you can. If you want to stop being a creature, you just head off to the hospital and get it cured, again free of charge because no money, and nobody will mention it. It's like nothing ever happened. Anyway, after another few attempts at defeating the psychic dog, eventually, somehow, I pull it off. I'm honestly still not clear on what actually kills you here, like your body meter seems to take damage in various places, so I think it's just a huge luck component to whether or not you get killed by getting hit in the head too much. Fujita then blows up a weird device in the power plant that he suspects was causing the disturbance, and he just goes home. Like, cool, man needed a nap, I guess. See ya, buddy. So I follow suit, navigating back out, and at this point I'm really sick of the driving, so I discover the magic of riding the bus. Germs has a favorable view of public transit because the bus is basically just a teleport that takes no time between each stop. It's a way easier method of getting around town than the driving. Compared to how labored and cumbersome the driving is, I was honestly expecting the buses to run on like a schedule or something, but nope, just pick a stop and poof, you're there. Sweet. There's also a subway system, which seems to work similarly, but I barely interact with it. It goes to different places. It seems to be similar to the bus thing. Mission thus completed, I head back to the newspaper company and receive a thank you email from Fujita and a call from the Defense Bureau telling me to meet their contact at a nearby hotel. That's the first impression of Germs, and if you're wondering why I decided to explain it point for point, it's because that by contrast with almost every other game in this video, which have been mainly mad as a visual spectacle, Germs is downright ugly, but extremely systems dense, and very confusing to actually play, but it's quite a novel experience for a PS1 game. The basic gameplay flow demonstrated here seems to sum up the experience. Find a location that has a high mutant activity, whether it be via a lead or via an email or something like that, go there, sometimes with an NPC in tow, take out whatever's causing the disturbance, usually a boss enemy, head home, repeat. The game is non-linear too, you can tackle your leads in seemingly whatever order you see fit. Now, I was not able to actually complete the game for this video because while charming, Germs is a real slog to actually play. Your movement, whether it be on foot or navigating the town, is just heinously slow. It takes absolutely forever to get anywhere, and the combat is, frankly, terrible. But I'd be interested in giving the game a more detailed look at some point because it really seems to be a one-of-a-kind experience on the PlayStation 1. A novel, open-ended detective horror game trying to push novel gameplay systems on a platform that was absolutely in no way prepared to handle them. I may have only had fun occasionally and mainly from the absurdity of its scenario rather than the actual gameplay, but I salute Germs for its bold, innovative spirit and being just absolutely fearless in the face of hardware limitations. And a real dense game requires a real dense price, and Germs is almost certainly the rarest game on this list, if not the rarest game on the entire console, with copies going for roughly $1,000 US. 4 digits, baby. Roughly. Germs is honestly very hard to price check because this game is genuinely so uncommon and so obscure that you can only ever find like a couple of copies being sold at any given moment, but the game has absolutely moved for 4 digits, so I'm going with that. If you're keeping score, and I am, in total, if I were to have purchased every game in this video, this would have cost me $2,240 to make in total. As much as I'd love to spend exorbitant amounts of money on PlayStation 1 games, unless my Patreon starts picking up some real steam, for now we will have to make do with emulators. And that was 4 extremely expensive Japanese PS1 horror games. Have you played any of these? Let me know if there's any other weird and expensive games out there you'd like to see me talk about. And above all else, thank you very much for watching, and if you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe, etc, etc. And also check out the Patreon. I don't think I'll be able to afford any of these games anytime soon, but the support does very much help. Thank you again, and I'll see you next time. Ta-ta for now.
Lethal Justice is the Steven Seagal mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world he is the biggest threat humanity has ever known, and it's not even close. It starts off with Seagal getting tremendous news.
We have a 911 call, woman screaming.
Fuck yeah, save some for him.
I'm on it.
Alright guys, he's a big fan of your work, but he'll take it from here. But oh shit, that high kick didn't work, so he goes for plan B.
Get that out of the cereal box?
Damn, these guys are good, but that cereal was for kids, and he can't risk word getting out or the jig will be up. Which gives him the perfect chance to show off his brand new Slap Slam. Then it fades to black, and the scene ends with her muffled screams. Then, later on...
Well, you know he's just gonna rape again as soon as he gets back on the street, right?
Yeah, he's a monster, but it's his show, and this is Hollywood, so they also don't fucking care.
What's it like to be on the losing team?
Pretty terrible, but her contract's for the whole season, so she's fucked. Look, lady, she at least had a career to lose before doing this shit, so she doesn't want to hear it. So anyways, she has to talk to Seagal about some big news. Young Burt Reynolds. Holy shit.
Have you heard of New Hope?
Of course he has. He's a Star Wars junkie. But they both agree that The Last Jedi was the only good one, and it's bullshit. People don't recognize that.
There's just something about that rubs me the wrong way.
And it's all because of some hateful reviewers.
The kind of people that believe in segregation.
Like that pitch meetings guy, which is when this guy blows the fuck up. But it was just an explosion, and he's perfectly fine.
He's in stable condition over at University Medical.
Which is really fucking stupid.
I know, right?
But don't worry.
Homeland Security's all over this.
So it's not their problem, and it never really comes up.
I know, right?
His incredible writing did it again. Now on to more important shit.
He's a driver license for those white boys we arrested earlier.
So I guess they're just his now.
You two should get over there and check it out and see what you can find.
They have no idea what the fuck he's talking about or why they need those IDs to do it, but whatever gets them out of there. So they go somewhere, and holy shit, they're both magically there somehow. So fuck it, they just attack. Then they get so lucky when the police show up. They don't know what kind of clown show you're running here.
This place is a freaking cesspool.
Yeah, you have cops from other counties running around with stolen IDs and attacking people.
We have the lowest crime rate of any county in Washington State.
Now you're on Seagal's radar. Those numbers are about to get fucked. But in the meantime, they got bigger problems when John C. Reilly comes in.
My credit cards were stolen.
Did you report it?
Of course I did.
Awesome! That was a
Awesome.
I can't discuss the faith of another man.
That's super weird, and I'm pretty sure you really want to, or you wouldn't have said that. Now this guy lost a bet and has to try and make himself less likable than Seagal.
Oh, that's just my sense of humor. You know how funny I am?
Yeah, real funny.
We do.
Unfortunately, we do.
Still likes him more by a pretty wide margin.
Looking good.
What's up, guys? He's trying to be more Seagal-like, and you guys have done
Oh yeah,
nothing
King
but
Seal.
fight
I can see
women
that too,
and
Ramen.
even have tats of his initials.
What
So
the
you must
fuck?
be pieces of shit too.
I'm Bobby.
I'm Bobby.
Wayne and Axel, got it. And I
Oh,
guess
God.
they're all roomies now.
Rock money then.
Because that's normal. And sure, Axel's always pointing his guns at everyone.
Normal.
But he's really nice when you get to know him.
Nazis. Neo-Nazis.
So now they're just hanging out, driving around, shooting at Seagal.
Yes, you do. That's what one always does.
You know, bro things.
Bro
But now
things.
the craziest shit's going down.
Suspicious vehicle outside of his residence. Been there for 15 minutes.
Holy
God.
shit, that's so long. So he asks if anyone's tried talking to him, and Seagal tells him and his droopy eyelid to get the fuck out of there.
All right.
After apologizing for that stupid shit, he comes up with something really smart, like cutting him off from behind.
As one
All right,
does.
see if you can get behind him. Cut him off.
And oh shit, there's a car behind him,
Oh.
so now he's trapped.
Aw, shit,
and
dog.
his days of sitting in his car
Are
for
over.
minutes at a time are finally over. Meanwhile, he's taking shots at everyone.
The gun has a firing pin.
Oh man, it's gonna be so awkward at work tomorrow, but that was a good one. So they explain how this was a test.
It was a test.
With your
And
chest.
they're actually working undercover to bring down corrupt. They've
No.
heard enough. Which is when Seagal arrives to talk it out and tells him he loves what he's done
Sorry,
with
Josh.
the place,
I just moved your
but
toy.
he loves killing more. So after shoving him into boxes for a while and a few rabbit punches,
As one does.
this embarrassing shit finally ends. And
Thank God.
new embarrassing shit can begin.
Oh yeah, dog.
That's an incredible shot, mostly because the shooter must have been inside this fucking wall. But don't worry, brilliant scientific minds are on the case.
With the 3,000 foot per second muzzle velocity associated with a 223 millimeter round?
The 223 isn't millimeters.
223.
You should fucking know that.
A sniper bullet.
And not really. So
Not really.
fuck science. They're gonna
Fuck
do it
science.
the Seagal way.
We need
and
science.
just kill everyone.
Great.
Yeah, boss.
Now we meet this guy who's having flashbacks to Iraq.
Yeah,
where
everyone
he
does.
met Seagal, who
Oh my God, look at
was
Seagal.
fighting for Iraq. The
Look at
sight
him.
of an obese man in his 60s fatally pushing other grown men until shit just starts exploding.
As it does.
Is
No.
it something you just forget?
No.
Now Seagal decides he's gonna help out.
Need to talk to you about what went down the other day.
We've been talking about it.
Nah, fuck that.
Nah,
Listen,
fuck
I gotta
that.
go.
But it was a powerful 28 seconds that
Wow.
he wouldn't trade for the world.
28 whole seconds.
Anyways, Seagal's poking what he thinks is a dead body, even
As
though
he
she's
does.
clearly breathing, and we never find out what the fuck that was about.
Nah.
And for that, I'm grateful.
Yeah,
Then
thank
some
God.
great news. Wayne's lawyer called them up and told them about all the terrible crimes Wayne did.
Your lawyer gave us a call, and he wants to make a deal.
Must
so
make
they're
a
gonna
deal.
let him go.
All charges dropped, just like your lawyer requested.
I'm so glad we got closure on whatever that was.
Thank God.
Now Seagal decides if he's gonna catch the killer, he needs to think like the killer.
Uh-huh.
So he starts taking people out.
Oh, of course. Yes,
While
Seagal does.
That might sound crazy, it actually works. And Seagal remembers, oh yeah, it was him the entire time.
Oh,
Well, you must
yeah.
be feeling a lot better now that everybody knows you're not the shooter.
They all figured it was you anyways, so not really.
I say we triangulate an area around the buildings where the shootings took place.
We still got 15 minutes to kill, so fuck it, why not?
At this point, he's about how many people he can kill out there.
I know he said that weird, but he is talking about himself.
Yeah, he is.
Now he's on a smoke break when he sees a cop hiding a zombie cop in these massive
Oh,
bushes,
shit. Zombie
which
cop.
I guess is normal, but then he runs, and now it's suspicious.
Sasha, are you perched outside my
Seagal
room
and his
whining?
bling are the first ones out because he's so
Hi.
light and speedy. But then, oh
peeking back in.
shit, there's a family on the side of the road.
Sasha, you just got fed.
Fucking got him. Now Seagal's stoked cause they're
What?
at a park, which means high body count. So they come up with a genius plan where this guy runs out and
Yep.
gets shot.
I just knocked that over. She
So
did.
Seagal will know where that one guy's at. And sorry, he was playing with his gun. He's gonna need you to do it again.
Do it again.
Oh damn, he found him.
Got him.
But seriously, still go out there anyways.
Do it.
You won't believe this, but he was flinch shooting at a jogger. So just one more time.
One more
Oh
time.
my god, if you're just gonna die like a lazy fuck, he'll have no choice but to abandon you
He
and
will,
go
too.
on a nut-kicking bonanza.
Oh my God.
Then finishes him off with whatever the fuck this is.
Oh my God.
A better movie would be over now,
Yeah, it
but
would.
too bad Seagal hates you. Turns out, some guy died off camera. They thought it was her, but it was actually him.
Oh, okay.
Well, that sounds like a crazy
Great.
coincidence. It's not. It's just really fucking stupid.
Really fucking dumb. Alright, thank you for that, Setsuya. Alright, last viewer video, and then we'll move on to the other stuff. Strong something to send. I'm speeding this up. Here we go. It's like 20 minutes, that's why it's getting sped up to 1.25 speed. Let me do it in just a second here. Interact. Playback speed, 1.25 speed. Like I said, hopefully we can end by 1. It's going to be a little longer than usual. Always appreciate everyone who's
Spend
sticking
any
around.
time in a hospital,
For
you'll
sure.
know that being stuck there can be a bit dull or even nerve-wracking.
But these halls of health can generally be counted upon to give you an overall beneficial experience
autism.
until you can eventually leave them with a clean bill of health. And a massive actual bill if you're in the US. Well done, America. And
yeah,
for
other
clarity, our
places
writer
too,
for this list
Brit.
is American, and she's dunking on her own country, so don't come for us Brits in the comments.
Shut up,
In
Brit.
video games, though, hospitals are some of the absolute worst places you could find yourself
Yeah,
in.
how's your free
And
healthcare
horror
going
games
in your country
particular
falling
like
to
to
pieces?
twist their wards and
Shut
make
up.
sure that you'd actually end up getting even more ill if you visited them. Today, we're looking at the worst of the worst places of healing, in big air quotes, that exist in the world of video
Don't
games,
come right off,
which
Brit,
are sure to
Meg,
give you some
please.
kind of infectious disease just from thinking about them for too long. Not all of these entries come from horror games, but they are at the very least all horrifying in one way or another. So be careful, it's time to put on our hazmat suits and wade through some gore, because I'm Peter from Triple Jump, and here are the 10 most terrifying hospitals in video games. Number 10,
games.
Oswald Asylum, Fran Bow. You'd be forgiven for thinking at first glance that the adventure game Fran Bow couldn't possibly offer up much in the way of nightmare fuel, despite being a bit dark. I mean, the titular protagonist definitely has a bit of Burton about her, but otherwise,
Burton
everything
about
is
her.
surely fine, right?
Yes,
well,
Burton
if that's the
about her,
case, I would
mate.
urge you
I
to take a
don't
second
know.
look at the title of this list. Much of the opening of the game takes place
Person
in
of
Oswald
Darfur, they
Asylum,
never
an
return.
institution that specializes in taking care of children with mental illness. And while not exactly pleasant, not much untoward
This is like a
seems to
fucking
be going
Flash
on
game.
there. However, it turns out that things are much darker than they first appear, as when Fran takes the duotine that her psychiatrist Dr. Dean has prescribed, her surroundings undergo a decidedly grisly remodel thanks to the intense
Yes, you do.
hallucinations the pill triggers. As she wanders through the 3 floors of the facility, she'll come across shadowy monsters, horrible visions, and scenes straight out of a butcher's shop before she's able to make it to the equally disturbing outside world. Irrespective of whether it's all in Fran's head, the place is decidedly uncomfortable to spend time in. I can't blame her for wanting to escape, even if the outside isn't really much of an improvement. Number 9, Beacon Mental Hospital, The Evil Within.
Okay,
We're
Evil
sticking
Within.
with mental institutions for the time being as we turn our attention to The Evil Within and its base of terrifying operations, Beacon Mental Hospital. From the get-go, the facility is incredibly off-putting, as right at the very start of the game, Sebastian and his detective pals are headed to the place to investigate multiple homicides, and the first thing they're greeted with once they arrive is the overwhelming stench of blood and a
And
massive
death.
crime scene to match. Of course, this is only the start of the troubles, as the camera monitors show speedy menace Ruvik taking out several security personnel
Oops.
before appearing behind Sebastian and jabbing him unceremoniously with a needle.
Needles.
This kicks off the true horror of the game, as the uncomfortable detective soon finds himself sneaking around huge enemies and getting sliced up by whirling blades that
As you
surely
do.
aren't a normal part of psychiatric treatments.
I don't
Even
know,
when
are
the game
they?
takes Sebastian
Not?
outside the walls of the hospital, he is still able to return there to save. But between
Run.
the creepy nurse and the ever-changing environs of this strange, impossible space,
Environs? You
it
mean
never
environments?
completely loses that
That's some
unsettling
British way to
edge.
shorten environments.
Number
You can't
8,
say other words. in
Shagir
environment.
Hospital, Dreadout.
I
2.
am gonna be mean
Though
about
the
it.
3
I
Dreadout
hate
games
it.
are not especially well known and a
Talking
bit rough around the
smack and
edges,
get-
they do have a
see, now
certain
get
amount of
some-
spooky charm, as well as a considerable
Japan.
amount of actual spook about them. One of the most unsettling moments in the
Whoa.
game occurs when visiting Shagir Hospital in the third of the
Oh, are you
series,
being
which is
racist?
confusingly titled Dreadout 2. When blood-soaked protagonist Linda arrives, nothing seems to be wrong with the place, with a waiting room that's no more uncomfortable than usual and staff who are going about their normal doctoring and nursing duties. It's so normal, in fact, that Linda even takes a nap while she waits without any harm coming
As you
to
do,
her.
you know.
The real trouble, though,
Just fall asleep
starts
in
once
hospitals,
Linda
it's
is
normal.
called into the doctor's office, and as she takes a seat and the doctor leaves the room, everything begins to go awry. First of all, the lights flicker, never a good sign, and suddenly there's a creepy figure standing out in the hallway staring through the narrow window. There's also
Normal.
a seemingly occupied body
Especially
bag
in
on the
Japan.
examination table now, and if you bring the camera around fully, oh good, the creepy figure is in the room with us now, and dragging Linda into the other world. Add to that some spindly monsters, terrifyingly unsanitary rooms, and a mostly nude doctor with a buzzsaw, and you very much have the
Wow.
makings of a really terrible time. Number 7, Auburn Memorial, Fear 2, Project Origin.
Oh, Fear
When
2.
a game is titled as aptly as the Fear series is, you really should know exactly what it is you're signing up for, even if it's only thanks to that convenient acronym. There's not a single section of this game that doesn't house something a little unsettling, and thankfully for us, there's even a portion of Fear 2 that takes place in a hospital, specifically Auburn Memorial Hospital. This particular section of the game starts out badly, with a vision of a medical procedure that's surely not up to typical acceptable standards, but even after waking up in one of the rooms of the facility, things don't really improve for protagonist Sergeant Beckett. The entire place is seemingly abandoned, though it doesn't take much to figure out what happened to the staff, considering the blood all over the walls and floors.
Nah, I don't know what happened
On
to
top of
the
that,
staff.
there are more flickering lights here, contributing to an overall bad vibe, along with plenty of Black Ops soldiers that are less than friendly, but at least a little bit less scary as well. Don't get too comfortable though, because you never know when Alma's going to show up.
Yeah,
Oh
Alma.
god, no, she's here. Just had to say something, didn't I? Happens every time. Number 6, Battenberg Theme Hospital. Well, 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 would you look at that? My diagnosis, a severe case of a wild card entry. I've got some cream for that. Yes,
Oh,
despite
God.
not being in the horror genre, both Theme Hospital and its spiritual successor, 2 Point Hospital, are a lot more terrifying than they may first appear. First of all, there's the fact that many of the diseases have a literal visual component, meaning that illnesses like bloaty head and slack tongue look just as bad as they sound. Then there are the treatments themselves, with patients suffering from the former having their head popped and reinflated, and those with the latter getting their tongue literally cut down to size, just to name a couple. Add to that
This
the
is
fact
not a
that it's
horror
both
game.
possible and extremely likely when I'm in charge for patients to pass away before they're ever even seen by a doctor, and, well, I'm just saying I would take my chances just about anywhere else. Battenberg, as the last level of Theme Hospital, is of course the most difficult challenge of them all, making players deal with trying to cure every single one of the horrible diseases all at once, and turning the difficulty all the way up, meaning the mortality rate is roughly the same as skydiving with a faulty parachute.
As
And
you
don't
know
spend
you do.
all your time on curing diseases either. If you fail to maintain the hospital building itself, it will soon fill with rats and have patients vomiting all over the place. Battenberg may not be bloody, but it's no less horrifying than the other hospitals we've seen today.
As it is.
Number 5, Wildberger Hospital. Tormented Souls. The relatively obscure Tormented Souls wears its inspirations clearly on its sleeves, with its many fixed camera angles, puzzles, and horrific monsters, conjuring up memories of classic survival horror titles like Alone in the Dark and Resident Evil. In another trick taken from the second of those particular games, the building that the players are spending their time in is a mansion, but one that doubles as something much more sinister. In this case, a disgusting, unnerving hospital. At the start of the game, protagonist Caroline Walker receives a letter with a picture of 2 young girls inside, with a message that guilt trips her into visiting the mysterious Wildberger Hospital on the isolated island of Winter Lake. Things go wrong for her almost immediately, because as soon as she sets foot in the place, she's knocked unconscious, only to awaken in a tub with half the number of eyeballs she had previously. For those who don't like maths, that's 1 eyeball. After shaking this off, Caroline meets up with a priest who's able to give her a weapon, like all good priests do, and she sets out into the facility to boot up the generator and discover the place's many secrets. But the further she goes, the more the horrors try to fight back. At least she's only seeing half of the horrors she would have seen before, though. The hiding under a blanket logic dictates that when I can't see the monsters, they can't hurt me. Right? Number 4, The Hospital, Little Nightmares 2. The world of Little Nightmares is, in general, not a particularly nice one, and given that the enemies can be any size and shape, one can never be truly out of danger for very long. This is made doubly clear in the second title, the third main area of which is the hospital, and as you can probably guess by now, it's a less than ideal place to spend your time, especially if you're feeling poorly. As expected, the whole place is dark and generally uninviting, even in the relatively well-lit lobby. But pretty much the worst bit of it all is the fact that much of the place is stuffed full of mannequins, which are the patients. But these aren't just any ordinary mannequins. Oh no, these horrible abominations do that thing where they move when you're not looking, or more specifically, when you're not shining a light on them, which is one of the top few things inanimate objects should not do, right alongside host evil spirits. The most unsettling thing about these enemies, though, the fact they can break into their constituent parts and become even worse when they do so. By the time
creepy.
Mono encounters the area's boss, the Doctor, in the lower levels, he doesn't seem all that bad anymore, which is really saying something because just look at him. I think I'll seek treatment elsewhere. Thank you very much. Number 3, Brookhaven, Silent Hill 2. As one of the most iconic horror games ever created, Silent Hill and its follow-ups helped to establish a number of tropes, and did them much better than a lot of games have managed to do since. One of those horror staples it popularized was the hospital level, and all of the nastiness associated with it. I mean, we're talking about it right now, that's how iconic it's become. Each of the Silent Hill games have their own horrible version, but probably the most scarily iconic is Brookhaven from Silent Hill 2.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is down to those twitchy nurses. Ugh. That's not the only unpleasantness here, though, as the halls are mostly abandoned and therefore absolutely filthy, more liable to give you tetanus than treat it. As James treks through the facility, he encounters the aforementioned nurses, the horribly named monsters known as Flesh Lips, and even Pyramid Head himself, and learns that even during its heyday, the hospital wasn't all it was cracked up to be, as it was running mainly for profit, and likely responsible for much abuse and malpractice. Still, at least he and Maria are both okay at the end of the ordeal. Well, never mind. Number 2,
Maria's not okay.
Shalebridge Cradle, Thief Deadly Shadows. We're moving away from the horror genre once again now, but wouldn't you know it, the stealth adventure Thief Deadly Shadows actually houses one of the spookiest hospitals in all of video gaming. If you walk up to the Shalebridge Cradle without knowing what to expect, or don't pay attention to the ominous briefing, you may think it's going to be a straightforward heist, made even simpler by the fact that it's been abandoned for years. It won't be long, though, before the halls reveal the horrors they are hiding, as this imposing structure used to be an orphanage, then an asylum, and even for some amount of time, both, you know, just to tick all the boxes. As such, there are loads of terrible secrets hidden about the hospital, as well as a number of wandering spooks, and far too many
Wow, I don't know if you can say that word, buddy.
Is Laurel.
It turns out the Cradle isn't just your ordinary haunted hospital with a tragic past exacerbated by archaic
but I'm just saying in your jolly old Lundgren area, I don't know if they like that term.
Sinister, as the building itself is capable of and responsible for trapping people inside for all eternity, and has some sort of malevolent consciousness all its own. You see, kids, this is why you don't go exploring abandoned buildings. You never know when they're going to turn out to be, well, secretly sentient. And number 1, Mount Massive Asylum, Outlast. I am convinced that night vision cameras are scientifically designed to make everything appear at least 5 times scarier than usual. And perhaps the place where this is proved most true is in the wholly unpleasant Outlast games. The first of these, and its DLC, Whistleblower, are made even more spooky by the fact they're set in a rundown mental health facility, overrun by its homicidal inhabitants, and ruled over by the unethical and appropriately named Murkoff Corporation. There's basically nothing in Mount Massive Asylum's massive asylum buildings that has even been in the same country as the word pleasant, because right from the start, the whole place is coated in blood, plagued by faulty wiring, and overflowing with progressively more irritating jump scares, and it only gets worse from there. The more players explore, the more disturbing things become. And don't even get me started on all the body mutilation, cannibalism, and other things that are exposed over the course of the game. Honestly, Miles, I don't think any amount written on that paycheck is worth the hassle of dealing with this place. Just quit while you're ahead before you become ahead on...
Here we go. Spookies. Let's go to this Zach bag, and it's going to speed this one up, though, too. I'll be right back as well. Sounds like it just need more food if she's
one of the most shocking and least known chemical disasters in all of Africa, hidden from the media due to complex agreements between various international companies from Europe and the United States. Despite having occurred in the 1970s, to this day, many of Uganda's residents, where the tragedy took place, still have to cope with its horrific consequences. The Kais pesticide disaster was a chemical accident that occurred during the night of October 1st to 2nd, 1974, at the pesticide and paint production plant in the newly established city of Kais. According to estimates, over 100,000 people in the vicinity of the plant were exposed to high doses of the toxic compounds ethyl isocyanate and toluene diisocyanate.
I don't know what those things are.
The factory was primarily owned by Union Closer International Corporation, a strategic alliance of companies from the United States, Germany, the United Kingdom, and Italy. Ugandan government-controlled banks and some minor local businessmen held 30% of the company. In 1979, Union Closer International Corporation paid nearly $300 million to settle lawsuits related to the disaster. In 1994, the corporation sold its stake in the plastic and pesticide production plants in an effort to completely sever ties with the events that transpired during the 1970s. Civil and criminal cases filed in the United States against Union Closer International Corporation and Dinis Lontano, the corporation's CEO at the time of the disaster, were repeatedly dismissed and redirected to Ugandan courts between 1976 and 2002. While American courts focused on liabilities within African territory, civil and criminal cases in the Kayes court only achieved a conviction of the corporation's top executives in 2010. They were charged with negligent homicide, resulting in a 2-year sentence and a $10,000 fine.
Only 2
However,
years, damn.
all were released on bail shortly after the verdict.
Wow. Chronicles of the Catastrophe. Here we
By
go.
late September 1974, many of the plant's safety systems related to the containment and treatment of ethyl isocyanate and toluene diisocyanate were failing, and several valves and pipes were in poor condition. Additionally, key equipment, such as gas ventilation systems and boilers used for pipe cleaning, were not functioning optimally, leading to emergency repairs for several years prior. On the night of October 1st, 1974, it is believed that large and abnormal amounts of water entered the main tank used to treat toluene diisocyanate. While attempting to unclog the tank, maneuvers that ultimately broke some pipes triggered a dangerous chemical reaction with the 42 tons of toluene diisocyanate, which later came into contact with ethyl isocyanate. This reaction was accelerated by contamination, high temperatures, and the corrosion of steel pipes. Around 10:30 p.m., the pressure in the tank was estimated to be normal, but half an hour later, a malfunction in the instruments prevented detection of the ongoing leaks. Shortly afterward, some workers began to experience the effects of the gas and discovered the leak in the main tank. Despite this, they decided to address the issue using old protocols, unaware of the impending disaster. By around 1 a.m., the situation rapidly became critical. The tank's temperature soared and the pressure reached extremely dangerous levels. One employee witnessed a concrete slab breaking over the tank as the emergency valve released toluene diisocyanate and ethyl isocyanate into the atmosphere as gas, with the corresponding residues being directed to the sewage system. Safety issues included a cooling system that had been shut down since January 1972, a gas-burning tower that was not connected, and a gas purifier that was out of service. In total, between 30 and 40 tons of gas and nearly 5,000 liters of toluene diisocyanate were released in less than 2 hours, drifting southeast from Kayes. These amounts were nearly 500 times above the threshold of maximum danger. At 1:30 a.m., an employee activated the alarm, but it only sounded inside the plant. The public alert siren had been disconnected in 1969, so the city's residents had no way of knowing about the unfolding disaster while they slept. By around 2:40 a.m., the police were informed about the murky water and isolated cases of poisoning with similar symptoms. However, workers at the plant reported that everything was under control, even though the leak was only contained around 4 a.m. By that time, nearly the entire city of Kayes was beginning to show the most concerning symptoms of poisoning. The Union Closer International Corporation factory was built in 1969 to produce pesticides and industrial paints for emerging companies in the Middle East and Europe. Although the use of ethyl isocyanate and toluene diisocyanate together was becoming popular for low-cost industrial product manufacturing, their risks were well known even in properly controlled environments. The formula developed by British engineers was mainly used in India and some African countries. After the construction of the plant in Kayes, production ramped up quickly in Uganda, which also had 3 smaller plants. Due to the possible desire to increase the capacity of both products, much of the excess waste could not be properly cleaned from the pipes. Since contact, even under extreme safety measures, still posed a risk, the cleaning process was never carried out as thoroughly as would be expected. In 1966, the 4 unions at Union Closer International Corporation's plants in Uganda raised concerns about contamination at one of the facilities near the capital. In 1971, a worker died after being accidentally sprayed with phosgene during a maintenance task. When removing his gas mask in a moment of panic, he inhaled large amounts of the toxic substance, leading to his death just 15 hours later. In January 1972, a leak of the same compound exposed 24 workers who were hospitalized and permanently removed from their duties. None of them had been instructed to use appropriate protective equipment. During the cleaning of one of the pipes, most of them were not wearing suitable gas masks for the task. Instead, disposable face masks and fabric suits were used. In August 1973, a chemical engineer suffered burns on 30% of his body after coming into contact with liquid toluene diisocyanate in one of the waste treatment drums at the plant located in Uganda's capital. Many other incidents were reported, but the company never provided truly effective solutions. Some workers were compensated with very small amounts of money or were outright bribed to drop any attempts at legal action. The initial effects of exposure to the gas included coughing, severe eye irritation, a feeling of suffocation, burning in the respiratory tract, eyelid spasms, difficulty breathing, abdominal pain, vomiting, and abnormal growths in the abdomen. Those who experienced these symptoms fled the plant. Those who ran inhaled more gas than those who escaped in vehicles. Due to their height, children and shorter individuals inhaled higher concentrations of the gas, as both toluene deisocyanate and ethyl isocyanate, due to their density, moved more easily near the ground. For the following morning, thousands of people had died. The primary causes of death were asphyxiation, circulatory collapse, and pulmonary edema. Autopsies revealed not only lung damage, but also cerebral edema, tubular necrosis in the kidneys, fatty degeneration of the liver, and necrotizing enteritis. Those who survived faced severe long-term consequences, such as cancer and blindness. The problem wasn't solely the effects of inhaling the gas. Large concentrations of these substances also ended up in water reservoirs. Consequently, both those who drank the water and those who bathed in it suffered horrific consequences for their skin and digestive tract. As time passed, the health effects on those affected by the toxic substance leak in Kayes continued to be concerning even nearly 50 years later. In fact, the Research Council of the Ugandan Ministry of Health was unable to establish accurate statistical data until 1991. Of the 7 regional zones surrounding the Kayes plant, designated as affected by the toxic substance exposure, a series of anomalies in the population were recorded from 1991 to 2008. These included births of children with chronic conjunctivitis, cataracts by the age of 1, as well as the presence of pulmonary fibrosis and chronic bronchitis in children under 4 years old. Additionally, nearly 40% of these children were born with significant growth delays, reaching heights below 1 meter and 20 centimeters even after adolescence. Furthermore, the adult population experienced diminished fine motor skills, and memory loss was one of the most noticeable characteristics. Today, Kayes has high rates of birth defects and a loss rate almost 10 times higher than the national average. A 2011 report by independent organizations advocating for the victims of this tragedy estimates that between 120,000 and 200,000 people in Uganda suffer from severe health problems that remain underdiagnosed. Even those who were not in Kayes at the time of the incident experienced some consequences due to the spread of the toxic cloud or from contaminated water that reached the national underground reserves.
Okay.
One aspect of this tragedy that might be overlooked is the fact that the chemicals abandoned at the Kayes plant continue to leach and contaminate groundwater.
Oops.
With the corporation's abandonment and the national company's inability to properly address the issue, it is suspected that even today, well into the 21st century, drinking water still contains high levels of ethyl isocyanate. Although cleanups have been conducted over the years, the problem lies in the catastrophically high amounts of toxic substances that were poured into the groundwater. Some studies suggest that it may not be until the year 2150 that water will reach a minimal concentration of ethyl isocyanate. Additionally, due to the high density of the gases, many farmlands still have soil with high toxin levels. These same lands are also irrigated with contaminated water. Among the substances found were naphthol, mercury, organochlorine compounds, lead, chromium, and pesticides. These substances were also detected in the breast milk of women living near the area.
Oh boy.
A Greenpeace study in 1992 showed mercury levels up to 6 million times higher than expected in sediment samples from within the plant. In 1999, an independent investigation from the United Kingdom reported that within an 80-mile radius of Kayes, many trash containers, due to the interaction of ethyl isocyanate and toluene deisocyanate with organic substances, had increased toxin concentrations. Additionally, pesticides were found in groundwater up to 2 miles beneath the plant, and a sample of water from a hand pump contained 1,000 times the maximum recommended amount of carbon tetrachloride, a compound that causes liver and kidney damage and is potentially carcinogenic. Despite most of this information coming from independent media and environmental groups, it has never received the attention it deserves. Even in 2024, the year this video was made, it has been reported that in some areas, toxin levels in the water continue to rise unexpectedly year after year. New diseases and carcinomas, never before studied, have begun to develop in the rural population.
Oh god, look at that. Beautiful. You love to see it. Anyway, moving on from Anomaly. Here we go. Let's get Zach Bagans off the screen. Nope, I don't know how to skip that. Let's go back. That won't take long. Yep. Opposes deportation of illegal. It's great. Or deport them.
Donald Trump has said he wants to carry out mass deportations
Good.
of millions of undocumented
Good.
migrants living in the United States.
This guy's a
and
traitor.
some of his closest advisors have proposed deputizing the National Guard to go into Democratic-led states to round up migrants.
They're not
What do
migrants,
you
they're illegals,
think
dummy.
of that proposal?
You
How
want
could
them to come to
something
your
like
house,
that-
don't you, and fucking
how
kill
could
you.
an operation
No, you
like that even
don't.
be carried out?
That's an interesting question.
But you voted for this shit, you dumbass. Traitor. The laughing, not laughing so bad.
An individual, from Venezuela arrives at the
Also, he
southern
has
border,
the Jeff Bezos phenotype
and
here.
they're going to be immediately removed.
Good, as they should be.
How exactly does that work under law?
They're illegal.
Will they be returned to Venezuela?
Not here, not our problem.
What flight will actually take them to Venezuela? Will Mexico accept the return of a Venezuelan? Will they have been given
Too bad, they let
process
him
under
pass.
law to make a claim for asylum? What if they manifest fear under our executive order?
We do not care.
We do not care. No, I don't give a fuck.
Let's talk about Texas, which is where we're...
And by the way, forgive me.
Oh, God.
I was speaking of operational reality. I was talking about practicality. I was not talking about policy. I didn't address the fundamental issue of whether that is good policy.
Do you want to say whether or not it's good policy?
Idiot.
It is not good policy.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think I will.
Yeah, he's supposed to be deporting these fucking people. An asshole.
This is a journey.
Unfortunately, we're not watching any cooking videos. We're a little late for that, a little over time. We're gonna go past this. It'll be next time. That's okay. Let's just have one of these. No, then we'll watch Doug's review of Beetlejuice.
Down, down with deportation. Up with education. Down, down with deportation.
2018, by the way. This is the quote-unquote borders are here.
Up with education. Down, down with deportation. 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 Up with education.
Just blown the fuck out. Flip flopper here.
Down, down with deportation. Up with education. Down, down with deportation.
That's awful. Gala. He's not black. Yeah. Out of yeah. Only her soul, yeah.
Well, both the Broadway show and the cartoon lied to me. Lydia and Beetlejuice don't become friends at all.
Oh, I think we actually have seen this. Never mind. We're not watching that then. I thought we didn't watch that, but we did. Never mind. Moving on. Don't care. Drink time. Last call. Just our drinks.
What's
Hey,
up, guys
Sash.
and pals? I'm Coach Vino.
Hey, Vino.
This is the Progress Bar. And ladies and gentlemen, I gotta be honest with you guys. Sometimes I pick a cocktail just because it has a cool name. What can I say? Vino is a cheap date. But the reality is, guys, we are not here for a long time. We are here for a good time. So you drink what you want to drink, I'll drink what I want to drink, and hopefully we'll meet somewhere in the middle and have a toast to good times. And that's what today's cocktail is all about. A cool name and a nice looking recipe. And we're going to go ahead and have a good time, right, folks? And
Let's
this
have a good time,
cocktail is
Vito.
called
Cheers,
the
man.
Chow Chicka Bow Wow, and it was created at Wu Chow Restaurant in Austin, Texas. Now, look,
boy,
guys,
keep
with a
Austin
name like
weird.
that, how do I not make this cocktail? But the ingredients list looks fantastic, and the reviews that I saw online were very glowing. So I'm really looking forward to giving it a try. But before I do that, I'm going to need you guys to go ahead and hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe button, and that notification bell so you can help Vino feed the hungry algorithm. And make sure you stick around, because we're gonna boogie down. All right, folks, so let's go ahead and look at what is in the sauce for our Chow Chicka Bow Wow cocktail, right, folks? The first thing you're gonna need is 2 ounces of freshly squeezed grapefruit. All right. Grapefruit juice. I just squeezed this moments ago before we got on camera here. So 2 ounces of grapefruit. And then you're gonna want 1 ounce of lime juice. I have my super lime here. All right.
Lime juice.
So a lot of citrus in this one. All right, and then you're gonna need a ½ ounce of ginger syrup. And this is great. This is gonna add a little bit of a spiciness to the cocktail. All right, so ½ ounce of ginger syrup. And you know, depending on how you make your ginger syrup, might be a little spicier than others, right? And then another ½ ounce of Demerara syrup.
Okay, so add some sugar
so
to it.
It's gonna add some richness, a little more molasses flavor to the cocktail, all right?
Demerara
And
sugar
then
usually
we're
will
gonna
taste like
do,
that.
what are we gonna do here? We are gonna do a ½ ounce of banana liqueur, all right, folks? So I got my homemade banana liqueur here, so you're gonna wanna make sure you use something of quality, all right? And then we're gonna do a ½ ounce of velvet falernum, right? So this is gonna add some nice spices to the cocktail. Love using this stuff. All right, and then it calls for 1 ounce of an aged rum. Now this is a pretty low ABV cocktail, and I want to give this, and it has a lot of juice and a lot of sweeteners in it. I wanted to give something with a little bit of a punch, something with a little more bite. So I'm going to be using 1 ounce of Smith & Cross, which is a high proof rum.
I know
what
that
I
rum.
love about
I've used it
also
before.
is that because it's a Jamaican rum, it has a lot of that banana funk in it, which will hopefully bring out a
Estarhogos.
little more of those banana liqueur notes, right, folks? So 1 ounce
Or
of
Estarhogos, technically what it's
Smith
called.
& Cross, but you know,
The
you
funk.
can use whatever aged rum you have, guys. If you don't have Smith & Cross, you know, another Jamaican rum would be ideal. But you guys, you know, whatever you have, right? So now I'm gonna go ahead and add some ice to my shaker. And you're
Rum
gonna want
Fire
to shake
Overproof's
that
a good one.
for about 10 to
That's one I've had
15
before.
seconds.
It's a Jamaican rum. It's an overproof white, but technically has the
All
very
right, folks, I
funkiness
think
of
we
a
shook that bad boy up
regular
enough. I'm
Jamaican
gonna get
rum.
my glass out. We're gonna be serving that in a rocks glass, which I've had chilling like a villain.
As one should.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and fill this up with some ice. All right, let's go ahead and pour in our concoction. Well, yeah, what
Nice
I love
color.
about this, I can already smell the Smith & Cross banana. I mean, I love the smell of Smith & Cross, right, folks? So there we go. I even have a little extra juice in the can, which I could save for dessert later.
Dessert.
All right, folks, and then you're gonna go ahead and just garnish that with a grapefruit
Peel.
wedge there, and there we have it, folks.
Okay.
Our Chow Chicka Bow Wow cocktail.
Wow, chicka, wow, wow, chicka, wow.
All right, so let's go ahead and give our Chow Chicka Bow Wow cocktail a sippy sip. Now, I'm expecting this
chicka, wow.
cocktail to be a bit of a beach cocktail, bigger, fruitier, you know,
We'll see
tropical
when he
style
drinks it.
cocktail. Cheers.
Ugh.
And right on the nose, again, you're getting those banana notes coming from the Smith & Cross, those funky banana notes. Definitely pick up a lot of citrus as well. Cheers. Oh yeah. Like I said, guys, this is a beach cocktail. I mean, look, Austin, Texas ain't exactly the coldest place in the world.
No.
So it's very much a warm weather cocktail. A little sweeter than I like. I'd probably scale back a little bit on the sweeteners, but I think the ginger syrup actually probably be the only one I would use, and keep it at ½ an ounce. I love the spicy notes that are in this cocktail. I think they work really great with the banana flavors as well. So a nice cocktail, fun cocktail, delicious cocktail. Not exactly my style of cocktail, at least with regards to the sweetness levels. I think if I brought down the sweetness, I would actually appreciate this a lot more.
Probably.
The Smith & Cross definitely still comes through, which is great because it's only an ounce, but that's why I use it. I actually can't imagine using a lesser proof rum. I think it would totally get lost in this cocktail. I'm gonna give it another sip.
Sippy sip.
Yeah, again, guys, a delicious cocktail, really delicious, but a little too sweet for my palate. I'd make this again, and I bring down the syrup, like I said, probably just get rid of the Demerara altogether, and I think I would actually really like this cocktail. So right now, we're looking at a 6. You know, I could push this to or maybe a 7 even. I could push this to an 8, just by removing the Demerara, making it a little less sweet, and just helping everything else kind of shine. You know, maybe even a little bit of a saline solution here to help everything pop a little bit, right, folks? Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please press like, please subscribe, and please share with your family and friends. Remember, sharing is caring, and when life gives you lemons, make yourself a cocktail. Cheers.
That's right, Vino. There he goes, Chip. There's Vino. Alright, you know what's next? Between all the videos, there's always some sky. So let's get some sky. Here we go.
Get it nice and twirly.
We're getting Old Lady Sunset.
Hanging out your glass like that.
Old Lady Sunset.
What's it say? Okay.
Lady Sunset.
Soiree. Sometimes.
Soiree.
But your limoncello, my label can't even stay on. Okay. There's tons
of
limoncello recipes
online
Sky. That you could utilize. Your little oranges. Okay. So now we squeeze in our little OJ, guys. Fresh OJ. Fresh OJ. Grab the champagne.
Champagne? Champagne?
Nothing like a cold glass of Andre after a hard day's of work. You know what I mean? So now I come in with my little orange, right? Those oils add delicious flavor.
Delicious flavor. I don't know what the next one was, Sky.
And then you have it hanging out your glass like that. My straws will work, you see? And there you have it! The Old Lady Sunset Soiree, okay? It's nice, light, refreshing, good to go. Got a little champagne in here so you can act like you fancy, you know? You know what I mean? And it's
like you fancy. Yo, you fancy, huh?
Welcome to Booze on the Rocks, and today I have sex on the brain. No, seriously, I do.
Yes.
In fact, I have it
sex
so
on
bad,
the brain is
it's
the
name of the cocktail. Now, anyways, okay.
That's his wife laughing at him.
Nothing I can say is going to make these thoughts go away. But we are going to make a cocktail that is a shaking cocktail, so grab yourself a shaking glass. But before you do that, grab yourself another vessel because I'm going to use some fresh orange juice. Now, if you want, you could go to the store, grab your favorite orange juice, use whatever you can get. Don't get anything with any sugar added because there's enough ingredients with lots of sugar in this that will actually sweeten the cocktail up exactly the way you want. Yes. But again, it's all totally up to you. And now that I've said that, I'm sure somebody will comment and tell me, Dave, we already know that. Now we need, for orange juice sake, we need about 2 ounces or 60 mils for this cocktail. And I'm gonna do a little bit extra because you know, you're definitely gonna wanna have more than one of these because they're just gonna be so easy to drink based on the ingredients you have here. And while I'm talking about the ingredients, the first thing you'll see as my base spirit, of course, is vodka. It's a neutral grain spirit, meaning it's not really going to add any flavor to your cocktail. It's just sort of there to boost your ingredients. Your next ingredient is a peach schnapps. Now I'm using Dr. McGillicuddy's. Again, whatever you use will depend on the amount of sugar you have, and this is a high sugar liqueur, so that's why I say don't get anything with extra sugar. My next ingredient is melon liqueur, and I'm using some Midori. That'll give me a nice fancy green color that gets added into this. And then, of course, we need orange juice. Now I'm using some navel oranges. The type of orange doesn't matter, just as long as you get something you can use. Totally up to you. Put that off to the side. We also need a little bit of pineapple juice, and I'm using a pure pressed pineapple juice, meaning no sugar added, and a little bit of grenadine. So let's get this started. Now, grab yourself your shaking tin and start with your vodka. Now, your first 3 ingredients are exactly the same measures, so we're going to start with 1 ounce or 30 milliliters. Your second ingredient, of course, is your peach schnapps. You could use a peach liqueur if you don't have a peach schnapps. You just need something that's peach flavored. And if it's a darker color, that will not matter for this cocktail. Again, 1 ounce, 30 mils. Now your third ingredient is the melon liqueur of your choice. You don't have to use Midori. Most of them are green anyways. The Midori just gives you this fantastic green color with a lot of its cocktails, but this is going to be mixed, so it doesn't matter if you're slightly green or not. Now, if you can get a different type of flavored and colored melon liqueur, please let me know and the brand because I'm really trying to find one. And again, the same, 1 ounce or 30 mils. Our next ingredient, of course, is the orange juice that we just squeezed. And now I need something to talk about while I actually pick up the orange juice. So cut the fancy pouring of orange juice. Now, one of the things about using a fresh fruit juice for any cocktail you make is on occasion you find some little nubs of what would be the edges of the seeds from when you actually cut your oranges. Your next ingredient now is pineapple juice. Again, I'm using pure pressed pineapple juice.
Yes,
You'll use the same amount that you used in the orange juice of 2 ounces or 60 milliliters. One of the good things about this cocktail is because of the ratios, you can actually scale this up to a large amount if you want to create, say, a punch bowl of this cocktail. And then it's just a matter of adding the final touches. So what we are going to do now is we're going to fill the glass with ice, and we're going to shake it for a good 8 to 10 seconds. Try not to have too much ice in there because after you make sure you got a good seal, you give it a flip, shake it. And you shake it like you mean it, so put some real effort into that, right?
Really shake it up.
One of the things you will get out of this is you will get yourself some foam in the glass, and we're going to fill this up with fresh ice, just so our ice doesn't melt all the way. Or I should say, it'll last longer before it dilutes.
Oh, yeah.
And then just use your Hawthorne strainer.
Do it up. Nice. Nice color.
Now, this is fantastic looking. And the good thing about this glass, which is a 16 ounce or 480 ml pint glass, it leaves just enough space because you need a little bit of grenadine. Now I'm using a little bit of roses. If you want to use your own homemade, I should say, you can. It'll just be a little bit darker. Now we are going to pour in half an ounce or 15 mils.
Pour it up.
Now this does make for a very pretty looking cocktail, but we're not done yet. We need to garnish this. This step is optional, of course. Now I'm going to use a bourbon cherry. You could use one of those nuclear red cherries if you want, but you know what? Doesn't really matter what you use. Just kind of throw that right there. Absolutely fantastic. Oh yeah, you definitely want to have a couple of these. And after you're done with that, you're definitely gonna have sex on the brain. If you like this style of cocktail, take a look after the recipe card right over here.
Alrighty. This guy video, the Sunburst. Here we go.
Little umbrella in the back.
Not too bad looking.
Nice.
Little tame ones I went for this time.
It's
gonna be the second to last video. The next video is the last video, and then we're done.
Pineapple juice, okay? Just to keep this bad boy tropical orange, okay? Fresh squeeze. It's a rich people drink.
It's a rich people drink.
Give this a nice little shaking.
The man said.
We'll straw down the side like so. A little bit more ice on top.
And there you have it, homeboy.
In the back. Oh yeah. Put a little grenadine right here. And then just come to the front of the glass.
Oh God.
And just angle that down like so. Right down the front, homeboy. And there you have it. The sunburst, homeboy. Okay, it's like a burst of sun. It's refreshing. It's delicious. It's tropical. Okay, do you see the gradients coming down? It's beautiful. Okay.
Pete's Dragon.
What's up, home bartenders? Let's make a sippy that uses 2 kinds of scotch, Grand Marnier, vermouth, and black pepper.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, let's do it. We need 2 kinds of scotch to make this drink, starting with Isla Mist, which a lot of you know is my favorite mixing scotch. But we also need a single malt Speyside scotch. Now, if you have any Glenlivet, that'll work just fine. However, I'm going to use this Longmorn 16, which is my favorite Speyside scotch. Almost hate using the bottle for a cocktail, but why not? So we've got our 2 scotches.
That's like almost a biker shirt with Boba Fett stuff on it. That's funny.
Lillet, and don't forget the pepper. This is Pete's Dragon. All right, so starting with an ounce of our blended scotch. I mentioned I'm using Isla Mist. I like it because it's smoky, but it's a cheap blended scotch. Great for cocktails.
Okay.
After that, we want half an ounce of our single malt Speyside scotch using Longmorn 16. If you got a Glenlivet, that'll work just great.
Nice.
After that, half an ounce as well of Grand Marnier. You could also use
orange liqueur,
dry curacao.
Yep.
You want a cognac-based orange liqueur. Next, a dry vermouth of your choice using a local one from Taz Winery. And finally, an aromatized white wine using Lillet
Blanc. Yeah.
There it is. And just half an ounce of that as well. Finally, we want about 2 to 3 cranks of black pepper. Got my giant pepper mill here. There it is. Okay, let's add some ice to our mixing glass. Give that a good stir.
Stir it up
until the ice kind of settles in the glass, and then we're going to strain into your choice of stemmed glass. All right, this is Pete's Dragon. So no garnish, but the pepper kind of settled at the bottom and is a little bit on top.
Well, yeah.
That's what it said to do. Let's give it a try. Normal. On the nose, I'm getting the vermouth and oranges from the Grand Marnier, and a little bit of that kind of green apple fruitiness from the Scotch. That's good. That's a nice sipper. I'm getting a lot of variety from the Scotch there. We got the fruity green apple notes from the Speyside, a little bit of smoke from the Isle of Mist, and like the Grand Marnier giving it a nice some nice orange notes, and then those two aromatized wines, the vermouth and the Lillet, give it a bunch of different aromatic notes of. It's hard to explain, but very nice. And that particular dry vermouth from Taz Winery has a hint of cinnamon to it that I really like. Good. And that is coming through in this drink. But that would depend on the dry vermouth that you use, of course. Gotta say, the pepper is not doing much for me. Maybe once you get to the bottom and you actually get some flakes of pepper in your mouth, that you might get it then, but overall, honestly, it's not doing a whole lot. I think it's almost a novelty. It's almost just there because it's kind of an interesting ingredient to add to a cocktail, but very interesting. Now, do you really need a single malt Speyside to make this drink? Probably not. No. However, it is coming through. That flavor is really coming through, and it is nice. So maybe you do. You know, if you don't, I find it funny that it's called Peat's Dragon, spelt P-E-A-T, meaning peat. Peat is what gives Scotch its smoky character, and Speysides are typically not smoky. Islay is smoky. So the fact that this specifically calls for a Speyside Scotch as opposed to an Islay Scotch, and then they call it Peat's Dragon, kind of weird. I'm glad I used Isle Mist as my blended Scotch, because that is giving it a hint of smoke. Not as much as if I used like Lagavulin or something, but it is giving it a hint of smoke. But yeah, great combo of Scotches for sure. And the other flavors, the Grand Marnier and the vermouth, as well as the Lillet, giving it some really nice wine notes. This is a fun sipper. I like it. Recommend it for sure.
Good.
Guys, we are into fall seasons, making fall drinks.
Seems like a good fall
Apparently,
cocktail
this is a fall
too.
drink. Yeah, I think it works. But make sure you check out my whole playlist of fall cocktails. I also have 5 of my favorite apple brandy cocktails.
Oh, that's a good
I
one
guess
too.
they're not really my favorites. They're just 5 that I decided to make. But check those out, and we will see you in the next one.
Oh, Canadian accent. And with that, we come to the end of Case of the Mondays. I'd like to thank everyone for sticking through this longer than usual. Case of the Mondays. It does happen from time to time. You know how it be. Things just kind of go the way they go. Can't really do much about that. But don't forget the movie caption contest, movie picturing, movie hangout in the Discord. So be sure to play those. We're not busy in the arena doing the arena things that are there. Tomorrow, be sure to stick around for noon to 3. That will be going on. I probably will have to step away for a little bit. Not grocery shopping tomorrow, but I will have to go to the bank. So that's something I have to do. I run some kind of errands tomorrow. There may be possibly there's going to be a dark room tomorrow night too. We'll see. Might be something else. Who knows? Besides that, don't forget Wednesday will also be a noon to 3, so be sure to tune in for that as well. And there's going to be, obviously, it'll be Wednesday, my dude, so there'll be an Eerie Hours then. I'm not doing anything this Thursday night, so probably won't be anything there. There might be a noon to 3 on Thursday. And Friday, there will definitely be a noon to 3. There will also be Hell on Earth on Friday on Heretic Network, so be sure to tune in for that too at 9. Alright, that's all the shilling I got, everybody. I will see you guys later. Have a good